Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We're back, y'all. We're back, y'all, like we never left. We're back, my people. Iwarama. Hashtag time. Khaira, khaira. Do you know what it is? It's Wednesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's 9 p.m. UK time. Greenwich Mean Time. You know what time it is? It's SS. It's that once a week where we discuss a topic that's trending or affects us back home and abroad. So, but this one's more of a back home one today. You get where I'm coming from? You get me? This is a sick one still. Yes, come on, my brother, my broski in the big up, love, budgie. Yeah. So, maanta waxaan arrinta ka dhacday Ethiopia iyo Masar waxa ka dhexeysa nidaam baan ka sheekeynaa. And it's been interesting, we're back. So you know how it is, man. You know how it is. So we're gonna get into it SS style, we're gonna break a couple of videos down. So I like to do on Wednesday. And again, sorry, my brothers and sisters, let me put out a disclaimer. Let me put out the disclaimer. I think this is always important. Any views that are not mine, I'm not responsible at any given time. That's what it is. You get where I'm coming from. That's what I'm saying. So I always have to put a disclaimer out there. So I'm just gonna, crack on with it. And you know how we do an SS, man. Like it's Wednesday, it's topic, it's 9 p.m. Let's get it on. And that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And that's how we be doing. That's how we be doing out here. So my brothers and sisters, just bear with me. Let me get up one or two things. And yeah.
Negotiations between Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia concerning the latter's Renaissance Dam fell apart in November 2017 when officials from Cairo walked away from the talks. It is presumed that the parties failed to reach an agreement on the impact assessment of the project. The scale of the impasse is unique, as it not only deals with the Renaissance Dam, but also sets a legal precedent for future upstream projects and thereby affects the geopolitical balance between Egypt and Ethiopia. My name is Shirvan and welcome to Caspian Report. With a total length of about 6,850 kilometers, the Nile is often credited as the longest river in the world, and although much of the river is not commercially navigable, it provides valuable freshwater that is used for domestic, agricultural, and industrial purposes. However, cooperation along the river differs widely since every nation seeks to maximize its share of the water. As such, the Nile is also a source of regular disputes over water rights and distribution in the African continent. For Cairo, the stakes are especially high because the river forms the lifeline of the country. The Nile is the country's primary source of fresh water for irrigation and agriculture. About 90% of Egypt's water supply is provided by the Nile, and almost 99% of the total 95 million Egyptians reside along the narrow banks of the river, which extends from the Aswan High Dam in the south to the Mediterranean shores in the north. Only a handful of nations are so completely reliant on a single river as much as Egypt. To make matters even worse, the Nile does not originate in the Mediterranean. Instead, its two main tributaries flow from sources in Central and East Africa across a number of countries before reaching Cairo in the north. More specifically, nearly 85% of the water that flows into the Nile River in Egypt comes from the highlands of Ethiopia through the Blue Nile. The remainder comes from the White Nile, whose source originates in Lake Victoria. Without the Blue Nile, Egypt, for all its glory and history, could not exist. So it's not surprising that the country reacts with great hostility to infrastructure projects in the upstream territories. Such ventures, after all, could disrupt the distribution of water and affect the livelihoods of millions of Egyptians. In fact, the country barely gets by with the water it already has. Hydrological statistics place the country's per capita share of fresh water at an average of 660 cubic meters of water, which is higher than the other Arab nations but still low on a global scale. These numbers, however, will depreciate in time as Egypt's population is expected to skyrocket from 95 million in 2017 to 151 million by 2050. This will further complicate Egypt's management of its freshwater supply and squeeze its people and precious farmlands. For much of the 20th century, Egypt's supremacy over the Nile was legally guaranteed by the Waters Agreement of 1929 and 1959, which assured the country a disproportionately large share of the water. However, the accords were never signed or recognized by the government in Addis Ababa, and this became the single most contentious dispute between Egypt and Ethiopia. Then, in April 2011, Addis Ababa started building the Grand Ethiopia Renaissance Dam in the western edge of the country. Construction is still ongoing, but at a price tag of nearly $5 billion, it will be the biggest and most expensive hydroelectric project in Africa. It will generate at least 6,450 megawatts of power, which is an enormous boost to Ethiopia's current output of 4,000 megawatts. Depending on the usage, that amount of additional energy can power about 6 million homes. This is, of course, a remarkable opportunity for 73% of Ethiopia's 102 million people who have no access to electricity. For Cairo, however, the Renaissance Dam is a disaster in the making, and relations with Ethiopia regressed immediately after. Some Egyptian military officers even suggested bombing the project area in Ethiopia, which did not help to ease tensions. As detrimental as the threat was, it captures the sentiment in Cairo, which fears that the Ethiopian project will impede on Egypt's share of the Nile. Since the announcement of the Renaissance Dam, both sides have sought to resolve their differences by the international practices of the Helsinki Rules of 1966 on the uses of the waters of international rivers. But here too, Egyptian and Ethiopian interpretations of two legal concepts conflicted with one another. Article 4 of the Helsinki Rules emphasized the reasonable and equitable distribution of water, while Article 10 stressed the obligation not to cause substantial injury. Cairo insisted that Article 10 gives it a say in upstream projects, such as the Renaissance Dam, while Addis Ababa stressed that Article 4 implies that it should have a voice in downstream projects because Egyptian ventures, such as the Aswan High Dam, could impact the equitable distribution of water. Both sides made valid points, but the whole ordeal became a chicken or the egg quandary. A larger legal framework was set up in 1999 when the riparian states formed the Nile Basin Initiative, which was tasked to resolve the disputes and enhance cooperation on the water resources of the Nile Basin.
Did you know that you can build a property portfolio using investor finance?
But even after a decade of talks, the participants still failed to agree on the legal terms. Eventually, in March 2015, after years of back and forth diplomacy, officials from Egypt, Ethiopia, and Sudan revitalized their efforts to resolve the dispute and signed the Declaration of Principles. In this modern format, Egypt no longer opposes the construction of the Renaissance Dam since it's pretty much inevitable. Rather, the current negotiations focus on the technical terms. For instance, one of the contentious points concerns the impact of the Renaissance Dam on Egypt, which depends on how fast Ethiopia fills the reservoir. With a storage capacity of 74 billion cubic meters, the Renaissance Dam's reservoir is equal to the annual share of water of Sudan and Egypt combined. The faster it is filled, the faster Ethiopia can reap the benefits of the project. But an accelerated filling process will also block more water and put greater pressure on the downstream nations. Obviously, Egypt wants the filling process to span 15 years, which would minimize its losses. And as trivial as these details seem, they could have an enormous impact. One study by the Cairo University estimated that Egypt would lose about half of its farmlands if the Renaissance Dam is filled in a period of 3 years, while a 6-year fill would result in a 17% loss of cultivated lands. Another study estimated that for every reduction of 1 billion cubic meters of water, Egypt would lose about 200,000 acres of farmlands, which would affect the livelihoods of 1 million people. For a nation where a quarter of the workforce is employed in the agricultural sector, these are unsettling projections. To settle this technical dispute, Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia established a trilateral committee that was tasked to study the repercussions of the Renaissance Dam. The committee chose 2 French consultancy firms to conduct a technical study on the environmental, economic, and social impact of the Renaissance Dam on the downstream nations of Egypt and Sudan. The committee agreed to the terms and the method of the studies and set the deadline for August 2017. Plus, the committee was given an additional 4 months to implement the results of the study, and this is where everything fell apart. Every side tried to steer the research results towards their own political goals. Cairo wanted the technical studies to prove the negative impact of the Renaissance Dam on Egypt's water security and how the project would undermine the durability of its agricultural lands in the Nile Delta, as well as the drop in electricity generation along the Aswan High Dam. Meanwhile, Ethiopia sought to change the research findings that depicted the Renaissance Dam in a positive light and how it actually contributed to regional security. The situation was further complicated by Sudan, which during the negotiations raised questions on the mechanisms to measure its share of the water distribution. Officials from Sudan are more positive than their Egyptian counterparts. The Sudanese believe that the water supply created by the Renaissance Dam will improve Sudan's irrigation and yield in more agricultural output. But the technical question over the mechanism greatly upset officials in Cairo because devising such technicalities would require time, which Egypt is running out of. As such, in November 2017, the Egyptian delegation abandoned the negotiations. What exactly Cairo hopes to do next is unclear. It has proposed to exclude Sudan from the talks, and it has pleaded to the Arab League partners, the World Bank, and even the United Nations, but none of it has had any real-life impact on the situation. And as frustrated as Egyptian policymakers are, there is very little they can do about it. Egypt has no leverage on Ethiopia, and regardless of its objections, construction on the dam has continued. As of this writing, about 70% of the Renaissance Dam is complete, and it is expected to be commissioned by October 2018. Upon completion, Addis Ababa will start the filling process regardless of the talks. This places Cairo in a corner because it will have to synchronize the operation of the Aswan Dam with Ethiopia's Renaissance Dam as the reservoir of the latter is filled. So Cairo will come back to the negotiations. But for Egypt, the Nile dispute is not just about the Renaissance Dam. Egyptian policymakers believe that the Ethiopian dam is just one of the many large-scale projects that Addis Ababa is planning to construct along the Nile River. So for both parties, the Renaissance Dam sets a precedent. As an upstream nation, at least 22 rivers originate in Ethiopia and flow to its immediate neighbors. There is enormous long-term potential in the utilization of these rivers, and it grants Addis Ababa geopolitical leverage in the region. However, such exploits will come at the expense of the other countries that share the basin. This, above everything else, is why Cairo is taking such a tough stance on the Renaissance Dam. Egypt seeks to capitulate Ethiopia into accepting its approval, which would set a jurisprudential precedent and would allow Cairo to preserve its leverage in future disputes and projects. Nevertheless, rather than a direct confrontation, Cairo could take a different attitude to the dispute. For one, Egypt needs to decrease its dependency on the Nile by constructing water treatment and desalination plants. Furthermore, to negotiate a compromise, not on the Renaissance Dam but on future projects, Cairo must compensate for Ethiopia's loss in hydroelectric power generation. This could be accomplished by securing loans from the World Bank and Saudi Arabia to fund the construction of solar power plants in Ethiopia. Such renewable plants could substitute for the electricity generation from the dams. Ethiopia's northern territories and the Ogaden Plateau to the east are especially promising areas for future solar power plants. In return for such loans, a legal document would have to be drafted to set a condition that requires both sides to approve and consult one another when constructing large-scale projects along the Nile River. This, of course, would imply for both upstream and downstream projects. The overall details would have to be worked out, but such mutual beneficial compromises would address Ethiopia's electricity generation and reassure Egypt of a sustainable flow of water. However, as is the case with most disputes, resolutions are not always so forthright. Egypt and Ethiopia have a remarkable long historical rivalry, and there is very little trust between the two, which impedes a diplomatic solution. We will go over the details of this historical rivalry in another report. For now, this was a Kashmir report by me, Shirvan. I want to thank our contributors on Patreon for giving us the resources to produce reports like this.
Hey, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. So we're going to be talking about the Renaissance Dam, and basically from a Somali perspective. I've got another video coming up. Hopefully, this will explain to us what benefits that we have, as you know, as our neighbors, and and a lot of the presidents in the Horn of Africa, the majority of them are with Abiy Ahmed. That's one aspect that I've realized. And what benefits with the electricity? Like you're saying, all that electricity gained, they will have enough to supply neighboring countries. And bada bing, bada boom. Here I know whose neighbors the Ethiopians are. But then again, geographically, geopolitics. If we speak about geopolitics, do you think Ethiopia is yes, big up HA, my brother, alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my G. So yeah, I was just going ahead with what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Yeah, if we speak geopolitics, do you think the Ethiopians right now are? I think they are. We can all say this. They're a superpower, whether we like it or not. You know, Somalia are done نعبنا يبقى runta ونعزين قوته هرمر ويسعدان incosto, and we're gonna be looking at their in-house problems as well because boy, they got a lot of in-house problems, but I don't know. So it's like the title says, should we choose sides? Which sides will benefit us? I know we've got our own little issues going on, but if we're talking about electrical supplies and yo, we got something Ethiopia needs as well, the sea. And you all know what's happening, but I think Ethiopia's got about 17% stake or something. I know they got something going on with Somaliland during the so they built the road that long high road from Berbera to Ethiopia. So I'm just looking at I'm saying what side should we and how do you think the Egyptians are going to play out with this one? Because this one can actually cause a lot of tension. Actually, they were threatening to bomb it, but boy, that's a whole nother one. So I'm gonna play a video, part one and part two of the next one. So hopefully, part one and two, and then we'll see. Just bear with me, my people. Just give me uno momento.
In this two-part episode, we want to take a look at the Nile River in Africa. The river plays a central role for all nations through which it flows, and it forces them to cooperate. At the same time, the sharing of water can also lead to conflicts. We want to focus on these two aspects by looking at two construction projects along the Nile. For one, the Aswan High Dam, one of the first and to date the largest dam along the Nile, and the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is still under construction but is already sparking a dispute between Egypt and Ethiopia. For some of this video, we will rotate the map by 90 degrees so that we can better display the course of the Nile. The Nile River has a length of about 6,650 kilometers or 4,130 miles and is therefore, together with the Amazon River, regarded as one of the two biggest rivers in the world. The Nile has two main tributaries, the Blue and the White Nile. The White Nile is hereby considered as the source river. It is longer and rises in Central Africa and therefore determines the total length of the Nile. Lake Victoria is often referred to as the origin, but this lake itself has many tributaries of considerable size. The Blue Nile, on the other hand, has its origins in Lake Tana in Ethiopia. Although it is not considered to be the source river, it contributes to a much greater amount of water flow in the Nile. Of all the water that reaches downriver Egypt, about 60% annually comes from the Blue Nile. And during the rainy months between June and September, 80% of the water originates from here. The two rivers meet north of Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. Here, the reason for both names becomes clear. The White Nile is named after its lighter gray color, which is a result of clay sediments in the water. For countries along the Nile, the river is of significant importance. However, dependency on the Nile also creates conflicts between nations. Let's take a look at the water situation in these countries. Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanzania suffer water stress, which means that there are fewer than 1,700 cubic meters of water per person annually available. In Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, and Egypt, it is even less than 1,000 cubic meters of water, an amount at which it is considered water scarcity. Securing water supply in these countries is also a major challenge because of fast-growing populations. Taken together, 390 million people live in these countries. And in 2030, the population in this region is forecast to rise to 504 million, an increase of 114 million people. This graph shows the population growth in percent per year. In 2016, the world population grew by 1.18%. The populations of the countries along the Nile, however, all grow well above this value. This illustrates the difficulty for these nations to provide enough water infrastructure in time. Nevertheless, it is important to say that there are very different reasons for the difficult water supply. For example, in Egypt, there is a physical water scarcity. This means that there simply isn't enough water available in the region. About 90% of the country is desert, and the Nile is the only large source of fresh water. Since 97% of Egypt's water supply comes from the Nile, the country is much more dependent on the river than the countries from which the river originates. Just how significantly the river determines life in Egypt can be seen on this map, which shows the country's population density. A whopping 98% of Egypt's population lives on just 3% of the country's territory. there are other reasons for problems of water supply in other countries. This is illustrated by this map, which shows the annual rainfall in different regions. In regions where geographically there is enough water available but cannot sufficiently be used due to inadequate infrastructure, we speak of economic water scarcity. Often, the necessary monetary means for funding water infrastructure aren't available. This is the case in Ethiopia, where most of the water in the Nile comes from. However, this Nile water is mostly from the rainy summer months, so it's seasonal. And more importantly, the amount of precipitation during that time is variable, resulting in a number of problems. The main use of fresh water in all countries we're talking about is agriculture, which is complicated by unpredictable rainfalls. Due to climate change, it can be assumed that the number of extreme weather events will increase. For countries like Ethiopia, a flood that makes large areas of agricultural land unusable is just as much a problem as increasing droughts. Nevertheless, there's also a lack of drinking water. Ethiopia is one of the poorest countries in the world, and especially in rural areas, it lacks in sanitation infrastructure, which in turn leads to water pollution. In Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, a disturbing pollution of Lake Victoria has been apparent for some years. The lake is the main source of clean drinking water in the area, but increasing pollution is driving up the cost of treating the water to be usable for drinking. In 2011, South Sudan gained its independence from Sudan. Yet in 2013, a civil war broke out, with several forces fighting for political leadership in the newborn country. Since 2018, there's a fragile peace agreement in place. The South Sudanese civil war killed almost 400,000 people, and millions of people are displaced from their homes, which makes access to water all the more challenging. While the White Nile runs through the country, the water supply is challenging in areas not located on the river. The war has led to a loss of infrastructure, with many boreholes deliberately destroyed. So issues of water supply in countries affected by economic water scarcity have an impact on the Nile. But at the same time, the water situation is affected by very different factors depending on the country and is a much bigger topic in itself. So let's focus on the Nile and the many ways in which countries seek to benefit from it. Historically, the water flow in Egypt was subject to an annual cycle resulting from the summer monsoon rains in the Ethiopian highlands. In Egypt, after months of drought, in late summer the Nile flood arrived. The Egyptians divided the agricultural land into flood basins. These basins were surrounded by dams and equipped with inflow and outflow channels. During the Nile flood, they were filled and then closed for about 6 weeks so that the sludge could settle and the soil could be moistened. The Nile brings more than just water to Egypt. The Nile water carries mineral-containing silt, which transforms the shore land into fertile farmland. After the water was drained from the basins, the sowing took place, and it took only 3 to 4 months to harvest. In the subsequent drought, agriculture was hardly possible. Thus only plants that fit into the schedule could be grown. The original Egyptian calendar, which subdivided the year into 3 seasons, flooding, sowing, and harvesting, originates from this natural yearly cycle. In the 19th century, in order to increase the agricultural yield and grow a greater variety of plants, there was a desire to dam the Nile water and thus be able to irrigate fields even in dry months. Under the reign of Muhammad Ali Pasha, barrages were built on both the Rosetta and Damietta arms in the Nile Delta to control the distribution of water. After Egypt came under British rule, further plans were created to allow year-round irrigation of more fields. The construction of the Aswan Low Dam began, which opened in 1902. At the time, this dam was the largest of its kind, and its height was increased twice in 1912 and 1934. Due to the success of this dam, which was able to store enough water for the annual low water period, the plan to build an even bigger one arose. Construction started on what until today is the largest dam along the Nile, the Aswan High Dam. This dam, completed in 1970, created Lake Nasser, named after the second Egyptian president who commissioned the dam. The lake extends for a length of 550 kilometers or 340 miles, reaching into Sudan. From here on, it is called Lake Nubia. This is the 6th largest man-made lake in the world. One problem when creating the dam was that historic remnants were located at the now flooded site, such as the Abu Simbel temples, which originated during the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses II. In one of the greatest challenges of archaeological engineering, the temples were dismantled and reassembled at a new location that is safe from the flooding. However, Buhen, an ancient Egyptian fortress and settlement, could only partially be rescued. The Horus Temple of Buhen is now located in the Sudan National Museum. The rest of the fortress was flooded by the lake. And more importantly, the lake flooded an area which was home to the Nubian people. For the construction of the dam, they were displaced from their homes, resettled, and hundreds of villages were obliterated. Ever since, there are Nubian efforts to be able to go back to what is left of the land and to receive compensation from the Egyptian government. Creating a man-made lake like this is fascinating in how it speaks for our relationship with the status quo of nature and human history. With the lake, the annual flooding cycle of the Nile in Egypt, which has shaped civilization here since ancient times, came to an end. At the same time, the artificial lake is absolutely essential for agriculture in today's populous Egypt. With this, we conclude the first part of our 2-part series on the Nile. In the second part, we look at
Yeah. That's part 1. We're gonna play part 2, but I'm just gonna answer some of the comments, man. Hassan Yare, I understand you're saying don't enemy guy. I understand this, but Hassan, at the end of the day, look, Rogani, I think a new benefit getting because this time I'm hearing the Renaissance time. Once they build it, they got so much excess power that they want to in the they beyond. I don't know. I don't know. Then again, Hassan, what do you think? Masr, Egypt, I think I'm at the end of the day. That's the thing. I'm thinking Ganatsi, Badad Kanu Haina. That's what I'm saying. You get me? Salaam alaikum, brother Muhammad in the building. You get me? My family, welcome. Sado. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, cotton socks. What did she say? Ethiopia, yeah, East Africa. Brah. You get me? Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, what did my man say? Yeah. What did he say? Fuck both of them. This ain't our business. All right. No, but Kazi, I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah. I don't know. I think it's our business because there's one thing I wanted to show, like I'm talking about at free electricity, not free electricity, obviously nothing's free for life, but maybe Haga, with the electricity we can do it. And what you gotta remember, our 2 rivers, Shabelle and what's it called? The majority of our rivers come through the Ethiopia as well. So that's another thing. We have to look at our sort of benefits as well. But then again, we've got the bud. Let them not do what they're doing, and if we could benefit off them, that's what I'm saying. You get me, man? I don't know. What's this family saying? As somebody, we should keep silent in this. I don't know. I think I agree with you. We should just boom from Dusha and cut down, no? But then again, I don't know, brother, and my brother. I don't. I'm saying at the end of the day, there's a bit where it's saying the neighboring countries like Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, we could benefit off the dam ourselves. So what you lot telling me? You get me? What are you lot saying? If we're benefiting off this dam in deals, and I'm saying one other thing I'm saying as well, Somalia right now, if you look at a lot of African countries, like look up North Africa, them lot they move as a block. West Africa, you see West Africa moving as a block. Well, I'm gonna kill again on Melatag for the rest of our lives. I'm not gonna lie to you. If there's an East African bloc that we should develop, we should be sitting there. That's my thing. We need to be energy independent. But how? We need to use. What are you saying, Hassan? Come on the pitch, man. I'm gonna put the link out. Let me drop the link for anyone that wants to jump in early and have this conversation. But I'm saying, Hassan, Mololo, okay, cool. Well, how should we use? Should we use what's it called? Windmills on the Badot car. We should use our own thing. I know. Look, in this case, we done we're in a win-win situation either ways. I mean, Somaliland's cutting deals with these guys to use the bud. For the Marchi, we all know for the Marchi's best friend right now is Abiy Ahmed. That's clear. That's clear as mud. all three, like him, Musa, Abdul Ghani, Kankala or Jubaland, all of them guys are literally up Abiy Ahmed's ass anyway. So I'm saying, I don't know. What you gotta remember, if you're Masar, I know Masar محل نقطة Egypt. Really, truthfully, what are we gaining from the Egyptian side, really? And that's another question. Yes, we got what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. Wind power and plenty of gas energy. Yes. Well, if we're not using it now, you know حالة now. Hassan, don't pretend like Hassan Yaro. Don't pretend like you don't know حالة the Somali. They know how I said. I'm gonna give right now. Somalia is but in this one, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm stuck on this one. So you tell me what what do you like? That's what I'm saying. Unless they give us a deal, I say we stay neutral. What? that we already neutral. But I'm saying they benefit Nagasako. I'm talking about Toronto, Dubcar, if you're from Mukwege Electric, if you're from the south, Toronto Fikir. Because there's these lot, I'm not gonna lie to you, they've got enough energy to supply 600 million homes. Yeah, there's only 100 million of them. The rest of Africa, they nuclear Caribbean cover. And we're actually dealing with them in that type of. What are you saying, Hassan and HA? A lot of you lot are on the fence, say like 77. وعدوا وعلكنا. Why? I don't think none of our presidents think so. So y'all tell me, you get me. So I'm gonna play part 2 of that video. And let me know, my people. Let's see what part 2 say.
While in the first video of this two-part series, we focused on the importance of the Nile River for its riparian nations, in this video we would like to discuss new initiatives for using the Nile, and we will look at a project that is currently causing a conflict between Egypt and Ethiopia. As already mentioned in the first video, a large part of the population of Egypt lives in the Nile Delta. About 2/3 of the Egyptian population lives here, and about half of the country's agricultural production is achieved here. Due to climate change and rising sea levels, much of this area could be flooded. A sea level rise of just 1 meter would result in a flooding of more than a quarter of the area of the Nile Delta. In order to counteract the high concentration of the country's population, as well as to create more usable agricultural land, Egypt plans to redirect part of the Nile. In 1978, the government started building the Sadat Canal. It allows high water levels to drain into a plateau northwest of Lake Nasser. Between 1998 and 2001, this led to the creation of the Toshka Lakes. The filling represents only a partial success. Since the water here cannot run off and the evaporation in this region is very high, these two lakes have shrunk ever since. But the filling is part of a much bigger venture, the New Valley Project. Originally proposed in 1968 by then-President Gamal Abdel Nasser, the idea was to harness new land in the Western Desert by creating a second river course that connects several oases. In 1997, then-Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak revived these plans and initiated the construction of the Sheikh Zayed Canal, named such based on a substantial financial support from the United Arab Emirates. A huge pumping station was built at Lake Nasser, which pumps Nile water into this canal. Because of the enormous cost and slow progress, some people refer to this project as Mubarak's Pyramid. New agricultural areas were created. However, this type of cultivation requires expensive irrigation systems, and the yield per area is significantly lower than in the Nile Valley. As of today, only the first construction phase was completed, so the canal doesn't reach the first oasis. However, the current Egyptian president al-Sisi announced that he would resume the project. Meanwhile, there are a number of dams on the Nile, such as the Sennar Dam in Sudan, which was completed in 1925. It is used for the irrigation of the Gezira Plain between Blue and White Nile. This is one of the largest irrigation projects in the world. In 1966, the Waseras Dam was opened, which is now also being used for irrigation in this area. And in 2009, the Meroe Dam in North Sudan was finished, which is mainly used for energy production. In Ethiopia, especially since the 90s, more and more dams are being built to generate electricity. However, the Egyptian government heavily criticizes some of these projects. For example, the Belt's hydroelectric power plant, completed in 2010, which was seen as a provocation. Egypt's concern is to get into a dependency, and the government fears getting their water tap turned off by Ethiopia. But the main issue between both countries is this project, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is currently being built near Ethiopia's border with Sudan. With 6,000 megawatts, the connected hydropower plant will be the largest in Africa. With this, the country's power generation capacity would more than double. Not only the electricity supply of Ethiopia would be secured, but the country could even export energy. The resulting reservoir will be one of the largest on the continent. Once this dam is finished, it first has to be filled, which will probably take between 3 to 15 years. Filling can be done either quickly, in which case there would be significantly less water in Sudan and Egypt for this period, or slower, which is not in the interest of Ethiopia. In addition, like any dam reservoir here, the resulting lake will lead to large amounts of water evaporating. Therefore, Egypt fears that the dam will reduce the amount of water and is strictly against the project. In their opposition, the Egyptian government refers to an agreement that governs the distribution of the Nile water. After the United Kingdom withdrew from Egypt and Sudan in 1956, both countries reached the Nile Water Agreement. It states that of the annual water volume of estimated 84 billion cubic meters, Egypt holds rights to 66% and Sudan 22%. Back then, it was estimated that the remaining 12% will be lost through evaporation. The other riparian nations were not even mentioned in the agreement, even though most Nile water originates here. In May 2010, these upstream nations formed an agreement for a fairer distribution of Nile water. Both Egypt and Sudan refused to renegotiate their share of the waters of the Nile. For years, Egypt and Ethiopia have been negotiating about the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, but they have not been able to come to an agreement. Former Egyptian President Mohamed Morsi had repeatedly threatened Ethiopia with war if the two countries don't agree.
If the Nile River's water decreases by a single drop, then our blood is the alternative.
The current Ethiopian Prime Minister and 2019 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Abiy Ahmed has repeatedly affirmed that the dam should not harm Egypt.
I want to tell the Egyptian people we Ethiopians abide to the principles of brotherhood and good neighborhood. We fear God. Therefore, we have no desire to cause harm to the Egyptian people.
And Egyptian President al-Sisi is also in favor of cooperation between the countries. However, they still were not able to come to an agreement. The different interests are difficult to reconcile, but at the same time, all Nile nations are aware that cooperation is important in tackling water problems in the region. In order to secure the water supply for agriculture, industry, and private households, dams along the Nile are an important tool. Proposed increase of seawater desalination plants could also play a role, but they are very expensive and not necessarily environmentally friendly. Similarly, rationing water consumption could prove important. Especially suitable for this is water reclamation, as well as more efficient irrigation methods, for example, through the use of drip irrigation. Historically, the Nile has always played a crucial role in this region, and it illustrates the dependence of human societies on regenerative natural cycles. The usage of the Nile in the context of population growth and climate change are issues that will most likely be central in the coming decades.
Yes, my people. Welcome on the boy maps. Let me see you. We are back in Ethiopia already, and we will continue to do so. Oh Lord, man, know where the boy Mavioso. We know where he stands. Yeah, man. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of people are saying, a lot of people are just chatting shit. Like they're saying, we shouldn't back Habashida, this, that. But I'm saying, look, if there's greater benefits, if there's more electric, I think done they new type. But then again, that's the thing. Don't told the Mesagian on this one. I'm saying, look, when this is if right and the numbers are right, 600 million people could be provided with electricity. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Let me see what this guy's saying. That's how. When did we become a puppet? Since from Marcha, Musa, the guy what's his name, Ahmed Madowe, all of them. Since them guys are our leaders, my brother, you get me? That's when we become puppets. Runtan when I say every single one of them, y'all know every single one of them Chepka Ethiopia Kuchida right now. And that's what it is. That's what it is. I'll say, yo. But that's what a lot of people hack up on. Is it the Habashi expansion? I don't know. Right now, have we seen like this superpower coming up and just saying, Brad, we're taking over shit? Because Runtan when I so not I mean the last 50 years, 40 years, Somali Baskumab, and these guys hired, that's what I love about Habashida, man. There's a couple in my area hiring to don't tell this Magnayan, don't tell this Kapsanian, how sure they could then you get where I'm coming from. Bro, what's that? Bro, no, the government is fully behind. Yeah, man, everyone knows Hassan. This ain't no joke. And the Arab League, what's this? What's this? Let me see. And the Arab League are not happy with that. Bro, bomb them. Hey, bro, what? 219, bomb them, man, there. That's what I'm saying. Who cares? Do we really what bruv? Does this Arab League actually even exist? Made Balot called a Galan. I don't know. That's the American League. I don't call that the Arab League. I call that the American League. The American League full of puppet leaders. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to move away from them guys there. You get me, G? I'm trying to say, yo, why mom? Or what them man I say, but I think because we were sitting there and that's questionable. That's what I'm saying. So that's another question. Let me see what Mohammed's put up on the board. You get me? Yeah, well, boy, it's debatable, G, because certain man they don't know when to stop Arab worshipping, my brother Mohammed. You get me? So the links in the chat. Anyone that some of you guys, 1219 Hassan Yara, Mohammed, stop being finger, like you know what? Stop being keyboard warriors. The links in the chat. I'm gonna put the link in there. You like come over the pitch and say what you gotta say, man. Some of these finger, keyboard warriors. I don't get you guys sometimes, man. Wallah, I don't understand. Come on. Even Hablahani Dharma, they come on the pitch and have what they say, you get me? Big up all the SS sisters. I know you lot have been pissed off with the chats recently, but the one sorry, I apologize. But again, I put out the disclaimer. But like I'm saying, no, for the well, you know what, today I want to see some of these, these guys. Assalamu alaikum, my bro. Eric the King back in the building. Erie King in the building. Yeah, some of you brothers in the chat right now want like for example, this character here, yeah. My brother, you're always talking in the chat. Manta, the link's in there. Brother Muhammad, stop talking in the chat. Come on the link. Rug Manta Skirdiga, man. You give Manta Rug Skirdiga in it. Come on the pitch. Let's see what you lot guys say. Hassan Yara, that goes for you too as well, innit, man? Because if you lot are gonna carry on, I'm just gonna delete you brothers off the chat, innit? Allah, reality, man. Come on, Halaka, but let's get that. Jump on the pitch, bro. Yeah. What's that, bro? What's my man saying? Bro, can I join? Because no, you could just join if you want. It doesn't matter if you're Somali, brother. The link's in the chat. You could speak English, you could be Somali. Just you get me. The link's in the chat. Jump on, and that's about it. You go, yes, my brother. Do you want to come in, my brother Eric King? Come in, man. My Eritrean brother. I want you to We're speaking about the damn thing, innit? You get me? Before I play the other video, I want to know if one or two people today, man, because you know what? You see these keyboard warrior characters come off the chat and just jump on the link and have your say, man. Break side down, man. Let's hear your voices. Let's see what type of characters you lot are, man. Gotta give you lot 5 minutes, man. I'm gonna give you lot 3 minutes. I'm gonna pause up and see what you brothers are saying. Let's all stare at these keyboard warriors, Manta, man. Let's all stare at them. Let's see if let's stare at them, man. Let's stare at that direct team. But anyway, yeah, man. But I'm saying, as the Horn of Africa, as our neighbors, I don't know, man. I'm leaning towards the Ethiopia side, but until someone shows me wrong or someone shows me what else, like, I didn't get that. But boy, you get me. It's funny how the keyboard warriors, they stop typing. Now they're getting drawn out today, man. All you new guys that are always in the chat, man, the links right there. Kudafor, Kamrada Bakhti. Say, Khalid, this is me, bro. This is what I gotta say, man. Have your say, not type what you say. Have your say. Yeah, man. So we're gonna play this other bit. So hopefully one or two brothers or sisters join the chat. You get me? Another time. See, this is what I'm saying, man. Hassan, don't allow it, fam. Allow it. That's why, you know what? I'm not even falling for them ones there. If it's another time, jump off the thing and Melkler Digger said them, my brother. Cause man, I ain't got time for you guys no more, man. You man, they're work guys, but I'm just gonna start deleting your comments out here. I'll get the mod squad to fucking beat you lot off, man. Cause I'm not gonna lie to you. I keyboard warrior can man get their son. You get me? Hi. Yeah. You can Neo. Alright, say that. I said the play. No, but that's a weird thing, man. I'm a keep. I know you are HA, man. That's why I don't even bother with you, brother. That's why I ain't even modded you lot up, man. You lot don't even deserve a mod. But listen to this, yeah. Like I'm saying, gonna play another one. We keep the thing rolling, man. We gotta keep it hot. We gotta keep it rolling. So let's go with this one.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye in Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith. Tonight, Trump says that the talks between Ethiopia, Egypt and Sudan over a controversial $4 billion dam on the Nile that are going on in Washington are going well. The US is helping mediate on the request of Cairo. Also, France's defense minister says that French troops killed a top jihadist leader in Mali last month. Moroccan Ali Meishu was the second in command of the group to support Islam and Muslims. And in the Somali capital of Mogadishu, hope floats. Despite the ongoing instability and regular terror attacks, we take a look at one entrepreneur trying to boost tourism in his city by opening up a restaurant on the waves. But first, top representatives from Egypt, Ethiopia, and Sudan were in Washington on Wednesday for US-mediated talks on the construction of a huge controversial dam being built by Ethiopia on the Nile. It's hoping to start filling up the reservoir of the hydropower project, but Egypt's worried that its water supply is at risk. Now, the Nile traverses 10 countries and the dispute has regional implications. Talks broke down earlier this year, and the new round of negotiations are happening in Washington after Egypt asked US President Trump to help mediate. Now, he met briefly with delegates on Wednesday before the discussions were taken over by the US Treasury Secretary, thus bypassing the State Department that's actually been dealing with the issue since 2011. Nicolas Chemin tells us more.
Egypt relies on the Nile for around 90% of its fresh water. The country is worried that the giant Renaissance dam that Ethiopia is building will affect the flow of the longest river in the world. Ethiopia has yet to fill the reservoir behind its dam, and already Egypt is short of water.
There is very little Nile water. Sometimes there's a bit more in winter because the land doesn't need a lot of water then. But in summer, we don't get any.
Egypt has nearly 100 million inhabitants and Ethiopia just over 100 million. They are the second and third most populous countries in Africa behind Nigeria.
If the Nile water drops, like I said before, any 2% drop of water affects 1 million people. So it's really the more impoverished categories and the farmers, I think, that will be affected most.
The $4 billion Renaissance Dam was announced in 2011. Ethiopia hopes to start filling the reservoir next year. The Ethiopian government accuses Egypt of wanting to maintain a colonial-era grip over the Nile's waters. Cairo currently bases its share of the river's waters on a 1959 deal that gave it 55 billion cubic meters water annually and Sudan 18 billion. But Ethiopia was not party to the agreement and does not recognize it. One of the main sticking points is the rate at which Ethiopia will draw water out of the Nile to fill the dam's reservoir. Addis Ababa says Cairo's requirement of a guaranteed 40 billion cubic meters water is unrealistic.
Well, Ethiopia said that nothing will stop the dam from going forward, and the water war with Egypt has in the past sparked some pretty heated words. Talks of physical conflict has receded, but the stakes remain high. Will Davison from the International Crisis Group tells us more.
Ethiopia wants a new water allocation agreement that distributes the Nile waters equitably between all states. Egypt has a concept of its historic rights to the Nile, and that's key to this dispute. That's the sort of overarching disagreement between the two countries. Much more specifically, relating to this dam, is the issue of how quickly Ethiopia fills the dam in the initial period, and then what the arrangements are for the actual operation of the dam. And the key issue there is timing and water releases. So how much water is Ethiopia going to release each year to Egypt, and therefore over how many years, how gradually is Ethiopia willing to fill this dam? And then that's the sort of the much more specific point of disagreement between the two countries. We can see that conflict is a potential ultimate eventuality, and we know that it's a national security issue and taken very seriously by both sides. That led to this belligerent rhetoric we've seen in the past, but perhaps that's mostly for domestic consumption. It's not clear how it would be in Egypt's interest to worsen diplomatic relations, especially to the extent of actually going to war over this, because it's very much in Egypt's interest to strike an agreement on the dam so that they can be assured of their water supplies.
Trading is not for everyone, but if you are a trader, Plus 500 is the place for you.
William Davison there from the International Crisis Group speaking to me. Well, in other news, at least 37 people have been killed and more than 60 wounded in an attack on a mining convoy in eastern Burkina Faso. 5 buses escorted by the military were reportedly about 40 kilometers from the Bungu gold mine operated by Canadian business Semafo when they were ambushed. We'll bring you more details on that as they come in. Well, police in Zimbabwe stopped government workers from marching, demanding better pay in Harare on Wednesday. The rallies were the latest in a wave of strikes and protests against the difficulties faced by state employees trying to make ends meet as their wages are hit by inflation. On Tuesday, 77 doctors were fired for having been on strike for more than 60 days. The country is facing its worst economic crisis in more than a decade. The government says that it can't afford civil servants' demands. Meanwhile, demonstrators say that they're growing increasingly desperate.
As teachers, imagine you can't even pay for the school fees of your own children for this, the institution that you are teaching, which is just a mockery. So we've got a number of issues which are affecting us. The teachers can't even, the generality of workers can't even afford to get transport to go to their workplaces.
We need a restoration of the value of our salaries to the pre-October 2018 position, where the lowest paid civil servant was earning $475.
Well, the defense ministry here in Paris has said that French troops killed a top jihadist leader in Mali last month. Moroccan Ali Meishou was the second in command of the group to support Islam and Muslims. Wasim Kone has the details.
He was one of the top jihadist leaders in Western Africa and the mastermind behind several deadly attacks in the region. Ali Meishou of the Group to Support Islam and Muslims, or GSIM, was killed by French troops in Mali last month near Timbuktu. The news was broken by French Defense Minister Florence Parly as she returned from an official visit to the region.
On October 9th, France killed the GSIM's second-in-command in the Sahel. Ali Meishou, a religious leader, recruiter, and the mastermind behind several large-scale attacks, was a hate-monger.
Parly explained that Meishou was the second most wanted terrorist in the Sahel, including by the United States. The GSIM encompasses several jihadist groups linked to al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, or AQIM. The group has claimed responsibility for some of the biggest attacks in the Sahel since it was founded 2 years ago. One of them was the Ouagadougou attack in March 2018. The assault on the headquarters of Burkina Faso's military, as well as the French embassy, left 8 people dead. More recently, between 40 and 85 soldiers were killed in an attack by the GSIM on a Malian army camp near Boulikessi in September. Mali's army has been struggling to contain the jihadist uprising, despite help from France as well as African neighbors. France has deployed 4,500 men in the region as part of its Barkhane force, but it has struggled to convince European partners to take part in the operation.
What's the difference between NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange? Not sure? Get a $200 worth coin.
Well, in the Somali capital of Mogadishu, hope floats. Despite the ongoing instability and regular terror attacks, entrepreneurs there are still pushing the boat out and trying to take business risks in the city. The owner of one bar and restaurant has taken to the waves in his bid to bolster his country's small but growing tourist industry. Take a look.
Young people play football on the beach in Mogadishu. Others meet with friends to sing and eat together in a park. Despite the ongoing conflict in the capital, Somalis are looking for quiet places to relax. Abdul Qadir Ibrahim fled the conflict to Italy in the 70s, but after 10 years abroad, he decided to return to the country to create his own business, a floating bar and restaurant.
When I saw in developed countries that there were boats with bars on tourist beaches, I thought it would be a great idea to create a floating restaurant here too.
One of the boat's quirks is that due to a lack of kitchen space, customers need to order their meals 2 days in advance so the chef has enough time to prepare the food. Several restaurants have sprung up on Lido Beach since the Al-Shabaab terrorist group was driven out of the city by African Union soldiers in 2011, bringing many Somalis back to their country. Fadumo lives in England, but comes home for the holidays, visiting her family and discovering the country's new attractions.
It's a great place. And we see the country is growing. And as you can see, we're having a good time on the boat and on our beautiful beaches.
The beach, just one of the few public spaces in the city, has risen in popularity. But this has also made it a target for the Al-Shabaab militants who continue to hit the capital regularly. In 2016, an attack on a waterfront restaurant left 19 dead.
Mogadishu is a resilient city where buildings destroyed by suicide cars are quickly rebuilt, and the youth is afraid of nothing and lives in peace.
Despite tensions, many businesses are emerging in the Somali capital, created by local traders or members of the diaspora. The country is slowly trying to change its image, and it is making inroads. In recent years, many foreign airlines have started to offer flights to Somalia.
Today, from my trading den here in the UK, I'm launching a brand new webinar called the
Well, that's it for Eye on Africa for now. Thanks for joining us, and do so again. Take care.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hello.
Hello, Mubakasa.
Ahmed Gurey 007. Iwar.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, how you doing, brother?
I'm alright. Is that you? 1210.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah, finally, my brother, man. You come out. Welcome to the pitch. Welcome to
No problem. Yeah, Mahatri, no more keyboard warriors.
No, but you know what it is, yeah? Some of you guys, yeah, I just like sometimes it's good to come off the keyboard and have your say and introduce yourself. This is me. This is who I am. This is how I think. You know, it's better to put a voice.
I agree. You said quite a few times in the past to jump on in this, so I thought, why not?
Yeah, why not, bro? Sometimes, and plus, you know what? Killing a man to choker. I thought, you know what? I'm not really a monologue guy. I hate monologuing all the time. You know them ones. I'm a conversationist.
Of course.
You know where I'm coming from, my brother. So what do you think? What do you think about this dispute? I want to hear you. I want to hear you.
It's a good question, wallahi. I think.
Let me add you to the mod squad right now, man. You deserve your stripes now, man. I'm glad I
yeah, I think, to be honest with you, brother, with this one, to go and side with Egypt. Doesn't make any sense to me. You know,
don't tell them how.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I reckon that Somalia should just stay neutral, and that they shouldn't get involved in that dispute between Egypt and Ethiopia. We don't have to support one side or the other. We can just stay neutral.
And I totally agree, but at the same time, if there was, say if there was a war to kick off right now, you get where I'm coming from. Sorry, we got a new brother that wants to come on in as well. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
What happened?
I don't know. I think it's one of these troll guys.
It's got
They want to come on and do some madness. Hello. I thought this, man. I say, man, the guy. My one is Zara and Zine. That's your email address, yeah. All right, say nothing. Zara and Zane. Someone looked out for me, man. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, you like Iyal, my guy here, man.
My gosh.
Why? What the hell is this? Sorry about that, my bro. I think Iyal Mamesh Kasaka, fam. I don't know what the fuck they are. I don't know. Now they're little kids. No, but cause I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, for example, yeah, with this dam right now, Ethiopia could actually power 600 million homes. And I was watching one thing earlier. It's saying that it's gonna power a lot of the neighboring countries, and we fall underneath the neighboring countries. And if you think about it, I've been thinking to myself, why is Musa, Farmaja, all these guys getting powerly with this Ethiopian guy right now? And plus, you know, there is turmoil going on in Ethiopia right now. Do you think this will, do you think this would be a rally call for the Ethiopians? Oh, look, we've got an enemy. The Galbad shit up. What do you think about that, my broski?
That's a good point, brother. Well, you know what? With that, I think it's gonna help them because already they got problems in Ethiopia. So it is going to be a rally call for them. But the dam is important. They're trying to push ahead, and I think they will push ahead. Ethiopia.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Sorry, we got a new guy, Ahmed. Who's this? Some mad language. Hello. Ahmed, sorry, Ahmed Guri. I do apologize. Hello, who's this? I'll just find out who these people are. It's the lad. It's the lad. Reaper, walk on. Hello. Sorry, it's Reaper. Sorry, some interesting characters. Come on the picture again. Now, my brother.
What was I saying? Go. You said it's going to be a rally call for Ethiopia.
Do you think it would be a rally call if these guys actually right now, if they go to you see what's going on? Oromiwa Kai, their place. Tigriga are doing their own thing. Amhara are doing their little sneaky business. What's going on with all the hubs? So right now, do you think that would be a rally call? Look, we got a war. Right now, Saka. Do you think? I don't know.
No, you know what? To be honest, Khaled, they won't go to war. They won't go to war, man. They're posturing in there and they're trying to, say he's trying to sound like threatening, whatever. But it's not going to go to war. But it's going to unite Ethiopia, and Ethiopia needs a bit of unity because they got the problem with the, Oromos at the moment. But you have to look at is Egypt. They're still going to get their water. It's just all it comes down to how quickly Ethiopia fills it down.
Yeah, that's true.
So then you have to think, okay, why can't they negotiate a deal? I think I was reading a little bit about it, and it's to do with is the contract binding or not binding?
No, but what you gotta remember with the lake as well. Like I work in construction right now.
Yeah.
And I've realized the blue, the lake that they're talking about, the blue dam, it's like a pump. Do you get where I'm coming from? It's like a pump that pumps out the water.
Right.
People don't understand really about aggregation, all of that. Yeah. Basically, that's more the pump that pumps the river going up and down. So in a way, if they do with this dam, sometimes they cut the dam off or it is gonna affect a lot. Like I'm talking about, not apparent, maybe, you know, and with climate change as well.
Yeah.
You have to put that to example. Like there's a lot of countries benefit off the Nile, and
That's
even some of our rivers, like Jubal or Shabelle, I don't know if they're connected, but some of our fresh river waters do come from flow down from Ethiopia to the sea. So really, it is gonna maybe in the long run do it. I don't know. I agree.
Yeah. Well, I know what you mean. It's complicated. Like, Egypt is going to be. That's why they haven't probably come to an agreement, because, like you said, if they can just like almost turn off a tap just like that, Egypt are not happy with that, are they? Because they can't afford to go with that water. There's so much life, you know, that
that the Nile does provide.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. It's a difficult one, but I think for Somalia to get involved is not in their interest. I don't know if you heard about, Egypt delegation went to Hargeisa to speak to Musabihi, and they want to, looks like they want to build a base in Berbera. That's the rumor.
Ethiopia.
Yeah. There's the rumors. It's not. I don't know whether it's true or not. I know Egypt was definitely in Hargeisa, but again, it's not. You know, it's not in Somaliland's interest either for them to allow Egypt to build a military base. Like what interest? It's almost, you know, the problem.
But we had Dubai. We had Dubai there.
Go on.
Ahmed Guru, we had Dubai. They wanted to build a base there, but I think did that get terminated as well?
That got the Dubai situation was a little bit different, though, to be honest. It was, but this one, you can't just come to Hargeisa and then just get what you want. That's not. It's not. Yes, you know, that's weak. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Mohammed asked me. Somali speakers, what history are you going to do? Is about the Pharaoh? Nah. Ban all of that.
You understand my point, though? You can't just come and suddenly say it's just like that.
No, but all right, cool. But
you just become a yes man there. Okay, a military base in Berbera. Okay, well, you here say hi. And then you got to understand the connection between Somaliland and Ethiopia with the Berbera corridor, the port. They got a stake in there, like I think 19%. It's not smart.
Yeah, 19%.
It's not smart, Khalid. It's not really.
But with me, like I said to you, let's not Ahmed. Ahmed Guri, let's not one thing we do. Let's not become Djibouti with all these military bases. That's one thing. Any military was not our military. Wouldn't Yana Sargilin. Even these Amazon guys, even all these guys. Look, I'm a lander, yeah. I'm telling you.
I am as well, I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, same here. So listen to this. Where I'm coming from, all right, we've got, like, you know, I know a lot of people are gonna be like, but reality, we've got a different military base here, and we've got our own Eden. Why the hell should you have a foreign Eden army anywhere in your country? To me, that's something iffy. And look at Djibouti right now. There's how many countries? There's about what are they doing?
But that's how Djibouti stays relevant, though. They play that game, and they've been doing it for years.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. But then again, one day it's gonna bite you in the ass.
Yeah, of course.
At the end of the day, Shi'b basically Shi'b and fucking Iran people. So it's gonna be a totalitarian state.
Yeah.
For me, like I said, yeah, I was pissed off when I was in Hargeisa these times when the deal was happening, the Berbera deal. And then when I found out part of the deal was a military base, a UAE military, and these times, you got to remember, the Sheikh of the Yemen were cruel.
Yeah.
This was when the Yemen thing was popping. So I realized.
Houthis, I remember that.
With the Houthis, so I clocked it. Okay, brothers, these men just want a strategical base. They kept in the incident. I'm not gonna lie to you, that hurt me on that deal. Because I was watching the foreign minister getting grilled by Ina Ahmed Morgan. He was in a hotel, so he was like, he was explaining to the Sha'ab, well, it's 5 million. The first year's money is not in the deal. So everyone's like, where's the first year's money? Again, the first year, some people said, but 30 years, 5 million, to me, that was perfect. And then when I heard there was a military thing on top of that, I was like, hey,
it's a bum deal.
It's a bum deal. It's a bum deal. This is what I'm saying. It is a bum deal.
Yeah, but it's worked out though for Somaliland because there's no more military base. They're going to turn it into a civilian airport, something like that. Yeah. So that worked out, and to be honest, we needed that investment. At the time, I was a bit like I was against it. It seemed a bit shady, what was going on. But looking at it now, with DP World, they're good at what they do, and they are turning Berbera into a modern airport, Mukti, and it makes sense to link it to Ethiopia in the sense, even though I didn't like the deal, the percentage we got was not the best, but Ethiopia, a population of 110 million, is a lot of money.
A lot of trade. A lot of trade with global.
Exactly.
So and what you got to remember, we're unrecognized and we're still young as well. We're 20, we're only 29 years old, so we're unrecognized. So that's a bonus as well now there, yeah.
Yeah,
definitely. And that's why I tell a lot of people, a lot of people, there's a lot of skeptic. Me myself become a skeptic because of the last regime, full Musa. Really, I was against what Silai and these lot were doing for the last couple of years. That was, I think, he was totally worst president of Somaliland's history,
100%.
and I put that out there. And I like what, but I didn't like that. But then again, when I thought of it, I was just like you. Look, at the end of the day, 20 years, we need investors.
Yes.
It might be a shit deal for now, but in the long term, once we've got some main investors in the country like Toyota, Coca-Cola, DP projects, it shows the international stage. Actually, there is a place. It is thriving. We can do business with these people.
Exactly. And there's a lot of geopolitics that go on, and so in a way, it worked out okay.
It did, Ahmed. I'm not gonna lie to you. At first, I was like 5 million, and I was like, Djibouti next door, China, they just take I don't know, but I think it's 100 million, 200 million each year, or a lot of countries, isn't it? They take a nice little chunk off them. So I was being greedy. I was looking at them numbers. I was saying, how come we're not doing that?
Yeah.
But then again, I realized, okay, we're not recognized. We're tied.
Exactly, we're not recognized, and we got a good. It's difficult to do business in the international community. Really tough. So I think that did open up a lot of doors because a lot more countries now want to do business with Somaliland. If you talk about Somaliland specifically, and even I don't know if you know the latest one with Taiwan. Which
what do you think about it? You know what? I don't know what's going on. Ahmed, do you know about more of it than I do?
To be honest, with Taiwan, Taiwan, as you know, is not recognized itself, but then it's a good model for Somaliland to follow in the sense that they haven't been recognized 50 years, and it's one of the 12 richest country in the world. So it's one of the richest countries, definitely one of the top richest countries in the world. So for Somaliland, it's almost like a plan B in the sense of it can guidance on how to develop links, how to develop your economy, and also if you look at it,
role model to look at.
Exactly.
And
also I mean education, what do you call it, science, fisheries. They've got actually pretty strong military as well. So with the Navy and all piracy and all that goes on, they can train. And for them, they're looking for, because China has been isolated them. So for them, is almost like they need it. They need us, and we need them. So they're going to reverse that trend where China's isolating, and they've got a new, you could say, ally in a way, or on the international, at least someone that they can deal with. And where Somaliland is geostrategic in the sense that they can, get their goods into Africa, or they've got a foothold basically in East Africa.
And I think it's about time. I think it's about time in Aldero. I think it's about time where we do step out of the shadows and actually start doing things. You
have to be aggressive, Khaled. And you know what? It worked in a way, because now US is supporting the Taiwan and the Hargeisa deal, because China put a lot of pressure on Somaliland to kick the Taiwan out. So you've got that game, haven't you, with China and the West, basically.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they've got themselves in the picture a little bit. So so I think people say it's risky because China got a veto, and if you look at Somaliland, it's a good idea to go against China if you're looking for recognition. It's a matter of opinion, isn't it? But I think if you're looking at the angle of Somaliland, recognition when it's going to come. But if you develop your economy, that's something you can work on right now somehow. So
that's what I'm saying. With the right leadership. And you know what? I was a bit harsh, at first there. I was because with me the whole Silaya thing with Colombia. Even I was in Hargeisa on the vote, so everyone's like I'm not shy, I'll tell a lot of people I'm Sam in it. A lot of people are like, Khalid, how can you not support Musa? And I was like, no, I'm anti-Colombia because of what they're doing. But now since he's took over, he cut the ministry down.
Yeah.
He cut a lot of things down, and it's I think everyone was such a good ticket. He's making
even the military service as well for all the introducing that was a good idea. Getting all the youth to have compulsory military service, and cut down on the corruption. And even the way, you know, when they had that Somalia talks, he was like, you know, he spoke very well.
He spoke well. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, yo, go on, Musa.
Yeah,
like, he wasn't having it. Like, so at the same time, with Taiwan and all of this, I'm thinking, you know what? All right, cool. Like, there is prospect. I see hope.
Yeah, it's a clever move.
It's a clever move. And sorry, my brothers and sisters that are like, Kylie, what's going on today? I thought it was about you. Look, with any positive light about any aspect of Somalia. Right now, I just played the guy that he's making business on boats. He reminds me of London. Like, I'm a Londoner, bro. I see a lot of that in the River Thames, that people on the boats eating. So any positivity from any region of the Horn of Africa, we always praise. We always praise. So I don't care what no one says right about now. We're praising the deal and
yeah, that's what we got. You know, the problem with Somalia, we're Hasnima Mokti is, as in, like, they don't want anybody to progress. It's almost like if they're progressive, it's bad news. But they got to change that mentality.
No, we got to
doing what doesn't matter. As long as we're all doing well, that's good news. You know,
that's what I say. You know what I've told a lot of people. My whole ethos is everyone go and work on themselves and their regions, and then bring something to the table.
Yes,
you get me? I don't go governor or I don't go governor. I can't be like rare. I'll start talking. After you, everyone fix up their shit, come together and say, you know what? And right now, East Africa, I'm on this concept. If East Africa move as a block, what do you think of that, Ahmed?
You know what? It's a good idea. It's going to take a while to come into fruition, but if there's a long-term vision, is a good vision. Think about it, the way the EU come together and the benefit it had for them. We got aim for that, and a lot of even West Africa is doing that. West Africa got their own block now. They're trying to get rid of the influence of France.
And the eco money thing. I'm down with that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. And then most of East Africa is moving as a block as well.
Yeah, they have to do that.
Yeah.
And the only way it's going to develop is if we stop this you know, all of this, which is just crippling us.
The girl, I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Yo, sorry, Ahmed. Big up Reaper, walk one.
No, accent. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, brother.
Well, can I add something to the discussion about
go ahead, man.
the East Africa blog?
You wanna hold up the panel? I'm gonna come back in 2 minutes, man. I'm gonna come back.
Ahmed, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Are you okay?
Good. Well, can I be honest about this whole East Africa nonsense? This whole Africa bloc. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Why would I want Somalia?
Why would I want Somalia? I want to hear your reasons.
I'm gonna come back. Ahmed grilling for me, bro. I'm coming back.
All right, go on. Why wouldn't it work?
Like, I just feel like it doesn't work. Like, you have to understand, due to our history with Kenya and Ethiopia, even if we did have a Horn of African Union, it still wouldn't work. That's how I think about it. And it's best if every country goes by itself separately.
Yeah, I understand, but the way the world's working is everyone's trying to get together in different blocks. So, you know, for trade, for everything.
Again,
you have to trade with your neighbors. Like, for example, Ethiopia, we're going to have strong. They've got like large population. We already got strong economic ties. Kenya. So I think this separation is not, or isolation. You could call it isolation.
It's about different. What
do you propose?
No, what I'm trying to say is, when you just mentioned like trade, like Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening here. What do you propose?
Like, I'll give an example. Like, Angola does countries like Angola, Mozambique, it does most of its trade and imports from Portugal, for example.
Okay.
And let me ask you this simple question: how come Somalia doesn't have a Pepsi plant in Somalia? It doesn't have a factory in Somalia producing Pepsi.
Mm-hmm.
How come? Yeah, if you go to Somalia, whether it's in Mogadishu or Las Anod or Beledweyne, how come we don't import Pepsi from Ethiopia or from Kenya? It's mainly imported from, what's it called, UAE, mainly from Dubai. Why is that? Instead from our neighbors, since it would be cheaper to get it. What does that tell you?
Because there's no factories in Ethiopia that produce Pepsi?
They do produce Pepsi. I've drank Pepsi in Ethiopia.
Are you sure there's factories that produce Pepsi?
Yes, there's factories. There's factories in Kenya. There's factories in Ethiopia. But my point I'm trying to make is, why is it? I'll give you another example of trade. Why if you look at amongst other Africans, like I remember I watched a program in Nigeria, and I don't want to go off topic, but this is an example. They asked the people, would you buy Nestle milk powder made in Nigeria, Nestle milk powder which says Nigeria, or from France? Guess what most of the people said? I prefer the product from France. But you'd think to yourself, hold on a minute, it's fresh. Like, this is Africa, bro. Most of the food stuff and that is fresh. Why would you want to get it from Europe? What does that tell you in terms of products, trade?
What does it tell me? Tell me, Ishad, why do you think that is that way?
Why don't Africans trade with other Africans in terms of importing products, like certain stuff? I just mentioned the beverage products. Yes, I know there's a Coca-Cola factory in Hargeisa. I'm talking about Pepsi.
No, but you know what? Yeah, you making a point saying basically what your premise is that is there should not be a East African Union. Yeah.
No,
so
but what I'm trying to say is
why they should do something like, for example, get it from what's the alternative? That's why I'm asking you.
I'm saying this.
I'm not really hearing an answer in the sense of you're not giving me what do you propose as an alternative?
Like, yeah, I have to go back here. I think all African countries are independent. Like, I don't like Somalia imports and trades with countries like India, China, Malaysia, the Middle East, and if you go back ancient times, like I just wouldn't want to trade with a country like Ethiopia due to conflict of the past. Same with Kenya and.
That is, I think that's a bit, what's the word? You're limiting yourself when you talk like that, because we're not in conflict with them, and this is purely.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, I don't want to sound tribal. But why would I want to trade with?
Hold on a second, hold on. This is, if you think about it, this is interesting. We're not, we're not at war. Every country has something called interest. That's all that matters. It's not friends or enemies. It's there's interest. If something is beneficial, and it makes more sense to get it from your neighbor, you get it from your neighbor, and you don't want to be imported everything anyway. You want to be make sure that there's also you're exporting and you're producing in your own country. And Africa, really, that's one of the problems with Africa is they're importing too much. They should really be exporting and producing more,
No, but hello.
So I think that the mentality where you're saying is Kenya, Ethiopia, you're not comfortable with it. It's not conducive. Yeah,
So you think? Sorry, Ahmed, can I add to something on just what you're saying? Let me pick back up to Europe. World War I, World War II, West was same, bro.
Exactly.
They're allies. We're sahibin. When it comes to moolah and money and benefit, don't tada kuchita.
Exactly. That's what he doesn't understand.
My brother Muhammad Ali on Facebook, he's part of the Facebook family. He just said it right now. We cannot forever be in conflict with Ethiopia or Kenya.
No.
Sometimes I don't turn on Karano.
That's why that's exactly interest maslaha.
So listen to this here. Repo and Ahmed Guri here. If this dam in the future it could power 6 million homes. There's only 100 million of them in Ethiopia. Do you know how much power juice? In the construction industry, we call that juice, baby. We call that juice.
Juice.
How much? Yeah, that juice could do a lot for everyone.
Of course it can. Of course, and that's what they say. The dam is going to change the whole face of the East Africa.
Can I add something to the situation in southern
and
Somalia?
That's another reason. Sorry, Reba, to interrupt, but that's another reason why you shouldn't have this mentality of let's not do business with Ethiopia. That's going to benefit you, and the business that's going to benefit you. You can't be cutting off. It doesn't make any sense.
We've been sleeping for the last 30 years as well. Go ahead, Reaper.
I'm just saying to you that we should also, when it comes to industrialization of Somalia, we should manufacture our own goods, and we should import things that we need. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you have to understand what I'm saying is we are.
But Reaper, right now, the whole of Somalia, whether you're north, south, east, whatever region you are, For Tottenham hard, no matter, we need investments. We need people to fuck with us so we can make money and get back on our feet. That's the situation, dire situation when we put ourselves.
We already got investment. We've got we've already got investment coming in. Like
that's
you mentioned. No, wait. Let me give an example about. Let me get to the situation of the Shabelle House. You said earlier on, Ahmed Gure, while I was listening. Like Ethiopia is a threat to us here. Look at southern Somalia. Southern Somalia is the breadbasket of Somalia. I repeat, southern Somalia is the breadbasket of Somalia, where Sonkorta, Bananaha, Beriska. You could just think about it. And I've seen it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I've seen it on the Somali website. They published photos of the Shabelle House drying up. Like, do you have any idea? South Somalia is more populated than the north, and and it's the breadbasket, And Ethiopia, you're talking about Ethiopia. It's not only a threat to Egypt. By the way, I do not like Egypt, nor do I care about Egypt. But if you look at Ethiopia, the situation along with the Ogaden, they could just easily cut us off. And also with climate change, what do you think about that? The breadbasket, they're threatening us, and also at the same time, we are at war with them.
When are they threatening us? I want to know when are they threatening us? You got to think about it.
Ethiopia is meddling in Ethiopia. No, but Ethiopia is meddling in
Think about it.
Alaikum assalam. Alaikum assalam.
Yes, Khalid.
Yes, brother. Welcome. Welcome,
Good. How you doing, guys? You good?
Alhamdulillah, brother. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, akhi. All good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Go on, Reaper. What are you saying?
Go on, Reaper. Yeah,
No, but you have to understand the situation, and you have to understand with the Oromo situation, the mass migration into it.
Okay.
Ethiopia is a threat to us economically.
Economically, it's a threat.
Not just economically, militarily.
Yeah.
And along with Kenya, right? Yeah, there's a very, very dangerous game playing on. Along with for example, you took like military base you mentioned as well. Why are we going to let the Arabs, like Emirates, have a military base? And recently, the Egyptian officials delegate came to Hargeisa. I won't be surprised if Egypt wants to establish a military base. Why are we going to let our
the Emirates haven't established a military base? I got to correct you on that. And when you're saying that we shouldn't do business with them because they're enemies, you can't think like that. You got to think interest. What if it's going to help you?
No, but I'm talking about Somalia being taken advantage of. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, if you look at this, I believe that we should remain neutral. Do you understand what I'm saying with the Egypt and water?
But
what I'm trying to say is but I'll give you an example. Why is Somalia being sucked into the Gulf crisis? Why is Somalia going to? I have a feeling Somalia is going to be sucked into this Egyptian war and this Yemen war. We've already got enough problems as it is. Like, it's just we've already got our problems.
The Yemen war has been going on for a while. We haven't been sucked in. And this Egyptian,
there are people who try to suck in.
This Egyptian is not even going to lead to war anyway. They're just talking.
Yeah, I agree.
Over the time.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I don't think there's going to be anything popping off anyway, man. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. And for Somalia, if it's in your best interest, then why not, bro?
Exactly. You understand?
You get me? You shouldn't be blocking things off like that, man.
No.
If you're gonna, you know what I'm saying? If it's gonna work out cheaper for you, or you're gonna gain, your people are gonna gain. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no, I agree, brother. You know, that's how the world works. I think Khalid was saying about that. Europe went to war, 2 world wars, and then what? They turned it into the EU, which is, you know, it's pretty successful.
Well, they go hand in hand and they work together.
Yeah, exactly.
Will again, these guys, Someone said Ethiopia is building a navy base. Okay. Is that what you're saying? What do you lot think of this?
No, the Ethiopia do
listen, they're not even united themselves.
Yeah.
To fight
right now.
other countries or whatnot. Right now, they're not even united.
But you know what, Eric? This is what I was saying earlier. Yeah, before you come on here, I was saying this to man like Ahmed Gure. Yeah. I was saying this here. How about this could be the united cause that they need? Sometimes you need, a nation needs an enemy to galvanize its people. Like to say, yo, we've got a threat, we've got an enemy. These are the pagans. Do you think that this say Ethiopians go ahead, they do what they're doing. Egypt's not happy. Egypt goes out for a military strike. Don't you think all Ethiopians come together During that a rally
Nah.
call.
Nah. Shall I tell you why?
I know why it's
gone too
tense. I know
far.
it's tense.
It's gone too far. There's like 300 people dead. So people are trying to get their own back. They're trying to get their blood back. You get? And it's right now. It's going off. You get? And these Oromo people, they've been hurting for time. And the Tigray people, they're trying to stay in power and that. But you see, if you go back in history, I don't want to come off topic here, but see if you go back in history, you see the Tigray people, the Eritreans put them in power, bro. That Meles Zenawi guy,
Yeah.
they put him in power. You get? But coming back to I don't think it's gonna go anywhere because right now them lot got, you know what I'm saying. I think Egypt had a lot to something to do with this Oromo and that. You get? They're trying to destabilize them. So if beef does kick off,
no, definitely,
there's gonna be less people.
Yeah.
Like out of the 100 million Ethiopians, gonna be about probably like 30 million fighting 100, maybe like about 80 million, whatever, how much military they got. You get how much they're gonna put to the table. But you know, I don't think it's gonna go anywhere anyway.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I agree, Harry. Egypt is trying to destabilize it because they sent some weapons to Somalia. That's what it was on the news anyway, to Hamad, I think.
Ahmed Kuray.
You know, and I think that as well.
Yeah, I agree, bro.
I think they will try. Even they said they're going to try and arm the Ogaden, and they'll probably try and be involved in the Oromo. But I still agree with Khalid about the rallying call, though, because Oromo situation, Ethiopia has been unstable for a long time, and I think that the dam is going to change things a lot. If people are not kind of rich and where they're sitting, they're not going to be interested in the gap. So I think
now you see with that you see like with the Oromo people, they feel like they're the indigenous people, innit? They feel like this is our land. How can these lot be in power for so long and there's nothing going good for us? So they're trying to do their thing, you get? But
you got to remember
at the same time, there has been some kind of influence from Egypt. I feel like there has been. Like, it's a bit weird how all of this kicked off, then they're beefing all of a sudden, you get?
But the beef was there before Egypt, though, right? The beef has always been there. There's nothing to do with Egypt. The Oromo beef has been there for time.
The tension's been there, but as far as a lot of people like this died, I don't know. I don't think
Oromos have been getting killed, way before Egypt got involved. Way before, because they've been marginalized for a long time. So Egypt is not as a bigger influence as you say it is, really, to be honest. You know.
No, I'm not saying it has a lot of influence. I'm saying it right now. I feel like it does. You get it? But there's no evidence for that. You feel me?
They're taking advantage of the situation, definitely.
And Oromo and Tigray and whatnot, these lot have been going back and forth for a long time.
The Oromos are politically weak. They've been weak for a long time. There's 40 million.
But now, what do you guys think of Abiy Ahmed sitting there, though? A lot of people tell me he's a puppet.
But look.
He is a puppet. Yeah, he is.
He's trying to stay in power. You see them lot. Yeah, you see the Tigray people. Yeah, they're trying to stay in power because if you go back, Selassie used to kill them. You know, Haile Selassie used to kill them. He used to violate them. Do you get? He used to bomb them, kill them, and violate them until when you get, like, a lot of things happen, and now they're trying to stay in power. They're not trying to let no one. You get? So, and the rest are noticing this. You get? So that's what the whole thing's about, man.
Well, who's staying in power? Tigray.
Sorry?
Do you say that Tigray is trying to stay in power?
Tigray is trying to stay in power.
They're not in power, the Tigray. Abiy Ahmed's Oromo.
No, he's Oromo. But what I'm saying is the Tigray, the reason why they're beefing right now is because they're trying to stay. They're trying to come back because if they get left in the back, like, look.
But they're not beefing.
I don't know if you lot heard.
The Tigray are not beefing, bro. It's the Oromo that's beefing. It's not the Tigray.
But the Tigray are involved, bro.
They're involved because they're in the army, whatever military, but they're not. It's not their area.
They're involved. They got there. Listen, you wouldn't be involved if you're not trying to get any benefit or anything out of it. They're involved for a reason. You get me?
But they're involved because they're in the army. That's all it is. There's no other involvement really. Think of what, like, Tigray trying to get into power. I don't. Who's their leader then?
I guarantee
you. Into power. Why in the areas you don't hear nothing about Tigray uprising? It's all to do with Oromos because that singer got killed. And
let me show you one thing. Let me just show you one thing. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard or it's not really out there like that, bro. Yeah, but it's out there within the community, Eritrean community. The Tigray people 3 weeks ago, they put out £10 million. You get? They all raised £10 million. No, stuff like it's 20 million, yeah, to kill Siyaasa Afwerki. You get? To kill the president of Eritrea. Then they sent my man to go and kill him. They told him we got someone inside there that's gonna do the. You get? And now Siyaasa has found out. He's made like a little coup kind of thing, and then when the man come through, he took them. Like he took the guy and he told him, listen, tell them that you've killed me, and bring the like you get, because the deal was we're gonna give you 10 million, and when you kill him, we'll give you another 10 million. You get? So they held him and they said, yeah, tell him that you killed me, and then they sent another 10 million. You feel me? And then so the Tigray people now, yeah. They got a lot of they got a couple different things they're trying to do. They're trying to take over Eritrea, and at the same time they're trying to they feel like they're getting left out in Ethiopia. You get? They're trying to say that Eritrea are the same people as them, and Eritrea saying no, we're not the same people as you. You get? You get? Like we're not the same people as you, but there's people that speak the same language. You see the Tigray people. The Tigrinya people in Eritrea, they speak the same language. They are the same people. They're Orthodox. They're Christians. They were
So if they're the same people, how come they
everything is
split
the
up,
same. So what they're trying to say is we're the same people, isn't it?
Yeah.
But all the acts, all the other tribes and whatnot, they're saying no, we're not having it. You feel me? So now the Tigray people, they feel left out in Ethiopia, and Eritrea is not trying to hear nothing. And so they're trying, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to do something. But the other day, you know, it was all over the media. It was all over the media, bro.
I didn't know.
Siyaasa Afwerki took the £20 million and went to Ethiopia while they were celebrating. The Tigray people were celebrating, saying we killed him. Now all we got to do is go to Eritrea and take over. He was in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, cutting a cake. He cut my man. He cut Abiy Ahmed 10 million. He took the 10 million and came back. When their people found out now, they're trying to kill Abiy Ahmed. They're saying, how are you going against us? You know, we put 10 million. We put 10 million from people all around the world. You get from people Canada, Australia, all over the world, you know, Africa, whatnot.
Yeah.
To body my man. And you went against us. You get? So, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of tension going on. The Oromos, the Tigray. You know what I'm saying, bro?
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Siyaasa Afwerki and Abiy Ahmed, I don't know where that relationship came from, fam. Something big with them two. You know, they're very tight, very, very tight. For, you know what I'm saying, for you to be finding out information and people to kill you, and you're splitting peas and whatnot, and you feel safe to go into the country while people are saying they want to kill you. You took the money, you should have stayed in your country, but you're going into their country, cutting a cake with my man and giving him 10 million. You get? So I don't know, man. It's all weird. You get? But,
I didn't know that. You see, bro, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that's going on. You get? So the Tigray people, they feel left out. Them people there, they feel left out. So they're trying to come back in power. But Eritrea, they will never ever get in power in Eritrea. So they're trying to go to Ethiopia. But the Oromos are trying to do their thing. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to take over either Oromos or Eritrea. But I don't know.
I can't see that happening.
You're going to hear about something though soon. You're going to hear about something soon.
You reckon?
Something. The Tigray people just lost money. They're pissed off. They've been trying to kill the Eritrean president. You know, they ain't getting no love shown to them from Ethiopia. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they feel that that's what's going on right now, man. But definitely the Tigray people are trying a thing right now. And there's a lot of chaos going on in Ethiopia. So, and when I look at Egypt and Egypt, there's a lot of poverty and whatnot. But I don't think
also Egypt Egypt is battling a war in Libya. They got a Libyan problem and they got a Sinai problem. In Sinai, they got an insurgency.
Yeah,
but
Egypt.
I don't.
Not with Ethiopia, no chance.
Yeah, man. But I feel like Somalians should do business with the neighboring countries.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
They should, man. And Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, all of that should link up, man. But obviously, there's a lot of hate and a lot of animosity and a lot of things that's happened in the past. So it's like trying to get beyond what happened in the past. It's like, whoa, it's like the younger generation maybe got to do it, but the older generation, them lot are angry, man. They lost a lot of brothers, a lot of cousins, a lot of
Bro,
You know what I'm saying?
how
So
can there be peace between Ethiopia and Somalia and Kenya while they're occupying like Somali territory? Like my grandfather was a colonel in the Somali army back in the 70s, fighting the Ogaden war. Like, and also there's a lot of tribalism, not just in the Horn
say
of
that
Africa.
again. Your dad was back in the Ogaden war.
No, my grandfather was in the
Okay.
army,
What, the Somalian army or the?
the Somali army.
Okay.
He was a colonel.
Okay, he's fighting the. Okay.
Ari, are you from Eritrea, bro?
I'm from Eritrea, bro. Yeah.
Ah, okay. So how do you see this Abiy Ahmed then? You got probably a better idea than us.
Listen, you see Abiy Ahmed. Abiy Ahmed come out of nowhere, bro. He come out of nowhere, yeah. And what he did was, he done a lot of good, bro. In his country, they were saying he's a messenger. Like the messengers come. Some people were saying, do you get? He's freeing a lot of people out of prison. He united with Eritrea for that little land that they were fighting for, that little bit that they were fighting for. He united for that. He said, "You lot take that. Let's do business. Let's build our infrastructure, everything." You get? And then 2-2s, they were chilling. Everything was cool. He got an award from America.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I'm saying? Isias Afwerki never got an award from America. He got the award from America. So who is he? Where did he come from?
True.
What is he doing? You get? I question all of these things. You get? And then,
but you got to
link up with him.
You know, bringing Eritrea and Ethiopia together. That's a good thing, right?
Say that again.
I said bringing Ethiopia and Eritrea together was a good thing, right? Can you hear me?
Yes. I hear you loud and clear. It depends. Well, I don't know if there's good intentions, everyone's coming proper, then why not, bro? But if there's something booky going on, and you got hidden agendas, then I'd rather not do business with you, man. I'd rather you lot stay over there and you get it. We're here.
Yeah,
you know
I understand. Do you reckon he's got hidden agendas?
Last time I checked, they were trying to take the sea. They were trying to take the Red Sea.
Yeah, they do.
We put them in power. We put Meles Zenawi in power. We put him in power. You see what happened was, yeah?
Yeah.
Haile Selassie was killing the Tigray people. He was bombing them, shooting them, sending soldiers there. They were, you know what I'm saying, pulling women out their yards, just violating them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Trashing their yards and whatnot. And then these times we was held by Italy. You get? Italy had Eritrea. But when I say it was colonized, it wasn't colonized in a slavery kind of way. It was colonized in a respectful kind of, but it was colonized.
Yeah.
And then basically Italy tried to give Ethiopia Eritrea.
Right.
You get?
Yeah.
They initially they came through all the Haile Selassie come through, all of his ambassadors, all of his military, all of them generals, they all come through to Eritrea. They said, yeah, they cut the ribbon. They said, we're taking Eritrea. And straight away, as soon as the Italians left, they were on some bully boy thing. They were on some, guys, you can't come here. This is our little spot. Do you know what I'm saying? They were just violating. So the Eritreans linked up. They used to link up at night. There was a guy called Ahmed Idris Awate. He was a Tigray guy, not Tigray Muslim. They're a whole different thing to the Tigray people. They're Muslim, you know what I'm saying? Hamis, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? We're Muslim, you know what I'm saying? Ramadan, whatnot is an act, you get Tigray. He's from Eritrea now, yeah. My man started the war between Ethiopia. He shot the first bullet and killed someone that was a higher leader in them. And from there, all of the men linked up at night, and they used to do plans, and they started taking over all the cities, you get? And then when they took over all the cities, the Tigray people now from Ethiopia, they come through. They said, listen, we're getting violated in Ethiopia. Let's link up and take over the whole thing.
Right.
You get? They said, can we take over Eritrea? You lot will take your land. We will even give you more land, you get? But we was like, no, we don't want your land. This is us. We're going to take over. We're going to do the damn thing. But you lot, if you want, you lot can stay over there. And we was training them, bro. They didn't know nothing. We trained them. You know what I'm saying? Then they were half-hearted. A lot of them died. You get? They weren't fighting. With us now, yeah, it was a long struggle, bro. But they come right at the end. They come like after 27 years of us fighting. You get? We took over the whole thing. They kept on trying to come back, and a lot of us died. You get? But a lot of them died. You got to remember there was only 3 million Eritreans at that time, and there was like about 90-something million of them. 60,000 died within that whole 30 years of Eritreans. 60,000 died, and every name is called for. With
Wasn't it
Ethiopians
200,000?
now, there's more than 300,000 people dead. You get?
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a lot
of people, and they were half-hearted. They weren't on some because their country, they were in peace, bro. They were living good. There was like warring us, going back. You know what I'm saying? Staying with their wives, doing their thing, and then coming back. Then you know what I'm saying? But we was holding it down. You get? You know what I'm saying? So what happened was anyways. What happened was anyways. Yeah, they took over Eritrea and they took over Ethiopia. We went into Ethiopia with the Tigray people. You get?
Yeah.
And we took over the whole thing, and then Meles Zenawi became president of Ethiopia. We made Meles Zenawi president. Now, he was cool with us. We was cool with him. We was fighting alongside him at one point, you get? But we had our agenda. They had their, you get? We was trying to free our country. They were trying to, you know what I'm saying? They've always been a nobody people, you get? They were trying to, you know what I'm saying? And they thought when they took over Ethiopia, khalas, this is us. This is our country. Yeah? But when that happened, obviously the white man got involved. America spoke to Meles Zenawi, the president of Ethiopia, them times, and said to them, brother, like, you lot don't even have a sea. Look how big your country is. You don't have a sea. He got into his head, the war kicked off again. You get
crazy.
The war kicked off again.
Sorry, my brothers. Let me just pause you. Zaid, what is your mic working? Oh, Zaid. Your brother Zaid, can you not hear him? Nah.
I can't hear him.
Come in and come back in. Come in and come back in. Yeah, let him come back in. Carry on.
Harry King, so what's your solution, man?
Anyway, long story short, my guy, I kind of went off subject. The Tigray people, they've been hurting for a long time. So, you know, leaders have been changed. Now they ain't even in power. Do you get?
Yeah.
So they're trying to get back into power. Do you get?
Sorry to interrupt you. How can they get into power though when they're like small percentage of the Ethiopian population? What do you reckon? They still got that power in like the military and in the government and in like the you know, like interior and all that. Do you reckon they still got that influence?
I think resources wise, I think they're not proper. But when it comes to like the way of thinking and that they're thinking now we got to take over. Like their mindset is strong, but they're, you know what I'm saying, when it comes down to resources, all of that, it's dead, man. Like what they just tried to do to the Eritrean president, you know,
that's shocking.
They've got hidden agenda. They're trying to do stuff, bro, but they ain't got resources. They ain't got the people. They ain't got the you get.
They haven't got the numbers.
Yeah, they ain't got the numbers.
Harry King, what do you think of Eritrea being a debt trap to China? Because not Eritrea, I mean Ethiopia has borrowed heavily from China to build up its infrastructure in Addis Ababa with the new railway, new buildings, and all of that. Yeah, and along with the conflict in different parts of Ethiopia, the Oromo problem, the Ogaden problem.
Oh, sorry, brothers. Yeah, Zaid, is your mic working? Zaid. Nah, Zaid's got some timber. Oh, carry on. Sorry, Reaper, carry on with that question. Sorry about that.
No, because if you look at the problems in Ethiopia, you mentioned resources. Did you know there's hundreds billions of barrels of oil and gas in the Ogaden? Then you got like Ethiopia borrowing billions and billions and billions from from China. They're borrowing heavily from China, and they only have built up Addis Ababa and the surrounding regions. And there's inequality in other regions. And what I'm trying to say is Ethiopia is like a dictatorship. Do you think it's going to be like a Syria-style situation, similar to Syria, or no?
Syria? No, you kind of went off when you said
no, like a Syria-style war, like with, you know, like conflicts in different regions, like what Egypt is trying to do, like the Ogaden and, you know, ethnic tension.
Yeah, no. I don't think it's gonna look. It's gonna go on for a little bit, but it's not gonna go on for too long. It's not gonna be a heavy war and whatnot. No, it's gonna carry on for some time. But let's go back to China now, yeah? China are trying to do things, man. They're trying to take over. They are trying to take over, bruv. They're everywhere, man. They're in Ghana, they're in Nigeria, who needs, bruv, listen, who needs a driver, bruv? Like, you're not paying the brother that's in the country. You're not paying the Ethiopian, whoever he is, or they're not paying him. They're bringing people from China to do the jobs. Like, what are you doing, man? Get out of here. China are trying to definitely. They've got hidden agendas as well. That's what I feel, innit?
Yeah, but they've like Sri Lanka. They've already taken over. They've already taken over Sri Lanka. Can you believe it? Sri Lanka was in civil war in the 70s, and they got out of the civil war in 2009. Yeah, can you imagine Somalia borrowing 30 or 40 billion from China to rebuild? That's what Sri Lanka did, and that's how they took over. I feel like Ethiopia is going to be in that situation because I don't know what the deal exactly was with China or the concessions they've given, but all I gotta say is Ethiopia is finished along with Djibouti.
No, I wouldn't say finished.
Because they've already given China.
I still see hope in East Africa, man. I still see hope in East Africa. You know, Abiy Ahmed, he's doing stupid things, but wallah, I feel like he's like Trump. He's doing good for the country. You get it? You know what I'm saying? You know
I agree, Eric, because you know what it is? I think with Abiy Ahmed, I understand a little bit kind of skeptical about him, but he's obviously created that peace between Eritrea. He's trying to advance. He's trying to get East Africa thing. And also, even
wait. There is no peace. What
Hello?
peace?
Sorry?
Yeah.
I said, what peace? You said that he brought peace. What peace?
No, what I'm trying to say, you know that they had that like border thing with Eritrea.
No, that was just listen. That was just a link up for the first time ever in history. That's never ever happened. Never.
But
ever,
he still
ever
broke the tension, though, innit? He broke the stalemate. If you think about it, like no other.
A little bit.
So it's progress, isn't it?
But
If you
listen,
think
do you know what happened after that? Did you hear what happened after that, though?
No, I didn't hear what happened.
Someone from the government of Eritrea, they open the borders. So now Ethiopians and Eritreans are coming through. Phone calls are going through for the first time. Ethiopian airlines are landing in Eritrea for the first time. Everything was sweet.
Yeah.
Then next thing you know, one of the top I don't even know what he was. He was a ministry of something. Yeah, he got touched. Someone hit him with something. You know, he never got shot. He got hit with something, and it was the Ethiopian people, innit? They done a little something. They tried to kill him, innit? They tried to kill him, but without being too loud, they tried to kill him, and then the whole country just got locked off. And president said, "Bounce! Like, what are you guys doing? Do you get?" And then they sent the guy, that minister, they sent him to Saudi or something to get treated. And then ever since then, it's still been booky. But I don't know, bruv. Like, these lot the country's still locked off. No Ethiopians, Eritreans are going through. Yeah.
I hear you, man. But you know what it is, though, Eric? This endless tension has got to end, though. You know, we can't stay like that forever, man. Like, we
can't. Definitely.
You know, we got to move on. You know, I know it's not easy, but
100%. And even every country's got nothing's ever going to be perfect, bro.
No
leader. Yeah.
But Eri, what about the situation in the Ogaden and that? Like Ethiopia, right? Yeah, it wants to bring about peace and that with its ethnic group, but I feel like Ethiopia is similar to Nigeria. It wants to hold its ethnic groups hostage that wants to be a separate country. If you get what I'm saying, like, how do you resolve that issue?
They want to be a separate country. Who?
Like for example, you've got like groups like the Oromo Liberation Front. You've got groups like the Owner Left, the Ogaden National.
No, you're getting it mistaken. They don't want to be their own country. They want to lead. They want to show people what time they want to. You get? They're not gonna. What are you gonna do? Build a wall? They're in the country. You get? The borders. That's the borders. You get? What are you gonna do? Like, you can't. Well, you're gonna kick people out. You can't kick people out. They're just gonna lead the country. They want to lead the country.
Like Yugoslavia. You remember like Yugoslavia in the 90s? Like, if you look at Yugoslavia, you had like Croatia, you had Bosnia, you had Serbia. Serbia mainly dominated shit, and that's when chaos broke out between Yugoslavia, because Yugoslavia was a fake invention, and none of these groups wanted to be part of that creation. If you look into Yugoslavia style,
but the USSR, so.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that one still.
So what you saying, like, I do what? Reach. Why are you against like the East African sort of block team? Because you're against trading with other Africans, sitting on the African Union table.
No, I didn't. I said no. What I said to you is, yeah, Africa. We have to be honest with ourselves here. Be real. Yeah, Africa is a very tribal place. African countries, some trade with each other, some trade with outside. Like what I'm trying to say is, yeah, I gave an example to Ahmed Gure earlier on. If we Africans are trading with each other, why is it that, for example, certain African countries put visa restrictions on others? Why is it that certain African countries don't trade with each other? Like I gave you the example of the Pepsi situation. For example, Somalia hasn't got a Pepsi factory. Why doesn't Somalia not import from Ethiopia and Kenya, but it imports from UAE, mainly from Emirates? I'm
But that's
thinking,
what
is
they're
it
trying to change, the Reaper. That's the whole point of having the block, so that they can increase the economic trade.
That's
no?
that's
But
exactly what we're doing.
That's what they're trying to change. That's the whole point of it.
Like for example, I'll give an example. Like Pakistan and India, there's no flights that go from Pakistan to India. Can you believe that?
But that's their man's problem.
And now I'm just giving you a similar situation.
That's a different situation, though, Reaper. Pakistan and India, they don't like each other, and they
don't like. You get me? They actually literally despise each other. With us, I think with us we've got more of a deeper relationship. Some of us, you gotta remember, East African tribes, it's like what, like we're born into each other. You get where I'm coming from, and I feel like, look, listen,
No,
like,
but can I speak? Can I add another thing economically?
Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, these lot are moving as a block, as a Swahili-speaking block. You get what I'm coming from? You got North Africa that's moving like a block. You got West Africa that's moving like a block. I'm saying, why are you so against sitting on that table?
I'm talking about economically. That's what I'm
Yeah, but that's what I'm not talking about.
speaking.
I'm not talking about friendship. I'm talking straight money, mullah, yeah. The hell, I'm talking. What else am I
You need to
talking
give
about?
the Somali girl bed back, man.
The Somali girl bed. But say if the Somali girl bed doesn't want to come back, that's what I'm saying.
Then I don't. It's up to them anyway. But hey, I got a question for. Hey, I don't understand how Oromos are the largest ethnic group in Ethiopia.
Yeah, they're 40 million.
And they've never led the country.
Yeah, I think they are though. Isn't
right now?
They've never led the. That's crazy.
No, they're leading the country right now. Abiy Ahmed's the leader.
Nah. The Oromos don't say he's an Oromo.
He come from America, so I don't know where he come from.
Nah, he's not.
No,
he's a doctor as well. He's a doctor.
He's a doctor. But then again, what you gotta remember, Ethiopian president, it's like China. They're chosen by the state. The people don't vote for a president in Ethiopia. That's
So
he's
the leader of the state then? What tribe is leading the state?
I don't know, bruv, I think it's more Amharic.
Yeah.
I think Amharic guys, what you gotta remember, them not there, they put all the weapons towards one side. They've got all the Ethiopian weapons right now, you know that? So a lot of people just say Abiy Ahmed's just a puppet. That's been put in there.
Also, hey, Eric, are you from Eritrea?
Yeah.
So you don't have a dictator. Is it a dictator currently? That's what the people are saying.
Listen, what do you think about him though? As an Eritrean guy, what do you not think about this guy? Your man. I mean, he rules over the iron fist.
I heard he's a dictator.
He's doing bits. He's nah, man. Listen, I don't agree with what the Eritrean people are doing in Europe, bro. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, it's like two kids playing, yeah, and one of them crying and going to her mum and saying, "Oh, look, I beg you, trapped in my." What's all that
but
about,
economically,
bro?
my man. All right,
cool. Eric King, I've got a question for you, Eric King.
Yeah, go on, Reaper.
Bro, is this actually true that even the dictator government back in the day in Somalia didn't do this? Is this actually true? The Eritrean diaspora who live in North America, Europe, Australia, all over, yeah, from South Africa to all over. Is this actually true that they pay a diaspora tax, like similar to what Cubans pay to the dictatorship in Cuba, like
Turkey
in order to
Turks do this as well, not to join the army.
America does it as well, yeah. Like, is it actually true that Eritreans have to go to the embassy? Let's say if you're in London.
So you're breaking
Let's say if you're an Eritrean, you got business in Eritrea, or you got business on land.
Repeat that, my bro.
And you have to like pay.
Reaper, can you hear us? You just broke up. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah.
Your mic broke up.
I said Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is this actually true? Like, let's say if you're an Eritrean businessman, you own, let's say, a pharmaceutical factory in Eritrea, and you got businesses, and you're living in London, and you got property in Eritrea. Is this actually true that you physically have to go to the embassy, the Eritrean embassy in London, pay the taxes? If you don't, they'll cut off, they'll confiscate your business or
Correct.
pay your family a visit.
Correct. Yeah.
Or is it not true?
It's true.
It's just media
true.
bullshit.
It's
Western
true.
media.
It's true, bro.
You said it's
It's
true.
a 2%. Listen to this. Why don't people complain when they get taxed every month when they're working? But when they're doing when the president's put a scheme out there and it's doing good for the country, you know what I'm saying? Why you get it? Like everyone, like people just, you know, like I don't get it, man. Like people just want to talk.
What tribe leads Ethiopia? I mean Eritrea. What's the dominant tribe?
In Eritrea?
Yeah.
It's split into a lot of tribes, but the one that lead it is the Kufar, innit? Is the Tigrinya people, innit? But the sects, there's a lot of Muslim sects. Basically, the rest of the sects are all Muslim. The tribes, basically, they're all Muslim.
Afars live there as well.
Afar is in there. Tigray is in there. Saho, Jabar, a lot of you get. But
Eric King, does the diaspora tax benefit Eritrea? And also Eritrea's got tons and tons and tons of gold.
Correct. So does Somalia.
How's Eritrea benefiting in terms of the diaspora tax's resources since the Western media is putting sanctions on that country? Like, what do you think of Do you think Somali people should do the same thing with Eritrea, because there's about 3 million Somalis around the world, and
it would do good for the country.
In terms of taxing the people,
it would definitely look. Imagine, you've got a big boy land. You got.
Actually, we do that already. Remittance money. We send money back home anyway.
No, I'm talking about diaspora tax. I'm talking about the government of Somalia taxing the people and that. Yeah, like just like with Eritrea and that. Yeah, to develop the country, because in Somalia, certain taxes not enforced in certain parts, and also one last question.
If you look at Somalia, the majority of the people, the diasporas are building the country majority of the time.
Yeah, that's
No,
true.
I'm talking about
most money anyway. So it's almost like if you think about the remittances that's being sent back to Somalia.
Yeah, that's what it lives on.
No, but what you're forgetting. No, but the thing that Rupert's telling you about, yeah, I've heard this from a lot of Eritrean brothers and sisters. They did tell me this. Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of them. They're like, they do pay tax, and plus you don't have to. The men have to join the army. When they go back, it's like Turkey. That's another thing. Like Turkey, like you're forced to do national
What is
service.
a dictatorship? Nah.
Bruv, you see all of this, Look, what you gotta remember is, we're people that are one. We fight wars together. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, when the land is free now, there's gonna be laws, bro. There's gonna be laws for, all right, cool. If you wanna do this, this is what we're gonna do in order to not leave.
But isn't the land free already? Eri.
Sorry.
This is what we're saying, Eri. Isn't the land free?
The land is free. The land is free. There's no. Listen, the what's it called? What you got to remember is, the economy is dead, and you got to question the economy. You ain't got to question the president. The president is there, bro. The economy now. Why is the economy like that? Because Eritrea was in sanction only till last year, bro. It would just
because Eritrea's got a lot of enemies. Like Eritrea's.
No. Eritrea gave weapons to Somalia while you lot was fighting Ethiopia. I think it was I don't know.
2006.
Team was all. She had gave you weapons as well. I remember as well.
Then the Americans heard, and then they just sanctioned the country. Now the people, then, instead of noticing what's going on, we can't trade, we can't do nothing. We're trying to do things, but we can't do it. Now the country's going broke. The laws are still out there. And it just never went right. It never went right. You get it? But
Eri, I got a question for you, actually. What about life after the Eritrean president, man? What's the plan after he goes?
That's a big question. I don't know, bro. I'm here. I don't know. I don't know. No one knows. Right
No
now,
one knows.
he's running the country with he's running the country. He's running.
I
You
know.
get.
With an iron fist. I
But,
don't know.
but there's no
But
ethnic
but
tensions in the
listen,
trade,
you
innit?
can always go back. You can. The country's peaceful. There's no wars. You can always go back.
Yeah, that's the good thing. That's the main thing.
He's not imprisoning people for no reason. People that try to take over. Look, bruv, just look at the UK, fam. If you try to do anything, you're getting jail, fam. Anything
Wait,
you're talking about. It just
but
sounds
is there any
strange when it's in
ethnic? Is
Africa.
there
It
any
just
ethnic
sounds strange
tension?
when it's
Not
cool.
really. Not really. Not
But is there
really.
any
You've got
ethnic
freedom of speech
tension?
here.
Talk to me. Huh?
I said not really. There's freedom of speech in the UK though, brother. If someone
Yeah, there's
opposes
no
the
freedom of speech in
government,
Africa. We don't even need that
I agree
anyway.
with you. There's no freedom of speech because
yeah.
what that leads to is wrong.
Well, it's
But is there any
listen,
ethnic tension though? As
Listen,
long as there's no
let me
ethnic
just say
tension,
one
it's good.
thing, yeah? I don't agree with everything Siasa Forky does.
Yeah.
I try to understand what he's doing, yeah? But one thing I don't do, bro, is go to stand outside the embassy and say, down, Isaias. What, brother, what are we doing, fam? Who are you talking to? Go sort it out. Link up. Do something. Let's go back. All right, cool. Let's sort it out. These men don't care.
No, but then again, what are people? People, powerless people that are
They
sick
gotta
and
link
tired
up.
of this guy? But if he's killing all of them, what else are people supposed to do?
No, but he's not killing all of them. That's wrong information. Look, this is information given to you by people that hate the president, bro. This is wrong. He's not killing
propaganda.
Yeah, all right, cool.
Who's he killing, brother? I'll go back. I can go back anytime. He's not killing me, bro. He'll kill you if you try to take over the country. If you try to violate you know what I'm saying? He'll kill you. If you know what I'm saying, bro. But it's not.
Is
It's
there
not
any
the way
ethnic
people
tension
make it
though?
out to
Is
be,
there any
man.
ethnic
Wallahi, it's a
tensions back home?
peaceful country. Wallahi, it's a peaceful country, bro. You know what I'm saying? But the laws now is some of them is messed up. Like the military one you just brought up. That one, it's like, okay, cool. Military service for a year is calm. But some of them they carry on, innit? They carry on with the military. It goes on for like 3-4 years and whatnot. You get it? And then until they run away and whatnot. You get it?
What about the economy?
The economy is picking up now.
Yeah.
Ever since the sanction and whatnot.
You got sanctions. I thought there's no more sanctions though. I thought they stopped the sanctions when Abiy started talking to Eritrea. Abiy Ahmed.
That's after still.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's after.
Eric King, I've got a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go on,
Eric King, I've got a question. How do out of curiosity, how do Eritreans like send money back home? Like, do they use Hawala banking? Like, do the banks work in Eritrea?
we use
Is
all
it
that.
affected
We use
by
everything
sanctions?
No, yeah, we use everything you man use. We go we use Taj, we use
Taj, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Hawala, all the Hawalas, man. We use all of that. But you lot got
Is this guy Somali?
we don't have
This
that.
guy's really Somali.
He grew up with the family. He's East African, bro.
I grew up with them. I grew up with the Somalis.
East Africa family.
East Africa family, bro.
So, Eric King, my question to you is about like African-grown companies about trade. Like, this is a very important subject I want to add, yeah, for Africa in general. Like, I've noticed, yeah, we are the only Somali people that use our own branding, like Dabshil and Amel, yeah, homegrown brands. But other Africans, because I've spoken to many, like my sister was in a taxi, and this Cameroonian guy was complaining and kind of pissed off, yeah, because he had to pay 25 or 30 pounds to send to his country. Like, you got bare Africans who are being ripped off.
Well, they need to sort they need to sort out their country and have a Hawala thing instead of getting bumped then, innit?
Exactly.
Charging this, you either pay or what you gonna do? How are you gonna send the money?
Yeah.
He said
Read deeper, yeah. That shit actually built the country. All the Hawaii built the country based.
Assalamu alaikum.
But we got a couple other Eritrean ones as well.
1 second, brother. Assalamu alaikum. We've got a new panelist. Hello.
Walaikum assalam. Wa salam Khalid walal. And the rest of you guys.
Yes, my brother. Sado, welcome.
What's going on, man?
Oh god, yeah. You've been in the comment section. I love that. You stepped out.
Yeah. I jumped on.
All right, welcome to the pitch, man.
Sometime, man. I've actually I've seen you in a Hyde Park Corner Mel House. I've been following you for a while. Yeah.
Thank you, brother, man. How could you never come up and spoke to man?
Literally, this is my second, I think, live stream I saw Galay, and then obviously, yeah.
Yeah. I see you.
So I
I
thought,
saw you last time.
let me come on. Yeah, I came on last time. It was a bit reckless.
We'll talk about that at the end of the show, but what are you thinking so far, man?
Well, to be honest with you, like a lot of you guys are making valid points here. And obviously, let me speak in English so the brother understands. But I think everyone needs to look out for their own interests, but at the same time, like we should not be blind and think all things change, because obviously certain people are still pushing certain agendas, which is to dominate the Horn of Africa. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go on, brother. Go ahead. Who would you say is trying to dominate the whole narrative? Would you say Ethiopia's on a rise right now?
Bro, you've seen that the picture they hold. One of their ministers leaked a tweet or a picture where they occupied the whole of Somalia. They build Navy. They lack any ocean, so what's the need for for Navy? Also, their population is large. Like we've been killing each other for how many years now? Their population is only growing. They had peace for 20 years for the most part. And like we wiping each other out. Somalia is cooking even in Kenya and Ethiopia is under 30 million. Obviously, the powers that be are interested in our land. They've been like that for 1,000 years. They always try to occupy our lands because it benefits them. So obviously you can't trust them, but at the same time, maybe the young people will change. But while Ogaden people are being mistreated, you can't trust the Ethiopians. You know what I mean? That's just my. That's my 2 cents. Obviously, I'll say we could trust them if maybe they started building the Ogaden region with the resources that's been taken from there. If they use the money that actually come up from that region and start stabilizing the region, start educating the people. The only seat I'm saying, that's what I'm saying, because they don't want to. They know. They use it as a buffer zone. Just the same reason Kenya's hyping up, saying, "Oh, we need Jubaland for a buffer zone, just in case Somalia goes to war with them. They want to kill our own people before we get to them." See what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry, bro. What I was gonna say about the Jubaland one, though, you gotta blame the Somalis for that, because the Ethiopia.
Somalis are obviously the tribal nonsense.
It's like the Somalis is divided anyway, so they made it easy for the Kenyans.
Yeah, the Somalis are definitely their own enemies.
What's his name?
Who Madobe?
Yeah.
But the thing with Somalis is they hate themselves the most. That's the worst thing, Mokte.
Exactly, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. So, Ogaden, they got their own military. They got their own. Kenya doesn't even need to be in the picture, and they still be fighting.
Yeah, definitely. But it's a thing where obviously the Kenyans getting brave, Manta. They keep making noise. They keep saying, "Oh, we're there. We host them." They're not doing us favors. They get paid for the Somalis that live in their country. In the refugee camps.
What about you?
They benefit from the Qad. The Qad should be taxed. It should be banned. It's killing our people. We need to ban it.
Yeah,
it's literally ruining families. Kids are growing up fatherless. Okay.
Still continue.
What do you think of Kenya,
for example,
using?
The Qad farmers in Kenya, for example, they send their kids to school universities because of our favorite pastime in Somalia, chewing Qad Muktai.
Exactly. So
even when they had when the Qad trap got banned, the farmers were crying saying, "Oh, we need it, or we can't pay for rent, we can't send our kids to school." Obviously, we need to limit it. You can't just ban it because it's a cultural thing. You know what I mean? We need to
ban it. Not gonna work.
We need to ban it. But the biggest issue I see right now is our country is gonna become how would you call it? It's gonna become another war front. Because obviously the French are trying to do their stuff, and the Chinese are coming in now. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. They're trying to obviously stabilize themselves. They're in Djibouti already, so. Unlike our roots, and we're located geographically, it was an important place if you can actually use it to our advantage.
Mekwan, can I add something?
So, yeah, go on, bro.
How should Somalia defend itself against these hyenas? The hyenas of America, the hyenas
you need to understand. You need to understand. Our people are not. Our people are the most. They studied us. And we're warrior race out here. No one's gonna take shit off us by force. That's why they use Somalis against each other. You've got puppets in Kenya, you've got puppets in Ethiopia, you've got puppets in Hargeisa, puppets in Puntland, puppets in Mogadishu. You understand? That's the only way they can deal with us.
My fucking brother, I like that.
We're only here. They don't want war straight away. The white man learned the hard way. You know,
You have
I
to
don't know if
defeat
you
us
read the story
inside
of that bridge.
mentally. That defeat us
Yeah,
mentally.
pay attention. That's because you know Somalia, we're arrogant people and like arrogantly lying. So we're not mad. We don't see ourselves inferior to Adan man. It don't matter. Somalia, you still will not take shit from the educated Harvard Adan guy. You know what I mean? Most other Africans they bow down to a white man. And we don't.
Mekwan, can I ask a question on this? On you mentioned the white man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you look at colonialism, if you look at the differences between other African countries, like Ethiopia was an independent country and Somalia never actually, compared to Kenya, Kenya benefited from colonialism in terms of like the English language, infrastructure. And that's why they're ahead of us if you look at it.
Truth be told, I wouldn't say they're ahead of us. You
I'm
understand?
talking.
You need to understand. Before the Civil War, in Africa, we were ahead of a lot of countries in Africa.
Of course. What I'm trying to say to you is, yeah, these Africans use this excuse against Somalis and some Ethiopians because they didn't accept colonialism. They're a bit backwards. But if you look at some countries like South Africa, it's basically got taken over.
Yeah, but the thing with the Kenyans, they know their place when it comes to the Asians. When it comes to the how would you call it? When it comes to the white man, they know their place. The only hype Somalis. Go to Kenya. There's areas where Asian
Somalis are
people live.
building Kenya. Somalis are
I
building Kenya.
know that, bro. I know, but I'm saying in terms of how they see themselves, they'll try to disrespect the Somali, but they can't defend themselves against the Asian who basically used to, the white man used to work them because they never trusted or they didn't want to train the African to do the work the Asian was doing. So the Asians are settled in Africa right now. They live in Kenya. They have their own areas that the Africans can go to. You see the white man in South Africa, he does what he wants. But the other Africans, like for example, when they see the Somali immigrant who fed war and is working in Africa or South Africa, they hate on them. They say they're taking our jobs. They try to kill them. Kenya has always been envious of Somalia because look, even after World War II, when Churchill was still in power, 1 million Kikuyus were put in concentration camps. The British killed them. They never did that to Somalis. You understand? The Kenyans.
South Africa's beef is not limited to Somalis.
Yeah, definitely. That's true.
Mekwan.
Is that the boy
Yeah.
Maverick? Wagwan. We got long time.
What are you saying, my brother? What's good? Peace to the panel.
Big up.
Yes.
Mekwan.
Big up.
Yeah, bro. Go ahead.
But if you look at like I forgot. I lost track, man. But finish off what you were about to say anyway.
No, you asked me why Kenya and those countries benefited from colonialism because you need to understand Kenya, for example, like there's so many the mountains and the roads and everything that it's named after dumb people. If you pay attention, Africa, Somalia is only country in Africa I think that decided its borders. You understand? The Italians came. The maybe they might have influenced Djibouti a little bit, but the Italians came, the British came. And when they left, they didn't leave anything behind. We never took their languages. We never took their religions. You understand? The Kenyans are a bit different.
Mekwan, can I add something? Can I add one more thing about economics?
Go on, bro.
Also, it's going to be a mix of tribalism and economics and mistrust between Africans. Yeah, like Somalia and Kenya, for example. Like, would a Somali trust a Kenyan bank? Like, if you look at Somalia, the majority of the banking sector is mainly owned and run by Somalis. Would a Somali trust a Kenyan bank? Like, for example, like airlines that go from Kenya to Somalia are mainly Somali-owned Kenyan Airways, Somali-owned airlines based in Kenya. How come Kenya Airways is too afraid to come into Somalia, but Ethiopia Airlines even goes to Mogadishu now? And think about it, this has been 30 years now. How come Kenya Airways has never been to Somalia? And I'm not gonna lie, but Pan-Africanism is just tribalism. If you look at the mistrust, like if I was living in Somalia and there was a Nigerian bank, I wouldn't open with that bank account or buy certain products from this country. You have to look at it from perspective.
Why not? Why would you not buy certain products or services from Kenya?
No, but African countries in general, there's a mistrust and tribalism when it comes to
when you say mistrust, all countries mistrust other countries. What point are you making with African countries?
Like why would I want to benefit their economy while I could buy a homegrown brand? Like, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then that apply every person and every country thinks that way. You only deal with other countries when you need to.
Yeah, that's not even sustainable in the long run. Like you can't make everything yourself. Like you need to trade. I'm not even
Trade, yeah, I
against
understand trading, making a balance.
And
I think
if
from
Pan
me personally,
Africanism is not the way forward for you, then who would you ally with?
Pan-Africanism would not
You
work
have to
because
be
a lot of Africans are Islamophobes. Let's not
So
forget that.
who would you
No, no.
ally with, man? Let's put
Oh,
sensationalism
no,
aside.
no,
Who would you ally with?
listen.
Can we point to two
These
things,
African brothers,
two
mate.
areas? Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
who
Like
would you ally
from
with?
an economic,
Mario?
no, but let's split into two. You've got the economic perspective and the political perspective. If I was Somalia, I would mainly trade with
Politics is no
countries
more
like.
than economics and security. So who would you ally with?
No, but what do we get from what is? Let's look at this
Jeez,
way.
Maverick come to pressure them on them. Hey,
You're
go,
not,
go,
you're not
go.
answering the
You have
question,
to,
bro.
like,
Who would
like,
you ally with? You're always going to need to have like trade agreements with people, isn't it? You're always going to need to have security agreements if need be. So let's put security agreements to a side for a second. Who
let
would
me
you
give you an
ally
example.
with
Like, for
economically?
example, let me give you this answer. Yeah, Somalia now trades and does business with Turkey, and it's got security and military agreements and cooperation with Turkey. Turkey has got more to offer, let's say, than Kenya. Why would
Yeah,
I
but
need?
Turkey has more to offer than Kenya, but Turkey requires something from you, so you have very little to give Turkey. So Turkey will only give you
I'm
as
talking
much
about
as they
trade.
need to give you. Well, hello, I'm talking, bro. 1 second, man. Turkey will only give you as much as they need to give you for them to get what they want from you. It's not an unconditional relationship where you can get whatever you want.
100%.
You understand what I'm
100%. When you stop,
So the question here is when you aim for Turkey, that you're looking for a come up. So it's not necessarily in their interest. However, in terms of countries that you actually can have agreements with, can have bilateral trade agreements that favor both, what country would that be for you?
Kenya and Ethiopia, that's blind after they,
No, 1
that,
second.
they
I
are
want
neighbors.
to hear his view.
Well, me personally, I would want to do bilateral trading agreements to countries to gain to how can I put this? To gain what I want from those countries.
Of course, that's what you want, but let's talk about what's achievable and what's not. Just because you want to have agreements with Turkey doesn't mean that they find it in their interest.
Obviously, every country has got their interest. But what I'm trying to say
Cool.
from
So
a
who can you
from a
really deal with? Who can you like rationally deal with? Conceivably deal with? Who could you deal with?
Like it depends. For me, it depends.
Who do you think is eager to ally with you in terms of trade?
Somalia does trade with China, India.
You're not answering my question. China is not eager to trade with you. Who wants to trade with you?
The countries that neighbor you, obviously, that'll be the first option.
It's common sense.
Yeah. But you know what it is? I understand the brother because obviously there's hatred there, innit? They occupy our lands, but obviously even Rome and them empires, when they were fighting each other, they still traded. You need to understand that.
Well,
politics and economics.
Mekwan, can I add something, brother?
Go on.
If you look at the trade history of Somalia, how come if you go back to the Middle Ages, ancient history in the Middle Ages, how come Somalia has never ever traded with countries? I'm talking about African countries and sub-Saharan African countries. It's not written at all. We don't have a history with these countries. If you look at trade, Somalia.
So who do you think Somalia was trading with when we had a government?
No, I'm talking about ancient times. I'm talking about historically.
No, but okay, but when you say ancient times, do you think in ancient times people cared about who they traded with? Why would they?
I'm not saying. I'm not saying people didn't care obviously back then, but you have to look at from historical records and that. Like, who did we do trade with?
We did trade with whoever we found in our interest, and we're not. We're not stuck in the past. It doesn't just because we didn't do something in the past doesn't mean that we can't do it today.
No, you have to do what benefits you and your people.
Like
Yeah, exactly.
Maverick.
I agree with Maverick. I think, you know, you got to think about interest. You can't just be
Yeah, interest first, 100%.
You know, just let's trade with other. He's got to come from a pragmatic.
Maverick.
Yeah, I'm
Here's
listening.
a question for you. What does, for example, what does Somalia gain from trading with? Let's exclude East Africa. What does Somalia gain trading with like other countries from, let's say, Namibia? I would understand South Africa, but other countries in general. What did they have to offer to us? That's my question. What did they have to offer
let me
to
tell
us?
you. All right, let me tell you. There is not a single African country that is not better than us, better than us economically today. Not a single one. So who are you to be talking as though you have more to offer than they do? I mean, 30 years you've been in civil war. You think Namibia? Hold on, 30 years you've been in civil war. You think Namibia is not economically better off than you?
Did I say that?
You suggested it. You spoke as though they have nothing to offer you. Somalia right now, you are not in a position.
In terms of interests, what do they have to offer us?
In terms of interest, they have products and services that could benefit us, especially us. As a matter of fact, if we had a relationship with Namibia, we have more to gain from that relationship than they do. I don't know why Somalis love to be so cocky, wallahi.
I'm not. Who say I'm not being cocky? It's common sense.
I'll tell you why you're being cocky. We're both from Somalia. We both know the country. On what grounds could you possibly be looking down on any other country and say, what do they have to offer me?
How am I looking down on those countries? How am I looking down on those countries? It's not
because you're asking the question as though you're in a good position.
I'm not saying if we're in a good position or bad position.
Then why are you asking that question then?
Understand? No matter what, I'll get them back.
If you're not in a good position where you can go, you know what? I won't ally with you because you ain't got enough to give me. I won't ally with you because you ain't got enough to give me. Who are you to be speaking like that?
I don't think it's because of they ain't got nothing to give him. I think it's because, you know, he mentioned like a country like Nigeria. I don't trust that type of government or whatever you were saying. You would rather work with, you know, Arab countries or, you know, European countries than African countries. That's what I got from you.
Yeah, but I don't want to guess what he's going to say. So I'd rather he said it out loud. First and foremost, I don't know why the term trust would be used, because this is not about trust at all. This is about checks and balance.
No, but what I'm trying to say is Namibia does most of its trade with Germany. Angola, I mentioned earlier on, does most of its trade with Portugal. Different countries in Africa have got different economical interests. Just like with Kenya, exports most of its flowers to UK. It's got trade agreements with UK. Just like
how does that? One second. How does any of that affect me having trade agreements with them? You think countries don't have multiple trade agreements with multiple countries?
And isn't that because of, you know, colonialism?
No, even before we go there, I don't understand. Why would anyone argue, oh, they trade with so-and-so? So what? I can't trade with them because they trade with so-and-so?
It's all about products and services, what that country offers and what that country...
So, okay, do you think Namibia don't have products and services to offer Somalia that's been
Maverick.
Basically 30 years behind?
Maverick, like, for example, it's not just trade; it's also visa agreements amongst African countries.
What do you mean? Visa is dependent on trade. If the trade favors both of us, visa won't be an issue.
Like Maverick, if I go onto Wikipedia right now, if I were to type up visa policy of each African country,
Wikipedia means nothing. Anyone can type stuff.
No, it means nothing. Anyone can type. No, but if you look at it from sources, yeah. But my point I'm trying to make is, if every country in Africa will trade with each other, why is there like trade barriers and restrictions and suspicions upon what's it called? Different African countries.
To stop saying suspicions, bro. Every country is suspicious of every country. So please just drop that.
Yeah.
No, but I'm talking about Africa.
Africa's
a tribal. No, but Africa's a very tribal continent.
Another country.
No, but Africa in particular is a very tribal continent. Like with the South Africa's a very tribal continent.
I don't see the relevance of that to
Yo, let me
discuss
ask
the
you
trade
something
agreement.
though. Yo, Maverick.
Yeah.
I agree with you, fam, but obviously I feel like you hate your people, the way you're speaking.
Sorry?
I agree with some of the points you made, but the way you're speaking, you sound like you hate yourself, bro.
Okay, pause right there. When you say the way you're speaking, I don't remember ever speaking to you before. So please let's not judge someone that you've
You're
just met.
shitting on people, fam. You're shitting on your country
Maverick, you
and
can't
all of
handle
that.
Maverick. You can't
Hold
handle
on,
the
hold
truth,
on,
Sahib.
hold
You
on,
can't handle
hold
the truth. You
on,
can't
hold
handle
on,
the truth, Sahib.
hold on, please. Like,
Hold on, guys.
really,
One at a time. One at a
okay,
time. Like, go ahead,
let me just say this. Let me just say this. I really don't appreciate sensationalism. I feel this, I feel that. I can't do nothing about your feelings. The things that I've stated are either true or false. That's all that matters. I'm not here to make you feel a type of way. So all I've said was Somalia is 30 years behind other African countries. Is that a lie? That's either
And
true
where's
or
its proof?
it's
Like, we're better than some African countries in some aspects, and they have
Sorry?
no war going on.
Sorry?
We're better than some African countries in some aspects. Not
Based
everything that
on
happens in
what?
Somalia is bad. Based on a
Okay,
lot of
Yeah,
things.
if
For
we
example,
talk about
telecommunications,
security,
money
if we talk about
transfer.
trade and security,
Maverick.
I don't see how you would be.
To be honest with you, I don't agree with this other brother when it comes to trading with neighbors and all of that. That's just his opinion. But obviously, the way you categorize our people and you said Somalis like to think they're better than everyone else. I mean, that's the only thing I'm against. Like I said, I agree with some of the stuff you said.
Hold on. Is that generally true or not?
I would say that's
Maverick.
really true.
Well, no,
But
one
that's
second,
everyone. They
one
have
second.
pride in
Is
their from where they come from. There's nothing wrong with that.
Is that generally true or not? That's it.
What's generally true?
Is it generally true or not that in our culture we like to think that we're better than everyone else? Is that generally true?
Of course we do. What's wrong with that?
Maverick,
There's
that's
nothing wrong
every
with that.
culture.
Did I say that there's anything wrong with that, or did I just state that statement? All I did was
That's a
make
fact.
that
Well,
statement.
yeah,
Nothing
you
more.
don't need me telling you that it's a fact. Even the Rebadian claim to be better than educated people.
So okay, so were you coming at me
Now
for
it's just
making
how
a
you came
statement that
across.
you
Like I
call a
said,
fact?
bro, I agree with some of the stuff you said.
No. You're
From what I
coming
got
at
from what
me
you were
for
saying.
making a statement that you call a fact. Isn't that weird?
Maverick,
Debatable.
you're a joke, Sahib. You're
But
a
you
joke.
just called it a fact.
Anyway,
And then you're
let's
coming
not
at
lose
me
the
for
point.
making that factual statement.
Well, like, bro, it's nothing bad. It's just like from what I heard and how you said things. You understand?
I don't know. You just called it a fact. You did. So should I come at you?
Debate. Of course, they're entitled to their opinion, right?
No, but see, I don't know why you're still talking, bro. You just contradicted yourself because you told me you don't like that I said this and that, and then you called that a fact. That's just
Well,
from
some of
there.
the
You
stuff
should
you
just
said are
take
not
back.
true.
From
That's
there,
the
you
only
should
thing
just
I said.
retract your statement.
Some of the things you said is not true.
Huh?
Anyways, let's move on. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Just
Let's
all
talk
right,
about
but we
trade.
can move on. But don't be too shy of just retracting your statement, though. It's all right.
Hey, Maverick, you still haven't answered my question, bro, man.
What
No,
was your
but
question?
where was you getting at?
Well, like, what
You was
about
getting at with
Africa?
the whole thing.
Africa.
Go on, Eri. What are you
Say
saying?
that again. Go on, Eri. We can't hear you say that again.
I said, what was RR trying to get with the whole thing? Like, I was trying to get to the end, like to the conclusion. I didn't understand. It feels like you don't want to do trade with any African countries, but you want to do trade with, I don't know, like people far away.
Realistically speaking, Africans should trade with each other. It helps every single African country because Europe and Asia benefit from us not trading with each other.
Okay.
Reef, what you got to say about that then?
No, it's just,
I agree.
I know, but Reeps, what you got to say about that? Because you had a lot to say about. Go on.
no, but I'm just talking about from a pure economical and historical interest, like of why I said earlier
Forget history.
on.
But can we put history there? History doesn't benefit no one when it comes to Mullah right now in 2020. History ain't gonna do shit. Right now, are you disagreeing with open trade borders with African countries? Yes or no, my brother?
I'm not opposing, but Somalia hasn't got trade agreements with why I meant like South Africa or any other country in Africa. Like we don't have trade agreements. Like even one brother mentioned that.
How long have we had a
stuff
government? How long have we had a government? How long have Somalia had a government?
Since 2014 or 13.
So why do you expect us to have trade agreements with South Africa by now?
It's going to take time anyway. I think the problem is, Reaper, you're opposing all trade with East Africa, which is the neighboring countries. You're not coming up with an alternative.
No, but the reason why I mentioned that is because
Somalia don't have trade agreements with South Africa. It's silly.
It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. You I think you're a bit all over the place, to be honest with you. You're not really coming up with an alternative if you're saying no to East Africa, or what's the next plan then?
Not only that, to even say Somalia doesn't have a trade agreement with South Africa is ridiculous. We've only had a government since 2014.
One
at a time, Ethiopia, Eritrea, or Kenya, the neighboring countries, Uganda. Why go all the way to Africa?
That's where it starts.
But you haven't even hear me out, correctly, right,
But we've been listening to you for the last, you're not making sense.
No, but let me make sense.
Okay, let the brother land. Let the brother land right now, so we can at least pick up one. Go ahead, Report. The floor's all yours. At least make a point now.
Let me be straight and simple and basic here and sweet.
No, you can be complicated. We're very smart people on the panel, so it's up to you.
Yeah, for example, if you look at the history, if you look at Somalia, for example, let's fuck the history. Why would I want to do trade with Ethiopia and Kenya, who are very, very hostile neighbors? I mentioned earlier on, I gave the example, a simpler example. Why doesn't Somalia not import Pepsi? For example, Somalia hasn't got a Pepsi bottling plant, whether it's in North and South. We haven't had one for nearly 29 years, a Pepsi bottling factory. We do have Coca-Cola. Why do we not get Pepsi from Ethiopia, Kenya, since they're next door to each other? Why do we get it from Emirates? Can someone answer that question? Why do we get us shit from Emirates, even biscuits? Why do we get, instead of getting it from Kenya, even though food and soft drinks are much nicer in Africa than getting the crap from the outside? Can someone answer that question?
It might be cheaper for one, and for two, just we see this thing about hostile this, hostile that. All neighboring countries are hostile to each other. Just because some country is hostile to you in terms of you have other political issues and whatnot, does not mean that you can't have trade agreements. I don't see this fixation that you have with enemies. So what? If my enemy has a good deal for me, I'll take it.
As long as it benefits you.
As long as it benefits me. That's all that matters here. And guess what? If Asia can supply me Coke or Pepsi or Fanta, wherever the hell it is, for cheaper than Ethiopia, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go get it from Asia. I don't see that to be an argument neither.
No, but would it be more realistic? No, but would it be more realistic? Would it be more would it be more sense to get from neighboring countries?
If it's cheaper, when you say getting it from listen, when you say doing trade with people, it all depends on how cheap the product is or service is and the length of delivery. So yes, ideally you want the closest country to you because delivery is going to be a lot easier. However, you also want it to be cheap. That's all that matters here. There's no love or hate. It's just business.
I think you're against the whole trade thing with the neighboring countries. Why is that though, man?
He ain't got a good answer, bro.
Yeah, he hasn't.
I want a straight up answer, innit? But you're saying we don't have these things right now. Okay, we don't have it right now, but why don't we plan for it? Why don't we talk about you're very negative. You're saying everything you're saying is negative. You're not saying we should do this or we can do this. You're saying why? It's coming very negative, bro.
That's what I was saying before, Eri. That's the whole point of having the East African kind of bloc is to start something like that where we trade more. But he's like Reaper just opposing it, and he's not coming up with real reason for it.
Yeah, and he's not really saying why. You get
exactly.
Yeah. But Ahmed, how is the East Africa? No, but how would East Africa trade? Not just to trade, but in terms of migration, how would it benefit Somalia, for example, if we were to open up?
How wouldn't it benefit Somalia? If my guy, listen, if you're getting something for cheap, good service.
For example, Somalia tried to sign up to the Swahili trade.
Then why not, bro?
Exactly. It makes sense. When I think about it, they have the EU.
and you don't want to do business with my man's got it right there, but you would rather travel, I don't know, a day or two to get it, and then it's just long. Like, do business with your neighboring countries, and then tomorrow morning, anything you get, they got you, you got them. That's how it should be, man.
Yeah, and that's how you get favorable deals anyway. If you have a block, economic blocks, you get favorable deals with other countries. That's how the EU works.
That's what everyone, like I'm saying, everyone's moving like a block right now. Like you see West Africa doing it. The Swahili, who said, someone's mentioned the Swahili speaking nations, that a good 5-6 of them are all coming together.
Because at the
Tanzania,
end
Uganda,
of the day, go on, bro. Go on, Kay.
You were gonna say the same thing. Dumbak Hussein Ahmed, isn't it?
I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, it all comes down to interest and money, bro. That's all what it comes down to. There's nothing else in this world. It's just about interest. That's it.
I agree.
I don't know why people get all sensational. It's pointless. It's just about interest in this world.
Yeah, you can't get all say we got worse. I'm the high or we have history.
My worst enemy. Imagine, check this out. My worst enemy, yeah, my worst enemy and my good friend, both of them bring me a business. My worst enemy offers me a better deal than my friend. Guess what I'm gonna do?
You're gonna do your enemy, innit?
Simple as. It's that simple.
Exactly. That's why, what do they say? There's no permanent friends or enemies, just permanent interests.
That's it. That's it.
That's what you always think about.
I know people are obsessed with this 77 the what enemies, bro. Yeah. Man, I'm bringing Mullah to the table. You get me? I don't see my enemies.
Yeah, that's why we're not making progress, brother. We're like, that's the main reason.
No, but Ahmed, can I add something as well?
Yeah.
What do you like about the blog? You know, I dislike about this whole blog idea in general. I dislike this whole European Union blog idea because one member is going to contribute in terms of economically. One country is going to dominate. One country is going to be the loser. Like, why did UK leave the European Union? Like, I'll give an example. Like, you know, West Africa, Nigeria mainly pays for everything for the blog, contributes to the blog. But you got the smaller countries who don't really contribute as much. This group,
but that's the idea of the block. You build them up, you make it stronger, you help them. That's the same way that, like, when there's a crisis in the EU, like Greece, then Germany's bailing them out. That's the idea. You gotta support each other instead of we're paying for everything, because that's like a selfish mentality.
No, but why is Germany got a benefit?
You gotta remember, they also use them
Greece's economy is totally fucked up, bro. Yeah, and Germany, even the German people do not like the idea of bailing out that country since they made a big mess of their economy, if you look at it. And if you also, one last thing I want to add, if you look into European Union in terms of like grants that goes to Poland, like Poland, for example, doesn't want immigrants, and Poland gets tens of billions here, again, so much money from EU grants, funding, so much money. But when the European Union says to Poland, can you accept Muslim migrants or migrants in this country, what does Poland say? Fuck you. We'll take your money, but we want to keep our country homogeneous. But they take, but they don't want to give.
If it was that simple, if it was as simple as you're making it out to be, then there would not be a union together. So please, can we be a bit realistic here?
No,
for
but
the union to survive, bro, for the union to survive, there are terms and conditions for every country that is involved. I am sure every country has to meet those terms and conditions in order for them to be part of the union. So I don't know why you're trying to sensationalize things. Fact of the matter is, Muslim people are not the predominant culture of Europe. You understand what I'm saying to you? European Union have an open border. Hear me out. But bro, can we not, like, let me finish, please. European Union have an open border amongst themselves. Poland does not have a say when it comes to that. Can Poland have a say outside of the European Union? Of course they can, because that's not part of the terms and conditions. So you're mixing up two different things, my friend. It's got nothing to do with the union. You're sensationalizing a lot. At the end of the day, even if you say, in the union there could be some countries that are benefiting more than other countries, that's a whole different argument, because no one is telling you that we should be in a union where we benefit the least. No one's told you that. I don't even know why you would assume that in order for us to be in a union, we would benefit the least. Is that how little you think of us? You think we don't know what's in our interest and what isn't?
Hey, I got a question for you guys.
Go on, B.
So we know, there's so much resources in
Zero?
Somalia, and if we had to do trade with somebody, like, who would you guys, agree with? If each of you were presidents, starting with.
I'll go first.
Yeah, go on, bro.
I'll go first.
Let me go first, innit? Yeah. I'll trade with anyone that's benefiting me, bro. Reality. Anyone that's bringing moolah, benefiting me, my people, and my economy, I'm trading with you. I don't care who you are. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about whoever you got conflict with. And where's the mullah, the flus, gezem, dollar billion, shilling? Best That's me done. Who's next?
Yeah, I'll go next. Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. To be honest with you, when it comes to trade, it's all about benefit and interest. So I mean, you would think that neighboring countries definitely make sense. So it'll be Ethiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Djibouti. That's what I would say.
You're next. Go ahead, and then we go down that way. Go ahead,
Me, I'd keep a balance between countries that's going to benefit Somalia. Like if companies in Somalia wanted cheap, let's say if a company wanted to produce chocolate and that, I would turn to Ghana, obviously, or Ivory Coast to get a better trade deal or whatever from that country for my companies to make nice chocolate in order to export to China or wherever benefits my country.
I heard that. Avery, you're next, man. Go ahead, my little bro. I'll come to you.
Yes, bro. Anything that will benefit man's country. And another thing, everything needs to be owned and run and produced within our countries, and we need to do business.
Yeah, straight. Nationalize everything. Nationalize everything. The oil, the fish, everything.
Case speaker.
We make money off the white brothers and you know what I'm saying, Europe and other countries and whatnot. But come on, let's be you know what I'm saying, let's unite and whatnot. That's what I will be on. You get me?
All right.
Harry King, you made a good point.
No. Hold your thoughts in it, yeah. NBA, Zach, my brother. We're gonna go down, ask everyone the same question, and then we've got NBA. Go ahead, Zach.
Firstly, I'll start in the continent. You get it? I'll start in the continent and build relationships and communication lines with other, starting from East Africa and maybe South Africa and moving onwards. And because you have to remember, Africa is the richest continent in the world. You get it? Even though whatever they show us on TV is just propaganda.
Yeah.
So I'll start off in the continent first, build relationships, and
Who's next? The new guy, Dr. Phil. Go on. Broski. Millwall. Hello.
Yeah,
go
bro.
ahead.
Sorry. To be honest with you, when it comes to trade, I'm open to the idea of trading with anyone, whether it's our neighbors or those that are not from the continent, as long as it benefits our people and it creates jobs for those that are unemployed and it benefits us, and it's kind of give and take relationship. I'm open to it. It doesn't matter whether we share common goals with the nation or not, as long as it don't interfere with our sovereignty and obviously it benefits our people and we trade in as equal partners, then I welcome it, obviously.
Yeah, straight. Mavioso, you head up the show, man.
You already know me, bro. Business is business, man. That's all that matters.
Straight. We said business as usual.
Hey, Maverick.
Huh?
Hey, Maverick.
Yeah, my brother. What are you saying for it, man?
Good, bro. How are you?
Talk to me, fam.
You were saying you'd rather do business with an enemy than a friend.
No, not rather. If the enemy is giving me a better business than the friend, then so be it.
But what if that enemy? Let me just finish. What if that enemy gives you a better deal just to exploit you later down the line?
Yeah, but am I dumb enough not to know how someone can exploit me? Of course, people are always gonna have their intentions. It's up to me to tighten up those holes, innit?
See.
It's up to me to tighten up all my my weak points that people can get at me from. So that's my job.
Maverick, I've got a controversial question for you in terms of trading with the enemy that will benefit you. One,
You're breaking up.
hello, do you think you had a good point earlier on about trading with the enemy because the enemy is going to give you something in return that will benefit your country? Like, this is relating to Egypt and the water situation.
I didn't exactly put it like that, but go on.
But do you think Somalia, because, for example, Israel is #1 in the world for water technology, water treatment, and has built water treatment plant, and Israel has transferred its technology to some of these countries in Africa in terms of agriculture, especially sewage treatment, water technology. Do you think Somalia or Somali businessmen or companies should do business with Israel? Like invite Israeli companies to Somalia in terms of water projects, training, or no?
I don't know why you found that. I don't know why you found that controversial. I mean, I have absolutely zero beef with Israel. So if it's in my interest, it's in my interest. You gotta remember, Arab beef ain't my beef.
No,
Like,
I
at
don't
the
care
end of
about
the
Arab.
day,
I'm talking about this is involving politics as well, because I'd have nothing against Israel or companies, but how would Somali people take on it if like Dabshil or big companies or agriculture company inviting these Israeli companies over to Somalia in order to give them the training, the technology, in order for Somalia to develop and build its own technology and whatever in the future, or Eritrea inviting these companies,
in a nutshell, I would more than welcome Israel. I would more than welcome to do business deal with them, because at the end of the day, I'm all about improving the position of my people. So I don't care who it comes from. If it will improve my people, so be it. And as for my
also don't forget,
I disagree.
Yeah, let me make a point.
As for my people, those that would make noise and blah blah blah, I would teach them patriotism. For flip's sake, well, you're gonna have to take a pick. Either you have 1,000 kids who are educated, who are working, and you have 1,000 customers who have products and services that they are happy with, or you have 1,000 kids who don't have that education and don't have those jobs, and you have 1,000 customers who lack those products or services, all because you want to go, I'm real, Palestine. None of my blood club business.
Straight up and down, rude boy. Listen to this, yeah. I just wanted to add one little bit to what Ahmed's saying is, yeah, it's like, just in case, yeah, and like you're saying, thousands of job opportunities being created. And you know what that does? That keeps our عيال, instead of tahrib, Libya, they keeps them in ground. You get where I'm coming from? So, boy, I'm dealing with. You get me?
But wait, can I just put one point? Yeah. All right, cool. So you think like this, yeah? A lot of people don't think like that, yeah. What if they block you and don't do business with you? What if the whole world, it's just you and Israel, and the rest are like, nah, man, them like they're backing the people that are getting oppressed and whatnot. So wouldn't it be, you know what I'm saying?
Detrimental to you in the long run.
Detrimental to your to what you're doing.
That's a hypothetical. That's just not true. It's just far from true. Israel trades with many countries, and the whole world. And the last thing the whole world is going to do is be like, oh, that country trades with so and so, therefore we shouldn't trade with it. The world doesn't work like that.
Turkey has got trade with Israel. They've got agreements with Israel.
Many countries don't care. Countries don't care about that. It's all about business.
Maverick, what do you think Somalia should open an embassy in Israel? Recognize Israel because Israel recognizes Somalia.
I don't do emotions, bro. If it makes sense, if it's in our favor.
I'm not doing emotion.
Yeah, but okay, let me hear me
Israel,
out.
in terms of trade,
bro, let me respond. You asked the question, let me respond. The reason why I said to you I don't do emotion is because I've answered this question to you before. You seem to think that it's going to change because there's emotions involved with Israel. It doesn't exist with me. If the interests are there, the interests are there. Period. Doesn't matter who it is.
All right, cool. So let's say tomorrow morning you're
Saudi Arabia does business with Israel.
Yeah, but
Eritrea and Somalia should be like, no. That don't make no
morally, is
sense.
that what you stand for? Is that what
Huh?
you stand for, though? Morally, would you want your tomorrow morning your children and their children to be, you know what I'm saying, picking up these kind of? If that's cool, then everything else is cool. Do you get?
I don't see how this is a moral question, because at the end of the day, in that particular location, the Arabs decided to have both the Hashemites and the Ibn Sauds. They decided to have
No, but
deals
I'm
with
not
Brit.
talking about
Let
the
me. I'm
Arabs.
talking. Bro,
I
1 minute,
haven't
please.
said nothing
1
about
minute,
the
please,
Arabs.
man, bro. Like,
Go
can
on,
we
my bro.
converse like normal?
Yes,
Look,
yes.
as I was saying, yeah, both the Hashemites and the Ibn Sauds, they both betrayed the Ottomans. Did they not? Did they not?
Yes,
Did
yes.
the Hashemites and the Ibn Sauds, did they not betray the
Ibn
Ottomans?
Saud, yes, yes, they did.
They betrayed the Ottomans, right? So they decided to make deals with the British, right? Right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
The British then went ahead and made a deal with Lord Rothschild, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the British then betrayed the Arabs, right?
Yeah.
Where do I get involved in this mess that they start? Why do I need to clean up for them?
No, but is
It's got
doing
nothing to
business
do
with
with
Israel?
me.
Doing business with Israel is not about Palestine. Put that aside, bro. What they
Well, bro,
stand
what
for,
has Palestine ever done for
what they're
Somalia?
trying to do in the world, and
What's
what
it
they're
got to
doing
do with
right
me?
now.
You telling me Arabs betraying Turks and then the British
I'm not talking
betraying
about
them?
Arabs, though.
I'm supposed to represent for them? Get out of here. That's not
No,
possible.
but no one's stating that. If you just like give me 1 second to just say
All
one
right, go
thing,
on.
bro.
Go
I
on.
never said nothing about Arabs, bro. I'm saying what they're doing in the world right now, in all countries. Because then remember, you got to remember, these Israels are linked up with the Americans, and the Americans, the Israels looking like the Jews are looking like they're ruling like the world right now. You get, and they go against everything we stand for, because if you carry on doing business with them, before you know it, they'll run up in they'll end up coming to your country, and you know what I'm saying.
I don't doubt that every country is trying to get a piece of my country.
Let me just finish
Yeah.
one thing. And your neighboring countries that you want to do business with, they're going to violate them. They're going to violate all them other countries that you're cool with. They're going to violate them. And are you going to be happy with, like, I don't see, like, I see a lot of, you know what I'm saying, dealing with them, there's a lot of problem that comes with it. I'd rather deal with
All right,
people.
cool. All right, cool. You done?
Eric King.
I don't think. No, 1 minute, bro. Let me respond to him, please. I don't think Israel is any more evil or has a bigger agenda than any other country. As far as I'm concerned, every country wants an empire. Every country wants resources and trade agreements that favor them. So I don't what's it called again, single out Israel as though Israel is any different than any other country. They're all the same. Everyone's trying to get the most. Now what is my job? My job. Eric, I heard you. Hear me out, bro. My job is to protect my country and to serve my people. That is my job. In terms of protecting my country, that doesn't depend on which country I deal with. I protect my country against all countries. So dealing with Israel is no different than dealing with Eritrea.
Okay,
it's just another country.
No, it's not the same thing as dealing with Eritrea.
What do you mean it's not the same thing? You're both foreign.
Eritrea ain't involved. Listen, one sec.
You're still foreign, bro.
You're not even gonna let man talk. Eritrea ain't involved in a lot of massacres that's going on right now around the world, bro.
Eritrea is massacring its own people. What are you talking about?
These people will destabilize the Horn of Africa, bro. That's what I'm saying to you. And when they get destabilized, when your neighboring countries get destabilized, they're gonna end up queuing outside your country to come stay at your
bro. You're speaking a lot of sensationalism. You're not actually saying anything.
It's facts.
Of course, it's sensationalism. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. What does that mean? They're going to do this.
They all went to
Your speech is they're going to do this. What does that mean?
Yeah, Maverick, hold on a second. Let me just, you know what? I'm just gonna jump on about the Israel point, actually. You know, and it's true. If you think about it, what's the difference between Israel and China?
Maverick, can I add something?
You know,
I do agree with some of the
thingy, and also you gotta think as well.
I was gonna say that
there's a lot of countries. I don't know why people think are Israel.
Because of the Arabs, man. They'll deny it, but that's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Besides the Arabs,
I
though, what
do
are
see
they
your point.
doing? They're ruling the world right now. What are they doing? What's going on around the world?
What's going on around the world?
They're destabilizing a lot of countries, brother.
Yeah, so is America, so is China, so is Saudi Arabia, so is Iran.
Eric King, can I
Come on, man?
Can I add something? What's your issue with like doing business with Israel? Like, if you look at, I don't want to get into history, but if you look at, for example, Libya and Yemen. No, but I'm just giving you an example. I dislike countries like Libya and Egypt and Yemen. They stabbed us in the back in the 70s. If you go back into history, like, why should I trust these countries? I do agree with some of the points what Maverick is making. Like, what's the difference between doing business with China or India? India is killing Muslims and persecuting them in Kashmir, but my country does business with them.
Pakistanis came to Somalia and they started reading Lilaf every time they got caught. Every time they got caught, we're akhis, Lilaf Quraysh, ilafihim. Every time they got caught. Come on, bro. There's no trust out here, bro.
Yeah, let's not forget who's funding Al Shabaab.
Wait. You said
there's a lot of issues around.
One sec. Let me just clarify.
Like, I just want to add one more thing. I just want to add more. I want to add one more thing. What Maverick is saying.
Go ahead. You I never heard that. What you say?
Like for example, like a lot of Somali people believe in this whole concept of we are one ummah nonsense, but it doesn't exist in the real world.
I'm not even coming to you with religion, brother. I'm not even coming to you with religion.
No, because they've mixed religion. But a lot of Somalis mix religion. A lot of Somalis mix.
Guys, I'll be back. Yeah, peace.
Maverick. I'm gonna say one thing, wallahi, and I'm gonna stay quiet. Yeah. You just said you don't trust Libya and Egypt, right? And you wouldn't do business with them. But why would you do business with Israel?
No business. I'm talking about. No, because they stabbed us in the back. If you look at Egypt,
don't you think they stabbed you in the back? Why do you?
So did America. So did Britain.
Exactly. So did. You get.
And look, America's in Mogadishu now.
But then
UK
again,
is involved in everything we're doing.
But then again, in this, if you're basing everything on in this time and age that we're living in right now, if I was a leader of Eritrea, I would have to do business with a lot of countries. You get me? But if you're saying we, as in the Horn of Africa, running the world, like we're doing business, and you get, for that to happen, we have to be in power around the world, brother. You get? So
yeah, but I get what, brother. I get what you get.
You get.
I get what you're saying is, yeah, but if you look at the Arabs, they brought us more problems. Like, the biggest mistake Somalia made in its history was to join the Arab League. They brought us so much problems. They took advantage of us for like what, nearly 28 years of the civil war, and they stabbed us in the back.
Guys, one second. What's his name? Philosopher, can you mute your mic when you're not speaking? You've got go on, Reeves.
What I'm trying to say with Israel, what has Israel ever done to Somalia in its history? Like, if you look at it, this whole Somalis will base this on what Maverick said, on emotion, and religion. And if you look at what the Arabs done to us, they've stabbed us a lot in the back. And if you look at Somalia, Saudi Arabia, they brought us nothing but Wahhabism, death and destruction. What has Israel ever done to Somalia? But a lot of these Somalis will bring religion into it. They'll bring the deen into it, but they can't separate. They can't differentiate between. This is what I've noticed amongst Somali people. They can't, and some Pakistanis as well. They can't differentiate between deen, religion, and politics and economics. They can't separate it. They mix it up together.
That's Arab word.
Yeah, it's a deadly cocktail. I'm just telling you, that's a deadly cocktail. You have to differentiate between the three. That's all I have to say.
You have to also remember Saudi Arabia and Israel are close allies. Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Same time, the Israel people that live there, Israeli people that live there now, are not the indigenous people. Do you get it? These people are, what's it called? Ashkenazi Jews. Yeah. So these people are, they're known for exploiting people. So why would you want to do business with people that are known for exploiting people? Their history has shown us. Do you get it?
Of course. You think I am aware of that? I am aware. I'm talking about what I mentioned earlier on. Like,
I'm just saying it, just for the panel. I'm not attacking you.
I already know. Yes, I'm aware of Israel. I For example, I can say the same thing about Indians. Are Indians not exploiters who go to these African countries, who shit on them, that make money off them, talk crap about them, who live in their separate areas? Aren't they not exploiters? Yes or no?
Nah, but
Who?
because
Indians.
the country's benefiting. Indians,
Like, for example, why did
Alright, bro,
Indians
so
get
that's
kicked out
fine.
of
But come
Uganda?
on to the
like
YouTube.
Indians. Huh?
Go to the channel. The channel's Beppy. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Like, Mekwan, can
Yeah.
we disagree or disagree on that, brother?
Brother, who are you talking to?
No, I'm talking about philosopher.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Like, about who mentioned Israel who are exploiters? Like, I gave you an example of Indians being racists and exploiters in African countries like Kenya and Uganda. Like, they got kicked out of Uganda because they were nothing but exploiters.
Bro, you can't even compare India to Israel, bro. Israel
No, but they're
literally.
exploiters. No, but they're
But
exploiters in every
it's-
African.
everyone is though.
Well,
Everyone
you need
wants
to
good
understand
things.
though. Every country is out for themselves. Truth be told, you can learn a lot from the Israelis. You know,
No, but
one
I'm talking
small
about.
country. Look at the population and look how much control they have in the world.
That's ethnic tribalism. Well, no, but to make
Nothing
it
to do
very.
with tribalism, but they're doing good
No,
for
but I'm talking
themselves. You
about.
can't
No,
just hate
but
everyone
people.
because the Saudis hate them.
No,
What
but
have the Saudis done for us, bro? They sponsor
No,
terrorists
but
in our country. They disrespect us.
no, but
They locked our sisters up that got released from prison the other day. The Libyans are selling our brothers. The Yemenis sided with Ethiopia. What Arabs have not done anything for us. Truth be told, they use Somalis as a joke. They in the TV shows they disrespect us. They be like, oh, you're Somali, this, you're Somali. Apparently, it's an insult to be called Somali in Arab country. You understand? But obviously, they keep using us because they know the location where our country's based on, and they overfish our waters. They use us as well when they need us. We're like, we're part of the Arab League, and let's not forget the reason we joined the Arab League was because of they said, oh, because you're Muslim, you need to join us, and obviously Ethiopia sided with the Christians and all of that. Let's not forget. We can't be blind.
I agree, bro.
India is not in a position of power to be compared to Israel. Man. India is just literally shithole, bro. You know what I mean?
But India's got a lot more to offer to Somalia than these Arab countries.
Well, India.
Bro, you need to understand. We need to trade with everyone. We need to be open to the Europeans, the Asians, the Arabs, whoever benefits us, and like we can use to push our agenda. They're welcome to Somalia, bro. As long as they're not exploiting us, but we shouldn't be blind just to Arabs because we share a religion with them.
Yo, philosopher, can I add to
A lot of us
No,
welcome
but can I
them, like, oh, we're
can I add
brothers.
something? Do you think we should leave the Arab League because if you
No,
look
we
at what Arab
shouldn't leave, bro. We shouldn't leave. We should use it to our benefit. What, bro?
No, because we're not an Arabic country. Because if you know,
what benefit do we have of sitting in the Arab League? What benefit has it ever given us?
we're not an Arabic country. Like Mekwan, can I finish?
Go ahead, bro.
Like, for example, Ethiopia, this what really angers me. If you look at the map of Africa, when you look at civilizations, why is it that Ethiopia is viewed as an African civilization? This is where the confusion stems between Africans. If you look at Somalia, it's viewed as an Islamic civilization. So, isn't Ajuran or Adal, are they not viewed as African civilizations? Like, why do we have Arabic script? You know, really pisses me off when my passport, the passport of Somalia, has got Arabic on it. Why is there no Osmania on it? Like, if you look at Siad Barre, he really fucked the country up in terms of joining the Arab League and choosing the Latin alphabet. I believe that we should preserve our identity and our country because Arab League has got no benefits. Like, why do we need to export our livestock to this country while there's Indonesia that's got a population of 250 million, while there's China, while there's many other countries?
Why not Reaper? Why not export to them? If they want to buy it, why not export it?
Because the Middle East is literally close to us, bro. You can't compare it to Indonesia or China. You need to understand. And don't forget, before we started using the Latin alphabet, we wrote in Arabic, bro. Let's not forget that. In a lot of the early Somali kingdoms, they used Arabic, bro. Look at their names. They literally had Arab names. They were called Ibn this, Ibn that, Ibn Sign of Mogadishu. If you look at our history, even though Osmani writing is basically Arabic, if you look at it. You need to understand. You can't separate Somalis and Arabs, bro, like that.
No, but you're wrong. How's the Osmani Arabic, man? Osmani's an indigenous script.
It's Arabic, bro. It's influenced by Arabic, bro. Look up.
It's not, man. I met the inventor of the script. It's not.
Bro.
No, I don't know about the Osmani script.
I know. I spoke to my boy, bro, and he told me it's influenced by Arabs.
It's not,
Arabs,
my friend.
the
Bro,
Somalis that wrote their history. wrote in Arabic, bro. Like it's influenced. Our language is influenced by Arabs. Let's not forget. Let's not lie to ourselves. Our culture is influenced by them. Everything.
It's not, bro. Can I finish? Like Somalia, for example, our history and civilization, our language is much older than Arab. We're only influenced through them by Islam. That's pretty much it, and some few loan words.
Debatable, but yeah. Actually, you can't just hate people based on what some people done. When you're doing business, bro, you can't think like that. You need to be open to ideas. You need to be open. You need to change. You need to know what sells. You need to know what doesn't sell. You need to know what benefits you, what doesn't benefit you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. You gotta think like that.
Yeah.
But we should diversify our, markets. We shouldn't just sell to.
Yeah, 100%, bro. Like we should say, this is Somalia. It's open for anyone that wants to invest, as long as they're not exploiting our people. We don't want to turn into a next destination for prostitution and child labor and all of these good things. You need to watch out.
That's already happened in Morocco.
Kids. Yeah, we need to keep our women in Somalia instead of being enslaved in Saudi doing cheap labor. You know what I mean?
Mekwa, can I add something?
Mekwa, you know what? I'm starting to like you, my brother. You know what? I want you to come on my hangout. After this, you and Ahmed Guri, both you lot, yeah? I'm going to open up the thing for you to join the hangout, my brothers, man. You and Ahmed Guri. Go on. Pharaoh, come back as well, innit? Go on. Carry on, my lad. Carry on. Pharaoh's got something to say.
Mekwa, can I finish?
No, let Pharaoh. Pharaoh's got something to say. Well, please. Reaper. One thing about it. Let other people talk. Go on, carry on, man.
Yeah, bro. Philosopher, you were saying you're willing to do business with, trading with anyone. However, that type of mindset is like a mindset of a prostitute. She just wants benefit. She don't really care about giving benefit. You get it?
I understand what you're saying, bro, but you need to understand the place we are right now. We can't be selective. People who can be selective are those that have options, bro. Right now, we need to get our population educated.
Of course.
We need to create jobs. You know what I mean? We need to have relationships.
I agree.
We need to bring in countries that can invest in our country. You know, we can't do it ourselves.
However,
understand?
Yeah.
But our resources speak for itself. You get it? We have
they do
diaspora. Let me finish. We have people in diaspora who's educated and returning home, opening businesses back home. So within our own community, we're already building. You get it? We're already
100% building.
You get it? So
I truly believe like we have benefit that like some other Africans don't.
Bro, let me finish what I'm saying.
All right, go on.
So, to trade with anyone, it's just like I was saying, it's a mindset of a prostitute. Instead, we should just be selective. When I mean being selective, okay, cool. Ethiopia is doing a deal with Somaliland now. We could do deals with Rwanda. You get what I'm trying to say? Like just being selective, where it's a win-win situation, not a win-lose 50 years, 80 years down the line, and then the country just goes bust, and then, we're back to square one. Do you get it? So being selective, especially with the resources we're sitting on.
Yeah, man. But the thing is, bro, like if our population is not educated, the resources are gonna be sold. The way Somalia works now is all you have to do is just pay certain clan or this clan elder, and then you take things for cheap. If the whole population is educated, and if you remove clan issues, then obviously we can manage our resources better, bro. But right now, a lot of our things have been sold for cheap. They've been stolen. Only few guys have been paid. The rest of the population have been paid.
But right now, we've got the internet.
So obviously, we need to educate our people. Education is the key, bro.
But right now, we've got the internet.
We need to educate the little girls. You know what I mean? We need to educate the people that's getting educated. We need to educate the minority.
Let me add on to that. Yeah, bro. Right now, we've got the internet. I'm seeing brothers from the motherland just teaching themselves how to do computer science and computer programming. You get it? Meaning that they can just open up apps and start making a living. Also, brothers and sisters, I learned how to do graphic design, how to do video editing, how to do, photography, all this type of stuff that we didn't have 10 years ago. You get it? So all we need is just...
Fair, I got a question for you, though. You talk about education, yeah?
Yeah.
And you're saying that we should, be selective. We've got a bigger problem, which is tribalism. We can't even get together. We're constantly, there's different federal states. Like you said, there's these under-the-table deals. There's China taking advantage, all of this thing. So before we even come to any of that, we've got to have some peace. When all of Somalia.
Ahmedo, let me add on to that. Yeah, I feel like our generation, these men in this group and the women that are watching and participate, back home, these people eventually would, you know, move back home and reinstate the whole country. Do you get it? Or the Yasha with Gorobian, with the Manayan. So that whole mindset of tribalism, it hasn't, in our generation, we haven't seen any benefit from it.
That's true. That's true. But if you think about Somalia, they still got a problem with Al-Shabaab blowing up things left, right, and center.
Yeah, Aki, can I just say one question? Salam alaikum, brothers. Yeah.
Alaikum assalam.
Walaikum salam.
I just want to
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Basically, you know, Somalis, yeah, they want to trade, but what exactly are they going to trade? Because in order for you to trade, you have to be manufacturing and producing goods or services for you to export. So what goods and services are Somalis basically producing?
Livestock is one.
No, I mean production, agricultural, natural resources.
Banana, sugar.
That is just small fries. Like that's so.
But that's something though, isn't it? You can't just dismiss
I ate
it.
a wing today. I ate one chicken wing. Like that's the level it is when you're talking about international trade. Do you know what I mean? You have to.
Yeah, but you gotta start somewhere though, isn't it? Truth, right? You gotta start somewhere.
No, but you've been. Look, brother, yeah, you've been exporting livestock since Somalia, basically. I don't like to use the word Somalia because it's a slave name, innit? It's an Italian colonial name. So let's just say this.
No, it's not, man.
Somali Republic, yeah? Yeah? Since the fall of the Somali Republic, Somalis have been exporting livestock to the Middle East, yeah? But all it's been doing is just a certain group of people have been profiting from this. You know what I mean? This hasn't really been benefiting the greater public. But there's more things we can produce from our country. We've got agriculture. Yeah? Huge.
Okay.
Agricultural department. You've got Ethiopia, which has got over 100 million people, which is a landlocked country. You have the second biggest coastline in Africa. You can be exporting fish and salt to Ethiopia. Yeah?
Yes, we can. That's true.
You can be exporting agricultural goods to the Middle East, which is closer to you guys, and they don't have an agricultural department, like an agricultural sector. So they need agriculture. The Arabs need, the Ethiopians need fish and salt, and there's many other things that obviously since Somalia.
You forgot dairy products and other products like steel, because Somalia's got a lot of mines.
Okay, let's not really go too much into the resources because I think you need to.
I'm talking about industrial production. Somalia can like make a lot of things because it's got the resources to make products.
The thing is, right now factories are being built. They just built a flour factory in Berbera, so you can tell the whole region of Somali Republic. They notice that we have a lack of factories. Do you get it? Therefore, once we start building factories, especially in the ports, Mogadishu, Berbera, these type of ports, eventually, we're going to be exporting.
Pharaoh, can I add something?
Yeah, bro.
For example, Somalia back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, it exported like medicine, it exported all sorts of industrial products and that, back in the day. But if you look at it now, although the Somalia's industrial capacity has been destroyed because of the war, like if you look at Syria has basically has got bare factories. If you go to Aleppo in Syria, it's full of factories. It's basically the workshop of Syria. But all of that's been destroyed. All their factories in Syria has been destroyed, and Syria is trying to invite
Somalia wasn't exporting no medicines. What are you talking about, brother?
It was back in the day, man. Huh?
What medicines were they exporting?
Huh?
Somalia wasn't exporting no goddamn medicines. They were still.
No, it used to produce medicine.
Somalia. I don't like to say Somalia because it's a slave name, like I'm saying, yeah.
Absolutely, don't bring tribalism into it. I'm talking about its
I'm
products.
not bringing tribalism into it. Somalia, Somaliland, all of it is colonial names, bro. It was the Somali Republic.
So Somalia.
So the Somali Republic did not export any fucking medicine, bro. Are you
It did
crazy?
manufacture medicine.
It was herbal, more herbal than
No,
chemical.
pharmaceutical products.
Oh, pharmaceutical. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they did. I've actually seen the documentary and some articles on that. They actually made a number of antibiotics and all these other things. Traded with Africa. They exported to African countries.
What about coffee? We used to export coffee as well, I swear. and hurt.
But like I said, bro, our people are business savvy, so all we need is just to do something about the tribal nonsense. You know, I feel like Somalia right now is
Pharaoh, can I?
like feudal era Japan. You know, we need like a warlord or something to bring everyone together. You know, by force, like a dictator. You know what I mean?
Nah, no dictators, no
No,
warlords.
no dictators, no
Somebody
dictators,
came and
man.
fucked up the whole shit. You get? Right now, we need unity.
Yeah, but the thing with Siad Barre is, bro, he was a dictator, yes, and obviously everyone, all the tribes were involved in overthrow, and it's not just one, as people like saying. But the problem with them is when they removed him, they had no one to replace him. Like when they got him
You
off the
must be
throne, they should
Darod.
have
You're
had
Darod, right? You're Darod, yeah?
who?
You.
I don't need
I
to
choose
mention what
problem
tribe I am.
tribalism. قبيلة why قبيلة
But
كانوا
anyway,
قبيلة واحد
forgetting the
كذا.
tribe thing, I don't think Siad Barre and getting another
I
dictator
just
back is
asked
the
the question.
solution.
That's it.
Yeah, it's not a solution.
To be honest with you, Siad was more. He wasn't. I don't think he was a tribalist. Truth be told, he did not care for tribes, bro.
No, he used tribes though. He did to his benefit.
He
But
used
anyway,
tribes in it, but he
we'll
never
go from
cared
that.
for it, bro. Like some people make it sound like he was there to do something for
But
tribes. He didn't, bro.
you cannot say Somaliland needs another warlord or a dictator, because no one on the panel would agree with you. You get? It?
No,
That don't make no
it's not
sense.
gonna work.
We're still recovering. We're still healing.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't mean like a dictator, but I mean like someone that brings our people together. You know, even if he has to be by force, because we can't keep
Not by
dividing
force,
ourselves,
not by
bro.
force.
Have you seen the other day how many flags we have now? 10 flags, bro. You know what I mean, we've been killing each other for how long?
10 flags.
Yeah, the other day when they came together, bro, there's like 7, 8 flags now.
Yeah, that's
Different Somali states. Bro.
the difference.
How are ridiculous?
Because it's a federal
That's
state,
federalism,
Mekhwan,
innit?
because it's federal.
It's a federal
Alright,
state.
Yeah.
one at a time, lads. Yeah. All right. So philosopher, can you please mute your mic when you're not talking because you got some static sort of thing? Yeah. I just wanted to ask
Sorry,
you a
bro.
question. No, yeah. So
Also,
I wanted to ask. No, brother. Let me ask the brother one question. Okay, if you're saying, what would be your solution then? Well, Greater Somali win again. Sorry, bro. That goes to philosophy.
I always support United Somalis, no matter where they are. I always support that. But I'm saying like we need to either bring the elders together, like the clan heads and all of these, and sort this out. You know what I mean? Or if anything, make amends. Yeah, make someone from Somaliland the president in Somalia. If that would
What about
solve the
this?
issue.
Why don't we rip up all these flags and start again? Rename the whole thing, call it Africa. I've
Bro,
always said that
people
idea.
will lie,
Everyone's against that.
Me personally, if we
case speaker, so
Yeah,
should
but
Somalia
give me
become
1 second.
no, but
Yeah, 1 second, bro, man. Come on, man. Let me just flow with the guy 1 second and ask a question. Come on, Rich. You always do this. There's no competition. I'll run the stream for another 5 hours if you want. You get me? Don't worry. We got enough time. Hour. Don't worry. Well, so you're dechi. Yeah. I just wanted to ask this because what I like to ask, even Ahmed Guri, because they're new on the panel, I always like to ask these everyone. Like, this is my concept. My concept is tear down everything, fuck all these flags, and start again. What do you look, Muhammad? Even rename the country something else, man.
Speaker, can I just make a point? Yeah.
Go ahead, my brother.
Now, what happened in Somalia was Somalia and Somaliland, once they joined together, it was obviously the Republic of Somalia. So we was united, right? So then what has happened is Siad Barre took over. It was 8 regions, yeah, which the Northerners were not happy with, yeah, and there were 6 regions in the south, yeah. Okay, Siad Barre turned them 6 regions into 12 regions, and then turned the north into 5 regions, yeah, which made certain tribes minority, which he was doing, yeah. Okay, cool. So then that Abdullahi Yusuf took, and then once the government fell, there was meant to be a federal system, which was meant to be the north and the south, yeah, under a federal state, which was like not a centralized government. So the north is one side of the federalism, and the south is the other side of federalism. That didn't work out. Abdullahi Yusuf, he was a quite smart guy. He manipulated politics. He made Puntland a federal state, and he made the rest of Somalia a federal state, which Somaliland was not part of Somalia because they declared independence. So then through that way, he got into power. They still left the 12 regions that Siad Barre done already. So them 12 regions have to go back to their 6 historical regions, because the 6 districts that it was before is the 6 regions that the federal government of Somalia is got their Mamul Gobbles go under them. But instead of them being 1 region, they're like they're 12 regions, where they should be 6 regions. Because look, Puntland was a region historically. Galmudug was already a region. Benadir now is getting its own state, but that was historically a region. Southwest was a region, and Jubaland was a region. That was the 6 regions in Somalia already. So they need to go back to that, and they need to sort themselves out, and the federal government needs to come back into power.
True. Can I ask you a question? Do you feel like that would occur without war? Because we know, Somaliland and Puntland was warring in 2017.
No, you know what I think, yeah? I think there's been too much bloodshed in Somalia, yeah? Generally, for everyone's own sake, yeah? I personally think Somalia needs to be either, first and foremost, I think Somalia should be, they need to either, look, the Somalis in the south, the Somalia Italiana, the Italian colony of Somalia, and you've got the British colony of Somalia, right? So the Italian colony of Somalia need to come
Not colony, protectorate.
with each other. What did you say?
Somaliland wasn't a colony; it was a protectorate.
Yeah, Somaliland was a protectorate, but South Somalia was a colony. Yeah. Either way, it had the same concepts, but it was different. It was similar.
So, Truth, what's your point? What's your point? Do you want?
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is Somalia even needs to get to an agreement and have fair. Everybody has to get their fair share of the cake. When I mean everybody has to be on the same level, everyone has to be on the same level. Everyone should have their hug. Whether you're Charel, you're this, you're that, your people say you're Midgan, all of that has to be eradicated. Yeah, and everybody has to be on the same level again. If not, Somalia has to be split up further. That's my opinion.
Truth. Can I add something? In what you said? So should Somalia go back to the way it was back in the pre-90s, like it was a central state? Because I feel like it wouldn't work, because it's better if it's a federal state, federal regions.
Okay.
Like, what do you think? Not because it failed.
There's many intellectuals, yeah. There's many intellectuals from South Somalia, North Somalia, wherever, that have always said federalism would only work in Somalia under the North and the South. Having South Somalia, Somalia Italiana, the Italian colony of Somalia, needs to be centralized. Full stop.
I disagree with you on centralized. I disagree.
Then they have to have their own way, and they have to have their own government. Then, and they need to be split up further.
But Germany,
you've been running around in circles. Yeah, can I just explain? Yeah, you've been running around in circles for 30 years. 30 years. Yeah, you've been running around in circles. So what the hell are you gonna do? You're gonna continue running around in circles, and then some little state president claiming to be the president, claiming to have more power than the actual Formaggio. Right now, what you got is you've got state they're governors. They're not even meant to be presidents. Yeah, claiming to be presidents, claiming to have more power than the actual federal government. It doesn't make sense. You need to split up the country further, and it needs to be like the Arab countries. This is the reality. It needs to be like Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait. It needs to be
disagree with you. Like
Truth. How is that going to work? Truth. 1 second. Reaper, 1 second. I was going to ask Truth a question. Truth, how is that going to work if you think about like Jubaland? Jubaland's Kenya's involved there. There's no way Puntland's just going to come to Formaggio and say to him, yeah, we'll just come central, we'll come under one. You got Galmudug. It's not going to be simple matter of splitting Somaliland and Somalia. It's not going to be that easy. So
I'm not talking about Somaliland. Somaliland's not even a problem here. The problem in Somalia now is the federal states.
Yeah, but you're saying the South should be under one. I'm saying it can't be possible because Jubaland is already at war, not war, but like loggerheads with Formaggio. There's no way Puntland's just coming under under Formaggio. So you're saying how you could propose they go under Formaggio? How's that going to happen?
First and foremost, Somaliland's not even in the equation right now. Somaliland, whether it gets recognized or not, it's out
take Somaliland. So sorry to interrupt. Take Somaliland out of the equation. Just answer the question about the South. That's all I'm interested in. Only the South.
The problem is South Somalia. Now, honestly speaking, you've got state governors that are meant to be governors of state. First and foremost, everything Mohammed Siad Barre done in his administration has to be eradicated. It has to go. Yeah? All the gobbles he cut out, all of that has to go. It has to go back to how it was in 1969 or 1965. Yeah? When Somalia got its recognition or whatever. This is what I solely believe. Until that happens, I don't think Somalia will find any peace. Yeah? So then now you have to centralize the government. Yeah? And they need to eradicate the 4.5 system. Yeah? Everything should be split on them 6 regions, and every single clan wherever has to have a representation. Yeah. Once you have that and everybody is equal, bruv, you don't have someone saying, "Oh, I'm more superior to you." Everyone has to be all on the same level. Do you understand where I'm coming from? And then once they try to centralize the government, if they say no, Bootland, for example, is the main problem right now, right?
And Jubaland. Don't forget Jubaland.
Look, Jubaland's not the problem. The guy
It is
in
the
power
problem.
in
They're
Jubaland is
not
the
interested
problem.
in coming.
No, brother, yeah. It's the guy in power in Jubaland that's the problem, yeah? He is someone that wasn't even born in Jubaland. He's born in Kenya. He came into Somalia just because a faction of his clan live in one region in Jubaland. He's become a president. He basically bullied his way into power, yeah? And he's bullying the federal government. That's what's realistically happening, yeah? So I don't really think Jubaland's the problem. Jubaland is not trying to be separatist like that, yeah? The other problem is, the problem is, you've got Somaliland, which is a completely different subject. And you brothers want to share with us? No or yes. If they say yes, give them their share of the cake. If they say no, let them be a separate country. That's the truth. You can't
Truth.
hold on to people, brother, and then trade with each other and ally with each other. Look, it would be better for Somalia. You know why? You have more governments that ally with each other, like the Arabs. But if you have one government, what happens? Everything comes plummeting down one go.
Yeah, okay.
So truth. So you think Somaliland should be a federal state? And also, I want to mention about tax quickly.
I think Somaliland should be completely out of the equation by now. I think Somaliland should have been separate long time ago. Yeah. Right now, Somalia should have been focusing on centralizing their government. Yeah. And they should be like, look, Bootland, do you guys want to be part of us, our brothers? Yeah. This is what we're offering to you. We're offering you 1/6 of the power, which it was already 6 regions. Yeah. And for example, you could say the president, vice president, House of Parliament, House of Elders, and you can say head of military and head of police. So that would be like the 6 senior positions in the country. So in the
truth,
6
but they already
regions,
been
every single one of them
I...
will get one. Let me finish, brother. Yeah. What was I gonna say? In the 6 regions, every single one of them will get one. Do you understand? So it will be a fair share between the 6 regions. Yeah. If Puntland are not happy with that, well, y'all, inshallah, we're gonna work together. We ally together. Well, Somalia team, go your own way. That's how it should be. It shouldn't be we're holding on. Where has this taken us? This is the biggest problem in Somalia. You got 1,000 problems. I believe if you take Somaliland out of the equation, Somalia could actually fix up. But the reason why Somalia is not fixing up is because they're too focused on Somaliland. This is the truth.
Truth. Can I add something?
Yeah.
The South and the North need each other. As I mentioned earlier on, the South produces what's it called? Is the breadbasket of the country, and Somaliland. I look at Somaliland as the industrial part of the country because Somaliland has got potential. If you get what I'm saying, and also Somaliland is acting like a baby because Somaliland has been offered deals in the past, and many, like for example, Fawzia Aden.
Yeah, who's Fawzia Aden? Sorry, he's gonna come back.
No.
Sorry, guys.
Basically, she was Ishaq. Basically, she was the foreign minister. She was like the foreign minister. She was the first Ishaq from the north, to be in a high position in the Sheikh Hassan government. Like, I'm thinking, like, there's even seats for people in the south. Like, why can't Somaliland come to the table?
Yeah, hello, we've got a new panelist, Harry. Hello, salam alaikum.
Brother, how are you, brother? How are you? Assalamu alaikum.
I'm alright, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Saliha, salam fiana.
Alhamdulillah.
Carry on, guys. Carry on, please, if you may.
But yeah, that's why I just wanted to add. Like, Fawzia Aden was like what? She was a foreign ministry, and she was from the north, from Hargeisa. She was from the Ishaq tribe, And basically, why can't Somaliland come to the table? Like, he still got that from the past.
Someone in the comments, Sagol Abakar, asked you, how are we acting like babies? I think that's
because Somaliland. No, but the problem is, I'm a Ishaq, Somaliland is holding on to the past. What happened, like back in the day, and other tribes suffered. And do you think we should focus on?
So are you a unification? Are you a unifist?
I believe in the unification of the country. Yes.
Of the whole of Greater Somalia.
Yes.
Okay. Because you believe we're stronger together instead of separating all these autonomous states.
Yes, because the North and the South need each other.
Let him get into his point.
Yeah,
Like
go
the
on,
North and like for example, the North and the South need each other, just like North England needs South England. Like North England is like it used to be the industrial base, and South England is like the financial base. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally get it. I get you.
Like for example, if Somaliland and Somalia separated, hagee sonkorta ka keenaysa, hagee bananaha ka keenaysa, hagee bariiska ka keenaysa. Where are you gonna get all your products? Because the
It's
South
already been
wants to-
separated, bro.
We need each other. Both of us need each other. But yeah, carry on. Sorry. Let me
Like I was in 6 years
mute my-
ago, I was in Somalia. People are complaining about sonkorta. Like Somalia, the north produces like I don't know yet if they get from outside the country. People are complaining about like we don't get white refined sugar. What does that tell you? Like because of this whole tribal thing, but because of this whole tribal thing, like people from our tribe are entrepreneurial and that, just like any other tribe and that. Like, but the problem is, let's say if you got money and you want to build a sugar factory, man's in the south would want someone from the north to build because this whole tribalism has fucked the country up. Someone from the south wouldn't be able to come to the north because of suspicion and that. We've got this tribal thing is basically retarding the country economically and socially.
I'm with you. I hear you, bro.
But do you agree? Like, do you agree the north and the south need each other?
I agree. We do need each other, but can we work with each other? That's the thing. Can we work as administrations? Or is it better if we split up and come together? That's the question I have. Can we work together?
Yes, we can work together in terms of before if you look at back in the past, why I'm against centralization, because the central government had too much power. Like, for example, Germany is a federal state. Each federal state has got its own, just like America's got different states. They're united as one country, but they've got their own investment boards. Like India is it's got different states. It's got its own foreign ministry, each state, and they've got their own investment boards. But the country's still united. Do you get what I'm saying? It's got more control.
I guess you.
Khalid.
Yes, my brother.
Is Harry your brother?
Harry?
Yeah.
Yeah, Harry's my brother still. Why, does he look like me?
Yeah, mashallah. It looks exactly like you.
Nah, Harry's not. He's not my blood brother, but he's my brother.
Oh, one family.
Harry. Yo, Harry. Is he there? Hello. I think he doesn't know how to unmute his button. Hello, Harry. Harry, can you hear us? Nah, he has to mute. I think he has to mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, one of the panelists asked me, "Are you
sorry,
brothers?"
brother. Sorry. This is an important subject, but I don't know where it started from, brother. I tried to join in earlier, where you guys were talking about the economical kind of thing of it.
Yeah,
I tried
basically
to
the
come
subject.
on Facebook earlier.
Yeah, basically what it was what we were talking about is the Ethiopia and the Ethiopia and Egypt dispute, but now it's gone to we talked about Somalia get involved, and now we're speaking about we're just random. We're having a nuanced conversation. We're just going everywhere with
Okay, yeah. I understand. Yeah, you can bounce off a lot of historical facts from each other.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we do, man. Conversing,
That's the most
debating.
important thing. Just to keep it neutral, kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. But what's your thoughts on it? What's your thoughts on it?
As the brother was saying earlier, it's not like Somaliland today needs Somalia in a sense. I don't want to say that Somaliland today has a lot more, like in a sense of like to offer and to put on the table in a sense when I'm talking to you about certain things like minerals. When you say minerals and diamonds come into play, and when diamonds come into play, it's not a joke.
True.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? There's a lot of pearls, brother, a lot of things that are happening over there that can come into play, but it's not a one-way street. You understand what I'm saying to you? One cannot function without the other. You understand? You can't stop the liver to function and rely on the heart only to function the whole body. No. Do you understand? So that's the perspective we should be looking at it from each other. It's not one needs one, both need each other. So carry on, brother, please. I'm out of it. I'll listen.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
listen from now on.
Yeah, alright. Hit the mute button for me then. Let me mute. Yeah, go on.
My bad.
Can I add one more thing?
Brother.
Yeah, go on.
While
Yeah, go on, go on.
I was looking at some on Somali forum like yesterday, and they were talking about the construction sector in Somalia. And the construction sector, it's funny, Somalia, builds nice, big, beautiful buildings and that, and we take our time. Do you think we should seek foreign investment in terms of investing the construction sector in terms of building heavy infrastructure like sewer system, rail system, because
I would say
Somalia
yeah.
can build.
I say yeah, but we can build, but have we got the skill and the nous and the know-how? That's the thing.
No, it's not even
Our
about
people,
that. Apparently, someone in Somalia told me that it's about the demand. It's not about the skill and the know-how. It's about the demand. Someone was telling me. I don't know if that's
yeah,
true or not.
I kind of disagree on that one.
Like,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you the truth. How can we start thinking about things if our people lack the basic skills of doing it? Should we train up the people? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'd rather go. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna ask the other panelists. What do you want? Pharaoh, philosopher. What do you don't think about Harry, Eric? I don't know. I say our people need to be taught first. Go on, Pharaoh.
What was the question, bro?
Go on. Do you want to repeat that again? Reaper.
Somalia's construction sector. Do you think our construction sector has got the capability of building sewer systems, rail systems? Because apparently, what you just said to me, King Speaker, that we don't have the expertise, but I was told we do have the expertise, but it's all about the demand. Like, for example, you could be from the Korpajok, from the diaspora, from American, can say to them, listen, I want to build a shopping mall. They're going to build it. You can say to them, I want to build a hotel. They'll build it. It's all about the demand. Like, who the heck's going to ask for a sewer system to be built? Well, basically in Somalia, they use septic tank systems similar to Arabta, like in UAE. UAE still uses septic tank systems, even though they're building sewer system. It's all about the demand. It's all about the demand.
Can I add on to that?
Forget about, huh?
Can I add on to that, bro?
Yeah, add on to it, inshallah.
The infrastructure of Somalia is its main priority right now. Do you get it?
Yeah, but it's about the demand. It's about the demand, bro.
It's not about the demand, it's about health and safety. Do you get it? Because sewage system, I don't even think there's even a sewage system in Somaliland. It's minimal. Do you get it?
It's all about septic. It mainly uses the septic system. I've been into a toilet and it's mainly septic. For example, all countries, like including Arabta, Saudi Arabia, they still use the septic tank system. Do you know what the septic system is?
No.
Basically, when you go into the toilet.
Yeah.
Basically, like even like, for example, you're gonna pay a company to go into your system. It's gonna, how they build houses, like basically they'll build it and they're gonna build a underground septic system. Like, let's say your waste, for example, from the toilet and
God basically, they build things down and it just stays there. You get coming from Pharaoh.
Yeah.
And basically you pay a company, and because it dissolves into the system. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into it. They'll pay a utility company to come and a truck and to empty the septic system, just like how you pay for a company to fill your water tank.
Of course. Yeah, but what I'm saying, the infrastructure, water, sewage, we don't want people coming in. We just want to flush the toilet and the thing's done. Do you get it? We want to put on the tap and make sure we have water running instead of just waiting for the fire to come in from the me. Do you get it? Does that make sense, bro?
Hold on. What's the sewage system in Somalia like? In South Somalia, what's that like?
No, I've been to Somalia, basically. Like in Somalia, this is probably throughout the whole of Somalia. Even in India, has got a similar system to Somalia. Basically, like every house has got a septic tank system. Septic system. Like, there's no sewer. You know how in UK or in America they got a sewer system that's connected to a pipe? There is no pipes. It's all septic.
That's what I'm talking about. We need pipes. Pause.
Yeah, but hold on. Why are we getting foreigners? What's our kids been doing studying all this time? What are they doing with the uni
It's not
degrees
only-
and whatnot?
Maverick is not only the kids, but there's grown men that went to Arabta and studied oil and gas and this type of stuff, and they're back home now. Do you get it?
Yeah, and we've got a bunch of flipping whatever them companies are called back home already. So,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure why you think we're not capable of that.
Who?
The RR.
No, I didn't say that. I said that I told you we are capable of building all this infrastructure, but it's all about the demand. It's meant to be the government job, not the private sector.
Can I add on something? I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
you
you
brothers
gotta
know this.
remember we haven't had a government, bro. You got take it easy on us, man. You're a bit too tough on us, dude.
No, but why should
Salam,
no? But I'm
salam,
trying to
salam
add
alaikum,
this. Yeah,
guys.
no, but can I finish? Can I finish? Like, why should they come? For example, Somalia. Back in the day, it was all everything said earlier on that it should all be nationalized. Why should everything be nationalized? Like Somalia now, everything is privately be owned. Like, why should a
One
private
country, shall
company?
I tell you? Shall I tell you one country? I'll tell you one country. Go study Burundi right now. I'm not Botswana, my brother. They nationalize everything here. Within 50 years, they
Why?
got the education level. Now listen, within 50 years, they got the education up. The economy is one of the fastest growing in the world. Forget Africa, in the world, my brother. Their GDP is at an amazing rate, and they nationalized everything.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Why should it be that? But let me
Can I
finish
ask a
what the
question?
speaker.
I want to ask you a question. Does China nationalize their their resources? Does America nationalize their resources? Does UK nationalize their resources?
No. UK is a capitalistic society along with America. It's capitalistic.
But what's wrong with capitalism?
No, but there's like for example, you know,
You
Cuba.
gotta remember, nationalizing everything is not always a positive, you know.
But then, if you're nationalizing everything, you can go on
Like
to the
should
table.
Somalia, Farafresh, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
If
Should
you
Somalia's
nationalize something, you gotta remember you compromise on the service.
Not really.
Yes, exactly.
You do because there's no competition in it.
No. What I'm saying is, when you nationalize your resources, you're saying this belongs to us. We're not with any third party countries. Do you get it? Therefore, we're getting a bigger cut. You know what I mean? When we sit at the table.
No, I mean obviously there are certain sectors where that would be beneficial, but I'm saying not everything.
No, I agree.
Nationalizing
I agree.
everything is
Yeah, of course. Because there's certain areas that we lacking, and we need help with. Do you get it?
Pharaoh King, let me ask you this question. Yeah, since you
Salam
are
alaikum, brother. Sorry. Can I jump in for a second, please? Hello, salam alaikum. Can I just jump in for a second? Let me just tell you guys a little something about Mogadishu. We were just talking about the sewage system and everything that was happening. Guys, instead of us thinking about those kind of things right now, can we start thinking about the kids and how we can improve their education before we can think about how we can rebuild the nation?
Yeah, but before all of that,
unless you rebuild the
no,
nation, how can you educate children?
Harry, can I reply to you?
First, I know.
But Pharaoh
Let him
King, can
finish.
I ask you that?
No. Let him finish. Let the brother land. Go on, Harry. Go on, Harry.
Let me land somewhere quickly because I jumped in. That's why I apologized and I said assalamu alaikum. You know the main thing. Like I don't know whether I'm younger than you guys. I'm older than you guys. I know Khalid's my younger brother, but I'm just gonna tell you guys something. The most important thing that we can actually do to make a change today, and I've actually been on the ground maybe longer than you guys, or maybe you guys are still there or anything like that. But the most important thing is those kids, they do not have the chance to have a debate the way we're having a debate today. They don't have a chance to go and recollect anything. Listen, we're talking about Black Lives Matter. We're talking about everything that matters. And we're Somali win by night. Most important thing is they knew everything. But then all of them. Aqoon is something we've always been striving for. It's something that's been missing due to war for the last 30 years, brothers. It's on us to change that. First things first, those kids need to know there's something that needs to go in that brain before there's something that needs to go in that pocket. And carry on, please. That's all I wanted to get across.
Yeah, brother.
Harry, thank you for
Afwan,
your
yeah?
your contribution. Walala, yeah. Pharaoh, the question I was gonna have for you is on capitalism. Like you said about skills and that, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think how do you feel if today or tomorrow, if the federal government of Somalia, Farmajo, decided to do what them Cuban mans did back in the day when they overthrew the dictatorship in that country? Let's say Farmajo wanted to forcefully nationalize Dahabshir, Hormuz Telecom, and all major industry in Somalia, which is privately owned. How do you feel about that?
I don't feel no way about it because it was
Brother,
for
brother,
Somali people,
brother,
for
brother,
Somali
the thing
people.
is,
I missed that. I missed that. Can you repeat it?
hold on, industrialized the nationalized the makina firi marati. That's hold on. It's not a progress, it's not a degress. At the same time, it's something where it can be faced on a national level, where it can be debated in a parliament, where it can go through whatever it has to go through. But first things first, guys. First things first. We can't talk about something unless we have the knowledge of it. And we can't start it unless we actually can provide the knowledge for it. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So let's hit the nail on the head. We can't start nothing without kids, man.
But then, brother Harry,
Ghani, do you know where I stand? Me and you, we've had this talk already, and
yeah,
we still have to carry on this talk. I'm sorry, I had to start it here.
yeah, but brother Harry, I want to add on something.
No, but that's
Anio kids wixii dhalay u taalaa kowdhe anaga waxaa noo daran saaxib anaga waxaa noo daran security products and services saaxib.
Listen though,
how would it benefit the country?
Security products and services intaasaa noo daran anaga man.
I want our time, lads. Let Harry finish off, yeah? He's got a point. Go on,
Maverick, come on the mic. Maverick.
No. I want to answer that question. Qofka dhalay u taalaa. Adiga dhashay.
Ani kuwaan dhalaan ka mas-uula adigana kuwaa dhashaa ka mas-uulta.
You know what I mean? Somalia.
Nah, I don't know what you mean. Let me tell you my position in it, bro. I heard your position. My position is this, sahib. Wallahi, Somalia hadan nahay. For some odd reason, we like these, these things that sound nice, children, retete. But fact of the matter is this, yeah? What brings people together? What makes us a country? There is only 3 things that bring us together. I'm gonna be blunt with you. Security, products and services. That's it. That's the only thing that brings us together,
Sorry,
sir.
I can't agree with you. I really.
All right, what else brings us together? COVID-19 should have taught you that.
Let me. How, brother? With all due respect, please. How old are you? Please, just answer.
Entirely irrelevant. Kabut, sahib.
Very irrelevant, but very relevant at this situation because you know why?
Very irrelevant. Get to the point, please.
Brother, I have lived in Somalia in the 80s as a kid. I would rather get those 6 or 7 years back than these 30 years back. You hear what I'm saying to you?
I'm waiting for the actual point, brother.
My brother, my point is you cannot think about an illusion which you have of your own place, kind of thing.
What is the illusion? Is security an illusion?
Security is an illusion because you know why?
Security is an illusion.
No, hold on. Let me explain to you.
So we should not work towards security then.
Let me give you another reason. Security is the main illusion. It became a reason right now, bro. Civil war hear what I'm saying to you?
Oh, so security didn't matter before.
Brother, it is actually the most important thing right now. Yes, you're right.
Hey, cool. But its service is important.
No, brother, I'm not going to argue with you. I am not here to argue with you. I'm not here to debate with you either. I'm just here to get my point across to you, understand your point, so you can understand mine too.
I hear your point. I heard your point, and I was just making my point. My point is the vital things between us is security, products, and services. Well, that's my point. If you disagree with that, you can tell me.
Okay, laba kelmadooda la kala dhaha waxaas amni iyo bakaaro
wax kale nagama dhexeeyo de maxaa kaloo iskugu nimaanaa inaa wax kala iibsano iyo amnigaas mahane maxaa kaloo iskugu nimaanaa neo
wallahi maya hadda waa runtaa hadda but then I don't want this to be the fucking answer to everything brother igaraan noqo for my friend.
But why not? No, if we speak about nation maaragtay no, but hear me out, brother, yeah? One second
Brother,
there.
I'm trying to
Hold
go
on.
past it.
If we speak about nation,
listen,
yeah,
if I
what
get it
makes
right,
a nation a
listen,
nation besides those 3 points?
I've only been away from there for 6 months. I live there right now. I don't want this to be the answer to everything. Security,
But
blah blah blah. No.
what you want doesn't determine reality. So are we
It
gonna
can.
speak about
It
reality, or are we gonna
actually
speak about
can.
what you
It
want?
actually can. It actually can, you know, brother.
So you're saying what you want determines reality.
If everyone dreamt of peace, do you think there would have been a bomb?
If someone what?
If everyone dreamt of peace, do you think there would have been a bomb?
But is that a reality though? Is that, are we
Well,
talking about what you want
I'm just
again?
no. I didn't ask you whether it was a reality or not. This is just a question.
But reality matters to me. I deal with
No.
reality.
I didn't ask you for the reality, brother.
So,
Answer the
but okay, I
question.
don't know anything
What a
besides
reality
reality. Okay, I only know reality. I don't know anything besides that.
is.
You're telling me to deal in
Okay.
hypotheticals.
You could call me the optimist then.
You did it. You said it. It's all good.
You could call me the optimist then, because you know what?
Harry, Maverick, Harry. This is my Belgian Harry that I grew up with.
But show accent.
This is my Belgian Maverick.
MashaAllah.
But show accent.
Maverick.
We say, Laban Nimosku Megalati. I just want to add that. Sira Sharafle, you know.
Yeah, that's love.
Well, Sira Fam to that. Say that.
We're all
No, it's ما يصير ما هو عادي لأنه حواي لأن باستوجي عليه لأن بريسوجي عليه واحد لما جفت ماشي.
هل وحنا نسوي عليها ونعكس لوكال مرايا واي you know
رغنا فدريشن بتشعلين هاي
carry on guys carry on let me go on mute please
Khalid tried it
Khalid Federation Buyiri
I've got a conversation for us Maverick
go on
yeah
I'm listening
alright guys I'm listening for a second yeah I just need to write something
let's flip it you know what yeah there's an interesting conversation I wanted to start with the boy Reapers here the boy Mavericks here Pharaohs here I want to talk about beta males. The other day there was a conversation about beta males and weak men.
Yeah, I heard our conversation.
You heard that conversation. Reaper, what's your take on? What's your lot's take on beta males? Well gone. Do you think they're detrimental to the community? What's going on?
Before you start, can I start?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Pharaoh.
Brother Reaper, I know your ideology, and I agree with your ideology in some extent. But you know, sometimes when
I'm not a bit up to you. I heard last time.
Let him land. Let
me finish, brother.
Let him finish and then repeat.
Of course, you're coming from the ideology of man going his own way. A man needs to be self-sufficient. The man is the prize type of ideology, which in a sense I agree with. But then sometimes it just comes across a little bit disrespectful when you're talking to the sisters. You know what I mean? Keep it to yourself. Live it, but don't project it onto other people. That's what I've learned, because I agree with your ideology in a sense, But as far as beta males, you guys are talking about a brother marrying a single mom, and a brother that does that is a beta male. And in a sense, I do agree. I do agree with you, brother, because as the man, you always have the choice. There's billions of women. You can choose a single woman. You can choose a virgin. You could choose the choice is yours in a sense. Who you gonna build a family with? That's me.
Else? The new guy. What do you lot think? Philosopher and Harry, what do you lot think about beta males? If you lot don't know what beta male is, a weak yes man. Or what do you guys think?
Brother, I missed the convo for a second.
And also, Khalid, Western society programs us men to be beta males. That's just the way it is. Do you know what I mean? Because we live in a gynocentric society where it favors the women over the men, even though it tells us feminist this and that. When we look at the institutions that give women help, emotional help, physical help, etc., but when you look at men, the suicide rate is just increasing because there's no places for men to,
Maverick, your camera. Yeah, go on.
Do you guys get what I mean?
I get what you mean, but Reaper, Maverick. So let me ask Maverick.
Pharaoh brother.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, go on, brother.
Bro, but can I say something? I just want to add something. Muslim men should stop becoming providers, and this is why I look at it as beta male from all cultures. Why do mans pay the dowry if they know if they're gonna be fucked later on? Because there's a lot of messed up stories of girls, Muslim girls, on YouTube expecting mans to pay
No, that's a myth.
50,000 while they don't bring anything to the table. Because a lot.
I mean, like that's just some dumb expectations. 50K dowry and stuff like this. It's because of Western society. You get all of this materialistic stuff.
No, but I'm talking about hypergamy. Like
Yeah, hypergamy.
hypergamy. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah.
Certain women from certain cultures, including our women,
Yeah.
they're hypergamous.
No, women in
Obviously,
general,
they're
women in general are hypergamous,
Like,
not in cultures. That's just female nature. Do you get? A woman will always look for the man of higher value, regardless if she's married or not. It's just innate in women. So it's not about culture. It's just female nature. Do you get?
Female nature.
Rad.
what do you think? What do you think in 2020?
Female
Do you think marriage is dead?
Khalid, I need to know what female nature means.
It's the
Female
nature.
nature.
The nature of a female.
Define that. There's a lady president.
1 second, let me get a Pepsi.
Hey, Rad, yeah. Can I ask you something? I want to go back to trade, yeah. So
No. We left that topic.
No, we left that topic. No. We left that topic, G.
No. I want to ask
flow to the topic, bro. Bro, I beg you, bro.
I want to ask you one question.
Nah, bro, we're on
Kick
the
me out
topic
then.
right now. Alright, safe, innit?
Yeah, I got a question that's very controversial. Let's be honest. I got a question that's gonna hurt some of you. Would you marry?
Second, 1 second. Do me a favor, yeah. Don't hold back, bro. Do your thing, fam. Do your dirt.
Yo, would any of you mans marry a woman that has got a past of riding? This is what they use in this term, riding the cut carousel until she gets bored in the early 30s and she wants to marry a man who's on his deen. No, but real talk.
Yeah,
a lot of women.
I understand what you're saying, because especially in Western society, it don't usually happen back home and in, I guess, Muslim cultures, because they're, I guess, watched upon. But even though it may happen, Allahu Ya'lam, but in Western culture, that's prevalent. Hence why you have
It's prevalent in the community now, but it's prevalent in the Muslim community. I've heard many horror stories of man.
Let me finish. So obviously, in Western society, you have, females listening to Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Lil Kim, whoever. And what do they talk about predominantly? They talk predominantly about, just whole activities, you get? So of course, this type of lifestyle is promoted in Western society. And then there are certain females that try and do the religious rebrand, whether it be Christianity or Muslim, because they happen in all ethnicities, in all cultures. It comes back to female nature at the end of the day, you get? It's not about who that woman is, it's about just the nature. I'm not saying all women are, hoes. I'm just saying it's female nature to do what she pleases, isn't it?
No, but obviously, part of this, but what I'm trying to say is, part of this whole feminist movement, it's all about
just have a bit of swagger with your stuff, man.
Let me decode feminism, because feminism
certain words, bro.
is an operation and it's funded by Rockefeller. Do you get it? But a lot of women, especially Somali women, they don't know this. Feminism is not an agenda for so it's not a movement for black women. It excludes them out. But I guess black women or African women, they always want to beg feminism. Do you get it?
No, but with the Me Too movement, you know the Me Too movement.
Hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
No one's getting ahead of ourselves.
Not in terms of the person that was just talking. I'm talking about in the subject wise. We were talking about one thing and then we went on to something else. But then I wanted to talk about one thing. Let's just go back to the whole thing about where women what.
Pardon?
Basically, the conversation is, Harry, yeah. On our last stream was open mic Sunday, so we talk about everything. It ended up
sorry,
in
this is the first time I'm joining.
Yeah, I know, the first time. Listen, let me brief you up. Let me give you a little brief. And let me give you a little brief, Harry. Yeah, basically, last week it left off on a mad note. Last week Sunday.
Okay.
And then the conversation became to soft men. Some soft men, innit? Like some beta male. Some ninja, like, you know, yes, man, that gets walked all over by too much, innit?
Hey.
So a lot of the sisters, I told you, a lot of sisters got pissed off. A lot of men got pissed off. So for them,
What sister on the panel?
No need, yeah.
Yeah, there's no sisters on the panel. Yeah, no, put it this way, there's no sisters on the panel today, so we're gonna have this lads conversation.
There kind of is.
No, there isn't. Oh well, you are with you. Yeah. Listen, no, let me finish. Let me just so basically,
you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I know where you come from, DG Harry.
Okay.
So basically, it ended off in a sour note on Sunday. So we just wanted to finish it up, and you know, because the topic's already finished. Let me just add in brother One Way. Salam alaikum, brother One Way. He's just come in. So so it ended up in a so it ended up in a sour sort of note, and I just wanted to top it down. You know, I see you as we're all men on the panel today. It's an all men panel.
Yeah, I'm listening from now on. Then now I understand. Now I understand.
I know. So you guys just mute off.
My bad,
best thing to do is just boom. So Maverick,
that's it.
I wanted to ask Maverick as well.
Okay, speaker, can you add this?
No, let me just finish. Maverick, what's your intake on beta males? Hello.
One sec. I'll be back.
I'll come back, my bro. Go on, I'm asked.
Can I add two things very importantly? Because this is very, if you watch this on TV, right? Yeah. Do you think it's beta male for a man to pay for the dinner, to pay for the whole meal ticket? Because women nowadays, yeah, expect men to pay for the dinner. If you look at Dakan Kenny, from all cultures in Dakan pay for the dowry. But why should men pay for the dowry, and why should men pay for the dinner? Because I look at that as beta male behavior. And second of all, if any of you lot have been following the news right now, if you lot have heard of,
can I stop you there?
Can I finish off? Can I finish?
Before you add to that, can I just grab one of them? All right, let me grab the dowry part in it. Yeah. Okay. So the thing about the dowry is basically, say you get a divorce from a woman, and more than likely it's your property and all of the rest of it, and more than likely she might have even been somewhat dependent on you financially on certain situations. Should she hear me out? Okay, let's say she wasn't dependent on you at all, but she lived with you, it's your property, etc., etc. So should she leave with absolutely nothing?
I thought all women were all strong and independent.
No.
Why the fuck do they need shit from me while they can make their own money?
The reason,
equal rights.
Okay, hear this out. The reason they need shit from you is because more than likely, because at the end of the day, you got to remember, you've got a certain lifestyle that you're leading. She's got a certain lifestyle that she's leading. When you two get married, more than likely she has to compromise and move in with you. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, because of that compromise she has done, if you two get a divorce and she has to start her life all over again, she would need a leg up, because her life is entirely changed. You understand? She's made certain sacrifices for you. She might have even left a job to move in with you. You understand where I'm coming from? Like, her life is entirely different because of you.
But
you don't change your life for her. She changes it for you.
Maverick, can I ask a question?
Oh, wait. Let me answer this one, please. So when she leaves you, do you think it's fair that she should have something to start her life over again?
Of course not, because let's say I built my shit. For example, I run my own business and that. Yeah, I've got plenty of money in the bank here. Why the fuck should my wife take shit from me? Because I work for it.
I just explained to you, when you married her, she had to leave her situation for you. She had to sacrifice for you. What do you think happens when two people get married? Do you think no one sacrifices for the other?
It depends. Did she bring shit to the table to begin with? That's my question to you. Did she bring shit to the table?
No, but she left shit from her table because of you.
Well, it's not my problem, because she should have backed up her shit. She should have.
How is it?
You know what it is, brother and brother Maverick. There's a fine line. I understand where brother is coming from, and I understand where brother Maverick's coming from.
No,
You get it?
see, the thing is,
The point is, hold on. The point is though, yeah. Wait. Why do you think it's not fair for her to have something to start her life again? Because
Because
like,
marriage
for example,
is a business contract. It's a contract. It's a contract, my brother.
all right, let's talk about contracts. When you leave a job, what do you think happens? Or let's say a job wants to terminate the contract. Do you think they offer you something? If they terminate the contract, do you think something is in order for you?
It depends what type of contract it was.
If the contract was basically not due for expiry, but they decided to expire it early, shorter or earlier than the time that you agreed upon, there is an amount that's due to you in any contract.
Compensation, yeah.
A compensation. That's precisely what it is.
That depends how long you work for the company.
At the end of the day, we know why the Mehed exists. It's because of Islam.
No. Let's keep it at contract. Why do you think a compensation is not in order if you're cutting the contract short?
But what if the other party then cancel the contract? How does that apply then?
If the other party what? If the other party cancel the contract, how does that apply then? So now let's say the woman divorces the man now. Speaking of contracts, how does that apply in the vice versa order? Do you get it? All right, cool. I'll tell you how it applies.
What about the woman? What about the woman?
A woman at the end of the day. Oh, no, hold on. I'll tell you how it applies. And we're gonna be blunt now because we're adults at the end of the day. Yeah. A woman at the end of the day, you're technically, she's giving you a service. Technically, if we're gonna be blunt, and we all know what that service is. Right? We all know what that service is, because now hear this out. Because at the end of the day, the moment you divorce her in the sexual marketplace, her value decreases.
I agree. But so what you're saying is, just to clarify,
how are you not at fault? How are you not to blame for her value decreasing?
But Maverick, I understand where you're coming from, but what is that service?
The service is sex, bro.
Okay, so
without question. No, it's not vice versa. Let me tell you why it's not vice versa. No. Let me tell you why it's not vice versa. Let's talk about it. The reason it's not vice versa is because your stock does not depreciate. Hers does. Hers does.
Marek, do you mean she hits the wall? She hits the wall like at age 25.
Absolutely. Yeah. She gave you the best years of her life.
But Maverick, you're not listening. Maverick, you're not listening.
No, you can't. No, but you can't. No, but hold on. Because at the end of the day, 1 second. Because at the end of the day, let's talk about it. At the end of the day, yeah, you would not give the same quote unquote dowry or the same wedding value, whatever, for an older woman compared to a younger woman, would you? Why is the value different?
How can you?
But the value is not based on currency, is it? It's based on your desire.
It's based on a woman's youth.
Yeah, but that's because of your primal instinct. It's not because of.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But if you acknowledge that your primal instinct, if you acknowledge, but hold on, and Pharaoh, if you acknowledge that your primal instincts has a certain particularity that it wants, yeah, then why are you denying the woman that her particularities? If you want a certain condition met, so does she.
Of course, 100%.
It's a fair exchange then.
Yeah, of course.
But Maverick, you're saying she gave you the best lives of the best years of her life, and
absolutely, she gave you the best years of her life.
So did you, though? What? It doesn't.
What do you mean? So did you? Your years don't change.
So you wasn't in the marriage as well. It's all about her.
Listen, I'm not saying that it's all about her, but right now we're discussing her, though, aren't we? We're not discussing you, bro.
When is the woman expire then? When is the due date expire then?
Huh?
When she is 30.
Once a woman no longer can, when a woman's older, she's basically less valued than when she's younger in our societies. That's just a fact. We can't ignore that.
That's just the main strategies in general.
Okay.
It's just everywhere. It's just a biological fact.
No, but you're making
Maverick,
women look like a
But you can't say you're gonna have a woman at her best years and she's not due compensation. You're just gonna dash her out like she's nothing.
Okay,
No one said
Maverick,
you're
won't
gonna
you?
dash her out.
Won't you?
let me give you an
No one
example.
said.
Okay,
No one's saying you're gonna dash her out.
No, so she's due
You could have a
compensation
good
then.
marriage, but it works 50-50, fam.
So
You're committing,
but do we agree?
you're
Do we
putting in as
agree
well.
that she's due
You're
compensation?
moving like you're not putting in nothing.
No, I'm not saying you're not putting in nothing. At the moment, we're talking about the woman. Is the woman due compensation if you divorce her or not?
Yes,
Of course she is.
Islamically,
Nimayo
yes.
sheekada way xumaantay.
Yeah?
Sheekada way xumaantay.
Maverick, would you pay Meher? Maverick,
Yeah.
suuqaana laga xidhi
would you
doona
pay?
don't
Would
worry
you?
suuqa waa la xidhay oo xidhay carry on
Waryaa gabadha meesha ku
Maverick,
jiraya. Iska hadlaysiine.
would you pay Meher?
Iska hadlayaan dadkan.
nah iska daa ay philosopher let them talk carry on mute up bro yo Sky go on
Maverick, hi. She's in her best youth, right? Yeah, but are you still gonna pay dowry if she's a cock carousel riding girl? She has a history of cock carousel. It doesn't matter if she's old or young. It's about her character. Wherever she's ridden the cock carousel.
No,
It's
but
about
now you're talking about a completely different matter now, though. You're not
I'm
talking
not
about
talking about.
women. You're not talking about women. You're talking about particular women.
I'm not talking about particular. I'm talking about women in general in the early 20s, their late teens and early 20s. That's the age when they ride the cock carousel.
See,
It's a
so
known
now you're
fact.
saying,
It's a known fact.
so now you're saying all women just hop about. Is that what you're saying? They just ride dick. That's what all women do.
No, but that's women in the early 20s. Like, there's many
No, but
women in
when
their
you say women in early 20s, is that all of them? What's wrong with you, bro? Why you gotta be extreme?
I'm not
Why
being
you
extreme.
gotta be extreme?
It's a common knowledge. It's common knowledge. It's common knowledge.
No, but why? No, we know there's women that do that, but why you gotta be extreme and say all of them?
Yeah, generalizing. Don't generalize. There are some
generalizing way too
there are
much,
some that don't because there
like,
are
some of us got sisters out here, you know. We got wives out here. Like, take it easy, B. I want to, man.
Yeah, but Maverick, let me go back to your question you asked, yeah? Let me stay back there. Let's not divert from it, yeah? You said, yeah?
Your mic,
bro.
Okay, so let's go back to the question you asked, yeah?
Your microphone.
Do you hear me? I can hear you,
Brother, one way. Microphone.
Do you hear me?
It's a bit fuzzy, bro.
come close to the mic bro
Is
hello
it better now? Is it better
no
now?
bro no come in and come back in come out and come back in G. I've got the links in the description
but yeah
So who's married?
So before you lot speak here, I'd like to big up brother Abdul Ghani. He just sent man £10 on the paper. Big up.
Jeez. But yeah, brother, what was you saying?
So any of you man's married? I'm assuming you're married, Maverick.
I'm not married.
Yeah, I'm married. But let's not make shit personal. Keep it general, G.
Yeah, keep it general.
Maverick, let me go again.
So in 2020, how many Somalis are married or not marrying? Because if you look at other people in UK, black people in UK in general, and in America all over, yeah, why is it that being a baby mama is more common and acceptable these days, and a single mother or divorcee has become more acceptable nowadays? Because the value of marriage has gone down, my brothers. Even in the Muslim community, has gone down.
Bro, can I add on to that? In Western society, divorce is up, more than 60%. I agree with you on that statement, brother. But then same time, sorry, what was your question?
The quality of marriage as well. The quality has gone down with women. Like, if you go out every day in London, too many tied up women, too many
single moms.
caked up,
Single
tied
moms.
up.
Yeah, you talk about single mom. The thing is, nowadays, like I said,
but women in general, like there's no feminine women. There's no feminine
yeah, but let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Brother, let me finish, please. Let me learn. The thing is, I mentioned earlier, we live in a gynocentric society, meaning that it favors women more than men. Hence why they have these institutions and these outlets that, help them, whether it be, council housing. Like us men, if we're single at age 38 or whatever age, we have to wait a long process just to get a council house. However, if there's a woman who's a single mom, she's, first on the list. You get it? So there are many exceptions and benefits for a woman to be single in this day and age. I don't know if you guys have seen or read that government document called Silent War. Sorry, what's it called? Silent Battles for Quiet Wars.
It was a government document by the CIA in America, and they specifically stated that they plan to divide the family units. So this is just, an agenda at play. It's not just black people that are, separating family-wise. It's just male and female just separating in general in Western society. Like, it's not a healthy space to raise a family. You get it? Same time, women are being told by the media, music, whether it be Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, you don't need a man. You can go get your money, suck a whole lot of dick, this and that, this and that. And eventually, we know our thoughts.
Don't forget OnlyFans. Don't forget
OnlyFans as well. Of course, OnlyFans is, of course, there's the platforms like OnlyFans that, encourage females to, show nudity for money, innit? Which is basically prostitution.
You know what's even funny now? Like, you can't differentiate between a Muslim or non-Muslim women anymore, because I don't want to say this, but it's controversial, but even a lot of Muslims have said this, and non-Muslims, the hijab has become fetishized now. It's become sexually fetishized now. Wallahi.
Of course, because there's sick people in the world that just look at everything sexual. You get it?
No, but if you look at Somali girls, why are they following Halima Aden? Did you know Halima Aden is fetishized? How many brothers in there are Eritrean brothers? You would agree with me on this. Yeah. People like Halima Aden has been fetishized. She's been fetishized. But Halima Aden, this is her view. She wants to do good for the Somali community. But people are fetishizing Halima Aden.
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
She's a Somali model, hijabi.
Yeah, hijabi. But then there's also been models that haven't worn hijab, you get it? So at least she's making an exception.
No, but I
exception.
agree with you guys. I agree with you guys. The government is, or whoever is pushing the agenda of feminism, you get it? And
not just feminism, but destroying our... Sorry, bro.
Say that again?
Yeah, I would say not just feminism, but the destruction of the family unit.
It's already destroyed, my brother.
I don't know as far as that. But I see the feminism thing popping. You get me? But it also leads to what you guys are talking about. You get me? They all want people to all the females to be like Cardi B and whatnot. You get it?
Yeah.
So it's like.
And they call men trash. Have you seen on Twitter, like, if you look at women from certain ethnicities or any other ethnicity, why do they call their men trash and uplift certain men from certain ethnicities? I see that a lot on Twitter. Like this whole gender war madness, this ethnic gender war madness. Women from their ethnicity bashing the men, and men from this group will bash their women.
It's just self-hate. All that stems from self-hate, and no other reason.
As well, yeah.
In Islam, in Islam, the woman is uplifted, man. So I don't know what more.
100%. You can't be a Muslim and be a feminist because Muslim. I'm sorry.
What they're doing is they're pushing feminism so far to the point where the woman's getting degraded. You get me? Where she has to wear. You know what I'm saying? Like every man that sees her just sees her in a sexually. Like you get me?
Sex object, innit?
Yeah, like you just want to, you get. So
yeah, of course.
You know everyone's there, but Islam, you know what I'm saying? Like it makes it
but the thing is, bro,
a woman covered. When you chat to a woman and she's covered up, you're not looking at her breasts or her.
Nah, because you're aware that Allah's watching you. You're reminded that Allah's watching you.
You know what time it is?
Of course.
You're gonna talk to her respectfully. You get me?
Brother Eri, can I add into that?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think it was Sister Amina. She said she's a proud feminist in the chat. But then, what sisters that are feminists forget is that Islam already gave you a right. You get it? Yeah. What more do you want from a white woman's organization? Same time, you being African, a white person has never had your back anyways. So what does feminism have to do with black women or just melanated women in general, or just Muslim women?
As
women of
color, or let's say Muslim women as well, because Islam already gave you your rights. What more do you need from that? You get it? But sisters will argue with us about these type of ideologies in the West. You get it?
But it's not about the West there. But what I want to know is, brother, no offense, this type of talk here, Brad, do you hate women? Honestly,
we don't hate women. No. We want our women to be respected. You know what I'm saying? Not where
that's 100.
All right, but what is respect to you? Because there's 100. Like I'm saying, there's 100. I know thousands of Somali Eritrean girls that are career-wise, mashallah, on their deen, and a bunch of men are waste men. Yeah, man, always man out
Actually,
here,
I'm talking
bro.
about Western
There are
society.
females that waste girls too. Don't get twisted. Let's not be
Yeah, that's
biased.
true.
Let's not be biased here. Let's have a balance.
No, but let's have a
works
balance. All
both
day, no, but all
sides,
day we've been
you know
bashing
what I'm
women, yeah? Now, all day we've been bashing the sisters. The man them have been smoking the sisters. Yeah?
Nah, we're not
Let's be
bashing
honest.
women, bro.
Because K
No,
speaker,
but
K speaker, can I K speaker? You're getting the wrong end of the stick, my brother. K speaker, K speaker.
No, but you're disgusting monogynous.
K
You
speaker.
always disrespect women. Last week you were calling them below this, that, yeah. Right,
that's a
on a real
disrespect,
level,
man.
that's a disrespect, my brother, yeah. You're out here calling
No.
sisters
You can't do
below
that.
in the last 2 episodes. You called one sister, one of the best sisters on Somali people called Sister Soul. You said, how should you get some Fir'auni? Brother, what is wrong with you? And Hablain and Haku did it. Answer the question, my brother. Oh, please, answer the goddamn question.
You know what I feel
Up
like?
to you, I don't respect Western women. I don't hate women. I don't have respect for modern day women. I'm talking about the ones from the 90s and 90s and the 2000s. Up to you. I just have no
Who are you
respect
trying
for
to get
modern day
married
women.
to? Slamo? What, you trying to get married to ancient Slamo or something? Because these are the sisters right now that held our backs. So I'm not even gonna lie to you. When Shingli Abdi died, it was only sisters that I saw in the demonstration come out. When the brothers something happens to the brothers, there's only the sisters that speak. It's only the sisters that cry for the men. Brother, at the end of the day, really truthfully, yeah, something us men need to realize, yeah, we are the number one abusers for our women are us men. Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
No, that's true.
You're
Another
twisting.
point you
Up to
mentioned
you.
there,
Up to
Karen.
you.
See, another
Up to
problem
you.
is
Can you?
today.
One at a time. Let brother one way. He hasn't spoke all day. Brother one way, come in, my broski.
No, I've been listening to these guys, innit? But look, you know what the problem is now? Let's get to the main objective of the thing, yeah?
Yeah, can you come close to the mic, my bro? Yes,
Can
sir,
you
go on.
hear me? Is it
Yeah, I
better
can hear
now?
you.
Yeah, so what I was listening to you guys, innit, yeah? But let's get to the main objective of the thing, yeah?
Your mic's fucked, bro. You need to speak up your mic.
The philosopher said, let's not forget we failed at women. That's why they run to feminism ideology. The thing is, even if we failed at women, Islam. Yeah, let me finish. Even if us as Somali men have failed at women, they still have Islam. Meaning Islam can never fail them because that's their creator. So
What do you mean? What do you up to? What do you mean? Somali men failed Somali women.
No,
It was
I'm
Somali
not.
women that
I'm
sold out
not saying
Somali
that.
men.
I'm not saying that. I'm reading from the comments. That's what philosophers.
Bro, let me make a point there. What was
Pharaoh,
saying?
can I add something? Can I add something? Can I add something?
Brad, let me make a point. I'll let you speak on it, yeah? You know the problem last time,
Hey.
The problem we're having today is, yeah, us men, yeah, not looking at how we feel. We're always pointing fingers towards the women, yeah?
Can't hear you, bro.
Brother,
I can't hear you.
Speak up, bro.
Your mic is fucked. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Switch up your spot or something. It's probably your connection.
Switch up something. No, I don't. I think it's his mic or something. Because brother,
mic,
one way
yeah.
he's clear. He's clear.
Brother, what are you saying?
Is it better now? You still can't hear me?
Wallahi, one way your mic is.
Can I add something
It's
important?
like you're talking like that's how you're talking. One way.
We can't hear
now?
nothing.
Is it a bit better now or is it still a bit blurry?
A little bit.
A little bit better. Go on.
Yeah. So what I'm saying basically, look, the main objective I was trying to mention to you guys was basically.
Brother, one way. Sorry, you have to go change that mic, my bro. You wanna go change up? And I'll put the link out there for you. Go ahead,
Can I add something? I got a question for Eric King. Like, for example, if you look at feminism, I'm gonna speak from our community. Why did Nata Somaliga sell out Ninka Somaliga Berihore when Somalia came to this country? Why did she take lag from Dawlata and Guriga Council Ka? Because you don't see this madness in the Ethiopian or Eritrean community. Like, I'm gonna ask Eric King this.
No, sorry, brother. No, you're making an outlandish statement, brother. Shall I tell you why they took hide? I'll tell you why.
No, but I'm gonna ask Eric King that question. I'm gonna ask this question. No, but they follow for the.
One second. I'll put you in a back chat.
What's he saying?
Respect the thing, man. I'll put you in a back chat, my brother. Please respect the thing, yeah? You made a fallacious statement right there, so I'm gonna pull you up on that one, yeah? My brother, Somali women, yeah? Listen to this. Somali women, yeah, came to this country as refugees, like Somali men. When we came to the country, we had nothing. I don't know land, you dickhead. You get me? Don't say Somali women failed Somali men when they came into the country. No Somali man was
No,
educated.
they sold out. They said sold out, sold out,
No,
sold
I
out.
don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
How?
If is that the question?
This guy, I don't
No, but
know,
you
bro.
haven't listened to my question clearly. You haven't. Let
Your
me
family
explain in
coming as
detail.
refugees. No, did your family come into this country as refugees? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Of
So when they
course,
came in as
the
refugees,
women
so when they
failed
came
the
in as
men. What do you
refugees,
mean,
my
bro? I don't
brothers,
get it.
when people came in as refugees, no Somali man was educated, no Somali woman was educated. You have no choice but to take Eid and go in the toilet to for. We had no choices. No, we weren't
The
working
women stuck
immigrants.
with the men.
For fuck's
They
sake,
stuck
bro.
by the men.
We came here as
Can I ask
refugees,
a question?
asylum.
Can I ask a question?
I don't understand what you're saying, bro. Listen, from
But
what I've
you're not
seen,
hearing. You're not letting me
from
articulate
one
what
second,
I'm
bro.
trying to
One
say.
second. Let me just say one thing, and I'll let you talk. Yeah. From what I've seen through my community and your community, I've grown with you, man. Yeah. The women have always stuck by the men, and they've raised their children, bro. So why are you dissing a woman? I don't get it.
No, but you're not listening to what I'm trying to say. You're not letting me explain what I'm trying to say.
Go on.
Like, for
Go on,
example, I'll give you an
the floor's
example.
all yours. The floor's all yours. Go ahead.
For example, yeah, this is what I've noticed, yeah. In the Eritrean community, you're going to see two-parent households. If you look at the Afghan community, they come from a fucked up country, yeah. 50
Not
or
always,
60 years
though,
of
man.
war.
Not always.
No, but I've seen it, yeah. You're going to see the Afghan dad working as a taxi driver. They're going to be together, two parents in a council house. Listen to me carefully. I've seen this in first hand. If you ask Afghan, do you live in a council house? Do you live husband and wife together with your children? He says yes. But if you go to a Somali house, and this is from statistics, yeah, and I love my people, but let's look at the reality. Why is it always the Somali women, mainly the mainly one parent household? All Somali households are one parent. Go to any major town or city. No, but it's the reality.
Well, when
If
you
you
say
look at
one
other
parent, what do you mean? What do you mean? Because the pups might be chewing, or he might be doing business, or but he's still around. Or what do you mean he's not there at all?
You need to be a bit more specific in it.
No, but why?
You
No,
say
but if you
one
look at
parent.
the daily, no, but if you look at statistics, yeah, I've seen this on the Daily Mail. Yeah, this is from government. This is from the 90s, from 20-something years
No,
ago.
no. You can't be saying that Somali men
The Daily
are
Mail's
the
your
same
source.
as black.
The
Are
Daily
they?
No,
Mail's your
it's not
source.
my
They
source.
didn't.
No,
Are the
I've
same
seen
with the
this from a daily. This is
same
from
with the
government
Derez, where
statistics.
they do their thing. They beat them up, and they leave the woman with the youth, and they bounce. They don't do that, bro. Somali
No,
men don't do that.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about, yeah. If you look at if you look at, for example, Somali communities, just like Eritrean community, it's very conservative. Why is it you could go walk down the high street? How come, yeah, that you don't see a father present, yeah, walking with the mother and that, yeah? It's mainly the son walking with the mother and the sisters, yeah.
Yes.
Why is it?
Okay.
Why is it? Why, no, but you're not getting me.
Okay.
I'm not. No,
This is
this is
because
what.
listen.
No, let him land. Let him land. Eric, let him land so we understand where he's coming from. Land, make your point,
My
really,
point
really
is, yeah.
fast.
My point is, yeah. My point is, yeah. That my point is, yeah. If you ask any community, Somali community is very conservative, like the Eritrean community. But why is it that in the Ethiopian community and Eritrean that who are very similar to us don't have a high divorce rate? Don't have a high divorce rate? Hasn't basically fallen the traps
What
of
statistics
feminism,
are you
like the
looking at,
welfare
though?
state.
Okay, can I say something? With the Eritrean community, you know we're more numbers than the Eritrean community. That's number
Exactly.
one. We're
It doesn't
more
matter
numbers.
about
What do you
numbers.
mean
It
it doesn't
doesn't matter.
matter? What do you
It doesn't
mean?
matter
It
about
does
numbers.
That has
matter
a big
about
thing to
numbers.
do with it.
And
That
the
has a
numbers
big
have a
thing
big
to do.
say
It
to do
doesn't
with
matter
this, my
about
brother.
numbers.
What do you
If
mean,
you've
bro?
noticed,
It
Eritreans are
doesn't.
always the minority in a lot of countries. You get me? Whatever country it is, Canada, Sweden, England, any country it is, there's always like 20 Somalis, and there'll probably be like 5 Malis chilling with them. You get me? They'll all be boys and whatnot. You get? But you know what I'm saying? It's always less Eritreans it's always been less Eritreans because we're only a small country. You feel me?
Can I say something? Yeah, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, Pharaoh, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
When you're done, can you mute? You got a lot of static noise and it's fucking up the stream. After you're done.
Yeah, brother. I mean, ultimately, you're entitled to your own views. Do you get it? But then,
No, but this is
let
what
me
I've
finish.
noticed.
Let me finish. You're entitled to your own views. You have the right to your own views. However, if there was a sister now in like your shoes and she's dissing Somali men, no one keeps her in check. People feel like it's an excuse to just, spew self-hatred. You get it? So
No,
how
but
come that's the
then
case?
all right. I'm sorry, Pharaoh. Can
Absi,
you
I am
not?
not. First of all, Absi, I'm not an Uncle Ruckus. I am not an Uncle Ruckus, Absi, man.
Did I
You sure
claim your
sound
uncle
like one.
bro?
You
Did I
seem
claim your
like you're
uncle?
against women, though. Walk on, bro.
No, you sure sound like you're one. You're a Somali man. Hate your. Listen, like I'm saying, I wanted to answer Pharaoh's question, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pharaoh. Can you mute up? You got it scatting. No, yeah. Sorry. With this self-hatred thing, yeah, I think it comes a lot to do with. Let's be honest. A lot of Somali men, especially in the UK, wallahi, I hate to say this. Let's put our hands up. A lot of the brothers are wastemen. Runtawan, I said, not financially. They're not backing it. They're not really doing the. They're not being men. And mushkilat is maybe a lot of them did come up from single households, but a lot of our brothers are failing. If you look at our
Whose
sisters,
fault is it? Whose fault
when it
is
comes
it?
to
Whose fault is it?
whose fault is it? You tell
Yeah,
me,
but
but
it's,
I believe in
And I don't care.
individuality. Go on.
As
okay,
I
so
said, well, as I
One way,
can
one
I
way,
add?
one way,
Can
one
I?
way.
You
Coming.
can't just
Let,
blame girls for everything, you know. Like what
let
the
huh?
me let
hell,
me
bro?
let me make a
Say that
point.
again,
No,
Maverick.
but well, one way. No, but one way.
My
Do
man's just
you do
blaming
agree
women
that
Right,
the
for
right,
United Kingdom? You do
everything.
believe? No, but you do believe
right,
the UK, yeah, the
Maverick,
UK
it
or
makes you look
Canada.
like a feminist.
right,
It
right,
Do you
makes
right,
know
you
what I'm
look like.
saying?
I'm
That's
not
how
a
bad
right,
it
feminist.
is.
right,
Like
right,
I
right.
I'm
want
Let
to
me
not.
be
make
a feminist
right,
compared to
right,
this guy.
right,
I'm
right.
not.
Let me make
Who the hell are you calling a feminist? Who you calling a feminist?
I'm saying
I'll
no. One
gladly
second.
be a feminist
right.
One
compared to you,
second. Before
bro.
you
Oh,
switched, yeah,
shut up, man.
I said you make Maverick look like a feminist, my brother. I
No, you
didn't call
make
you a feminist. Go
look
on, one
right.
way. Come through.
Let me make a
And
Can I?
that's
point.
Can I?
saying a
Let's
lot. Trust
let's
me,
get to the
that's
point.
Right,
saying a whole lot.
Can I
right,
finish up on
right.
the point? Can we agree? Can we agree that UK favors the women, like in Canada or the America? Women can the government's going to give women more opportunities: college, university, healthcare, IDA, the welfare, everything. Women are favored in the housing. I could be a homeless man, yeah, going to the council asking for a house. You could be a pregnant woman. Do prioritize the women. Well,
Yeah,
let's look at
the
the
gynocentric
society.
society.
Gynocentric
Talk about that.
Because
society.
they're vulnerable.
For
That's why.
example,
Because they're
yeah.
vulnerable.
For example, let's say if the Somali man wanted to discipline his children, and let's say the Somali mother didn't like it, she could just call the police, and the police will come, and bam, she could like kick him out of the
That's real
house.
talk. That's real talk.
Yeah,
No, but let's
true.
be honest. It's happened. It's happened. It's happened.
That's
I've had.
right. Let me ask a quick question. Yeah, we need to get to the bottom line of things, innit? Yeah? And the main bottom line is, look, see us men today, we have failed in many ways, and the main place we failed in is knowing that our role as a man. You see, so if for instance us as men claiming to be men don't know our role as a man, yeah, then obviously a woman is going to do two jobs, and that's what's happening today. So them single mothers out there, they have became a man and a woman. They're working, they're providing for the kids, yeah. For men that are out there who have failed to provide for the kids, you see. So you need to put things in perspective and understand their point of view. You see. So what we need to understand, we're always pointing fingers to the women, not knowing that. Listen,
One
yeah.
way. How did the men fail the women? Like you have to look at the gynocentric society. Like a woman, like for example, if you UK is not
No,
a traditional society. Can we like UK is not a traditional society. Like this happens to, for example, if I were to get married today or tomorrow and I were to bring a sister from Somalia or Eritrea, she's gonna become like the women of this society because I brought her over. She's gonna find out about her rights and she's gonna divorce you. And
that's incorrect, bro.
okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Nature versus
You're a
nurture.
man in it, yeah? You're a man in it, yeah? Sama, what is your role as a man? Explain to me.
My role is to be the protector and the provider.
Protector and a provider. Well, earlier you were saying that you expect the woman to be providing more than you. So you expect for you to sit your backside in the house, yeah, and for her to go out and to provide for you, because that's the way you.
No, I said that. No, I said that marriage is like a contract and it's also a partnership. I fulfill my side of bargain. You fulfill your side of the bargain.
But what is the okay? As a Muslim person, as a role as a man, who's supposed to provide? Your wife, your partner, or you?
Don't use the Muslim card, man. Allow that, please, man.
No.
Let the man say
We
whatever
don't
he
come with
feels
a
his
culture or
feelings.
anything, Maverick. We're not gonna come across that. We're just
I
trying
know,
to
but
come.
when you use the Muslim card, you're gonna make him feel guilty, and you're just gonna ruin it, fam. Don't do that, bro.
No, bro. No,
Let the man
Maverick,
have his opinions.
Maverick, bro. Maverick.
Just let the man have
That's
his
what they
views,
always
innit?
use. They always use the M card. They always use the M card. They always use the M card
See
to
that?
guilt
What
trip
did I
or
tell you? See, I just told you. Look, he's already telling you that. Don't use that card, man. Let the man be free.
No,
Okay, okay,
No, but
when we came up,
not even religiously, not even religiously. Forget religiously, stuff for love. But put a
yeah,
religion aside, yeah.
yeah,
Culture, tradition. When our parents were married back home, the imana, it was an imana that you look after this woman. You feel me? You get me. So when they came here, they were supposed to look out for them. So if anyone flopped anyone, it was the man that flopped the woman.
Yeah, that's the main thing, because you got one perspective, yeah. Maverick and Rad, I'm gonna make a point to both of you. Yeah? When you take a female, yeah, a girl specifically, yeah, from her family, yeah, you sign a contract with their family saying that you're gonna take a full responsibility. Okay?
I ain't signed nothing with their family, so you're wrong there straight away.
Listen to me, yeah. It's not
I just don't make no
it's not a
false
contract.
claims.
It's sort of a verbal, indirect contract you're signing, which
I
you
don't
which you
sign
don't
nothing
realize.
with that family.
Maps, let him land, and then you come back with a go on one way. Land.
Okay, so I'm not saying you signed an initial contract, but it's a verbal, indirect contract with the family. And as a man, yeah, you have taken a girl from her freedom, basically. In other words, from her family, you've taken it into your household. If you have a household, if you're a man, basically. But now, time and age, I don't know. Times has changed, innit?
No, but one way, can I say something? Can I add something?
Nah, let
Can
the
I add
man
something?
finish, man. I was waiting to come in anyway, so let the man finish.
Let me finish, right?
Carry
I can't even finish my thing. You forget where I was, man. Yeah. So what I was saying, look, you have taken her from a household, okay? You have married her, okay? Your role as a man now is to provide for her, etc. Okay? So for you, for instance, just say now, yeah, that obviously something happens along the line, and then for you to drop her back to her family. There is stage that, yes, the situation would happen between both of you. Do you get it? But the main objective, responsibility, you as a man, is provide for her, to take care of her, and fulfill some sort of rights and responsibility towards her. Do you get it? And one point you mentioned earlier, Maverick, yeah? Let's get to the main objective you mentioned, yeah? You said, okay, so what sort of, you said something to do with a compensation, and you mentioned diary, then you mentioned compensation. Diary and compensation is two different essence. That's why I just wanted to understand itself. And obviously, if, for instance, you basically, it gets to a stage that both of you don't understand each other and you separate, yes, but you mentioned something to do with a conversation. What conversation are you trying to talk about? It wasn't too clear.
That diary is a compensation. That's precisely what it is.
Yeah, but diary is not a conversation, brother. I don't know what conversation you'll be
okay,
saying. Diary is not. Diary is when you get married
to
her. Okay, diary is a contract you sign when you get married to her, but it's not it's not conversation, brother.
Okay, if you understand what the definition of compensation is, then you would understand that is what dowry is. Unless you can tell me why it's not the case, it's no point just telling me it isn't. When is she due a dowry? Okay, to be blunt with you, according to the Quran, she's not even due a dowry until I've had sex with her. So by definition, that's compensation.
One way, two way. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
No, please, man. He was coming at me. Let me address it, man. 1 second, Ara, fam. Take.
Ara, like I said, I'm gonna run the stream.
I'm actually gonna back you on this one. So take a break, man. Go on.
Yeah. Mute up furthermore, man. Man's gonna run the stream all day. What Derki don't, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, my man's always eager to talk. Go on, my brothers.
Yeah. Okay, if you're saying in that essence, that's what I just wanted to understand, because you're saying that conversation. So, for example, yeah, what sort of conversation would there be? For example, if for instance you marry her and you give her dakan, so that's, it could be an amount of up to maybe £1,000, £2,000. You get it, up to £5,000. That's not sufficient of to live on, after you divorce. So, what sort of conversation is that going to be then?
When you say live on, I ain't trying to give her something to live on. I'm trying to give her something for her to start her life with. That's all it is. It's not something to live on.
5,000 can start life with?
Sorry?
Can £5,000 start a life with?
Of course, you can. It can take. Of course, you can start. You can. It's enough for a deposit and a rent for a couple of months, and you start working. What else do you need?
I don't know.
Funny still.
What else do you need?
We said, what happened to uplifting the woman and all of that?
Well, I don't see where I'm going wrong here.
No, it's not. I agree with you, Maverick.
Yeah.
So he's saying what?
If you have a couple of months rent,
and you're good.
what more do you want? And you get me, your utility and whatnot, and you start looking for work, innit? That's it. What more do you want?
Unless it's alimony. Is that what they're seeking?
I think
No,
that approach is
wait,
wrong.
let him finish, please, man. And there's another thing that I want to address. This thing that you said
Okay,
about.
remind me. I'll tell you why that approach is wrong. Yeah, go on.
One minute. I want to address one more thing that he said. He said something about providing for her. I don't know where you get these ideas from, mate. The only time the only time that that you're supposed to provide for your wife is when she's had a child. And that's because she's busy with the child. If she's not busy with the child, what are you providing her for? Provide what? Go to work.
Okay, so you're saying okay, come back. Let's stay to that point. Let's not divert it. Yeah. So you're saying okay, then for instance, okay, you have divorced her. You separate. You have kids with her, etc. So your duty is as a man is not to provide for her. You gotta tell her to go and work and provide for her own kids. Is that what you're trying to say?
Now you're bringing kids involved. I'm always responsible to provide for the kids. That's my job.
You're responsible to provide for the kids, but not for her. Then you're saying.
If I'm divorced from her, why am I responsible for providing for her?
Okay. If you're not responsible. Okay. So if you're married to her, are you responsible
for the kids?
For her.
So if I'm married to her,
yeah.
Yes, as long as she's at home looking after the kids, that I'm providing for both of them.
For both of them. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But if there is no kids, then she doesn't need to be at home, does she?
Maverick, that's too expensive.
Wait, answer my question. Answer my question. Does she need to be at home if there's no kids?
Well, it all depends on everyone lives a different lifestyle. You understand? Some women like to work. Some women don't like. Some women like to stay home and look after the kids.
No one likes to work. Work is something that
not every woman. Not every woman. Not everyone likes to be away. If they have the opportunity for the man to provide for them and for them to stay home, they would stay home. Do you get it?
But why would
our time and age has changed?
Hold on, but why would you provide for an able-bodied adult? Why does she not go to work?
No, I mean it all depends, isn't it? It
depends on what? You're not answering the question. Why would a grown-ass woman, able-bodied, be sitting at home watching GMTV?
I don't think she's watching GMTV anyway, but yeah.
Okay, one way. Why would she be at home?
Maverick, can I get one thing straight? Maverick, sorry, can I get one thing straight? When you say just give her £5,000, is that all you're just putting to the table, and then you're just gonna go ahead?
I didn't give an amount. I'm just saying enough for her to start
any amount. Forget 5 or 10 or 15.
You talking about when you divorce?
No. I'm talking about when you're married. Yeah. You said you give her some money, and then that's her little startup. Yeah.
No, that's when we divorce.
Okay, so when you're parting ways, you want to give her some money.
I don't give a damn. No, yeah, I don't give a damn.
Then when we divorce, obviously she do something. You can't just leave her stranded.
Okay, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. That's even that itself. That's not a Doruri case. It's not a necessity, innit?
What do you mean it's not a necessity?
Yeah. It's not a necessity. Yeah, it's not a must.
No,
it's not applied upon you as a contract. It's not applied.
Islamically, the moment you've had sex with her, she's due an amount.
That's the diary from the beginning. Yes, you cleared that.
No, I don't know where you get this beginning part. It's the moment.
The diary when you sign the contract. Look carefully. Like when you sign a contract, before you even get to the stage of the consent of the marriage, etc., you sign a contract. That contract there, you agree upon the diary, the amount you're gonna give her, whatever it's gonna be.
Yes, but you only need to give her the moment you've had sex. You don't need to give her before that.
Okay. Where with sex, that's before even sex. We're not even getting to that topic there. That's
no, I'm saying I'm talking about when you give it to her. Forget when you promise. Promise means nothing. I'm talking about when you give it to her. She's only do that the moment the contract has been. There's a term for it. I don't even want to say sex. There's an actual term for it. This even exists in the West everywhere.
Can I add something about the contract? Can you make the contract shorter? Like, let's call this girl Fozia, and I want to marry her for 1 day. Give her £100, and I cancel the contract the next day. What's wrong with that? 1 day contract marriage.
If you what? If you 1 day contract.
Yeah, you marry her, you have sex, but you're married for 1 day, and you
cancel. Wait. No. That's easy. Okay, that's easy. He's doing that whole muta business, blah blah blah. This needs to be settled. This needs to be settled. This needs to be settled right now.
So
When
what's the
you
chat
say,
about?
can I answer you then, man? Come on, fam. Let's be civil, man.
Yeah.
Now, when you say you would like to have a short-term contract with a woman, you're talking about your interest. Your interest is to bust a nut. What interest is it for a woman to have a short-term contract? She doesn't get anything from that. That's why marriage exists for women, because she wants her security. She don't get nothing from short-term bursts. You do. So she'd rather lock you down. That's how nature works.
But
more time they're not on this locking down thing. They want to move on.
It's not in the locking down. See
the
the way
ones that are not on locking down is because they're confused.
Right.
Once they get older, and they smarten up. All they think about is locking down. They're not on wasting time.
But one thing, Mary, you need to understand from Rad's perspective. Yeah, he doesn't look at women as in a respectful manner. He looks at women as a sex object.
Let him speak for himself, man. Allow him.
No, but it's reality, bro. You understand? That's the reason why he's
just
coming.
let him speak for himself, innit?
No, but that's the reason why.
I don't think he's happy with you.
We're gonna come to the point, like, come on, bro. You come with a muta one day contract, listen. Come on, bro. But
No,
have
but
some
it's
respect.
practiced in Saudi Arabia, Malahas, man. They do it in certain countries. It's Pakistan, Malah.
No, listen. This is Shia, but it's called the muta. Yeah, it's a Shia
They
belief.
practice what? They practice what? Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's called
No,
muta.
don't
Let me explain to you what they do exactly. Yeah? Let me explain. It's a Shia belief. Basically, they believe in the muta. It's
No,
a
but
two-way
then the
contract.
Sunnahs, did they not practice it before the
Brother, let
Shias?
him
Like,
explain the thing so everyone can understand what it is.
Let me explain to you. Yeah, even there is some essence, some so-called Somalis once in a blue moon they do practice in it. But let me explain to you carefully. Yeah, it's a Shia, I believe it's called muta. So it's a two-way contract. So they marry a woman.
That shit is bullshit, man. No girl's gonna accept that stuff, man.
Yeah, within 2 weeks, basically they divorce.
Bullshit, man.
Yeah, but obviously we know from the Quran, it's mentioned the iddah is 3 months in it. Do you get it? So no one can marry after that. So it's a 2 years contract in it. That's what it is. So it's in other words, it's prostitution in it. So they're basically selling the woman off to another man without the contract being,
what if the family agrees? You fool. What about the family if she agrees?
But in Islam, it's not possible. It's not about the family agreeing, bro. We have a way of life for how we conduct stuff in the process. There's procedure of everything.
So let me get this. If the girl's family's okay,
are you saying people get married?
You could give her like whatever golden to happen that year.
One sec. One way. What? So what you're saying? Yeah. They married a girl and then divorce her after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then go and do that again and again and again.
In other words, another man will marry her. She's a prostitute. She's a sex object. That's what it is.
Okay, but Islamically, the iddah is 3 months. You're saying?
It is 3 months. Yes, it's mentioned in sort of.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Yeah. Well, let me just say this, please. I'll be quick. Yeah. If women weren't financially needy, yeah, a lot of you men would have absolutely fuck all on women. You know that. You wouldn't be able to call them. You wouldn't be able to call them hoes. You wouldn't be able to say, what's it called again? Muta, a week marriage, 2 week marriage. All you're doing is you're basically taking advantage of women who are financially in shitty situations. Because if they were in good positions, most of you men would go out hungry, fam. You would have nothing, literally. So let me
be honest, yeah. Western women have devalued themselves badly. You could be a sugar daddy who bloody lives in Sunningdale outside of bloody West London and that, yeah. You could buy a 20-year-old, and the 20-year-old, you tell her, will you be pregnant for
No, notice how you said you can buy. See, I told you, without money, you ain't got shit on women.
No, I'm talking about Western women. No, but Western women are cheap.
Tell me this. Yeah. How many wealthy women out there are riding the cock carousel? Tell me. Answer that question. How many women with money are riding the cock carousel?
But not
many.
That's about 85%.
We don't care if you're marrying outside the community. We don't care.
Hey, man,
you lot got me defending women, man. Get out of here, man. You lot too much, too extreme, man.
Maverick, how many women are on the cock carousel?
How many wealthy women?
They're still on the cock carousel.
Not to the same degree.
How many women in their
That's
40s
definitely
are
not to the
converted?
same
How
degree.
many women?
Because what you gotta remember, yeah.
Chill for a second. Yeah, Maverick, what you saying?
I'm saying, yeah, not to the same degree. Because what you gotta remember is women only like to fuck up. They don't like to fuck down. Do you see what I'm saying to you?
That's
So
hyperbole, yeah.
exactly. So wealthy women, and how they can only aim up. So how many up there men can they get? And if they do get a man that's above them, what do they try to do? They try to lock them down because they're thinking about their finance.
That's true. But some women are wealthy and they'll still lock down a guy who's below them. For example,
Yes, but hear what you said though. You said they will lock them down. The point I'm trying to make here is that when men talk about women being hoes or riding the cock carousel and rah, let's be honest. We're talking about women who are basically needy, daddy issues and whatnot. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Looking for a guy to looking for a guy to take over that position and whatnot. Come on, bro.
I hear you.
Let's not act like we're innocent. We take advantage of
Chill, let me add on to that. The thing is, yeah, those women that are needy, there's men that are needy. Men and women need each other. Do you get it?
Men are just hungry.
No. The thing is, it's the law of duality. There's male and there's female. Do you get it? They're opposites. Therefore, they're gonna attract each other. Do you get it? Therefore, it's one of them ones where what was you saying? I totally forgot what I was saying.
No, I hear what you're saying, Pharaoh. But the point I'm trying to say is, I think the whole point I'm trying to say is, really and truly, when we go on about hoes this, women that, rare, we're basically just taking advantage of their financial situations. Because if women were, if they were in better financial situations, they wouldn't be hoeing to the degree that they are now.
But bro, let's.
No, but no women. No, but can I say something? You
Chill.
can buy a woman.
Brother, chill. Let me finish this. The thing is, let's take finances out of the situation. Let's say we're in the jungle. Now what? Do women still need men?
I'm not above. Women are always gonna need men, but they're not gonna need to jump around, innit? They only jump about. They only jump about when they're trying to look for the best, bro.
Okay, do women need men as well?
Maverick, a lot of women these days prefer Tyrone. If you're Tyrone with money, that's gonna basically fuck her and give her 20 grand and leave her to raise the kid. A lot of women are happy about it since they're gonna get a council house from the government. As long as you give her 20k, you fuck her, and she prefers you to be a thug. Bam, you come back 10 or 15 years when the kids have grown up. Well, she's probably a fucking other man from plentyoffish.com. That's the reality.
I'm not sure I follow that.
That's not
if you're saying hear this out. If you're saying women are going for that out of what they have on offer, I might see where you're getting at. But are you saying that women actually prefer that to whatever else that they could possibly get?
Yeah, because you have to understand modern day millennial women. They prefer
Women are completely retarded.
Huh?
You're acting like women are completely retarded.
Yeah,
I didn't say that. I'm telling you
he's downgrading women. That's what it is.
Get
But
an ideal relationship. You're saying if they could get an ideal relationship, they would rather not, and they would rather have a fucked up relationship. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that women prefer the thugs and the Tyrones, the bad boys, and all the mans with money and that man. Where's a woman? Where's a guy who works at KFC from 10 in the morning to fucking 12 o'clock at night? Yeah, has to offer with a Tyrone that's loaded.
But it depends on the sister.
It depends on what you're saying. If you're saying that women like masculine men over men that are slightly effeminate, then that's their nature.
No,
like,
I'm not talking about the bad boys, and I'm talking about you could be a masculine guy of good character who comes from a good family. Then you got a sister who prefers undercover a Tyrone that's got nothing. He could come out of jail and shit. You could be your shit sorted out. Yeah, she'll come back to you.
No. The girl them nowadays.
No, but I don't think
bad boys. They like ex bad boys.
No, but why do sisters now? If you look at black girls or white girls, the pretty ones, why is that if you go past London nowadays? I've noticed this for the past 5 or 8 years. Yeah, I see a lot of these girls, whether Muslim or non-Muslim, with a lot of bastard kids. They're attractive ones. And wallahi, that's the truth.
What fucking girls look at these guys?
You lost me still.
Bruv, he's been hurtful. But you know what? One thing, Maverick.
Let's stop shaming him. Let's stop shaming him, people. Let him speak his mind and don't shame the brother.
No, but that's the truth. I've had brothers tell him. No, but
You're speaking for yourself, bro, man. You're not speaking for
I'm not
all the
speaking
men.
the truth. No, but it's the
Yeah.
reality, Sahib, man. Now, why
You're
is it
speaking
that
for
you got
yourself,
them?
bro. You understand? We
One way,
don't
one
want
sec.
to.
Let him talk one way.
Yeah.
But one way is right, yeah. You're speaking. I think you, Reaper, speak for
Yeah.
yourself.
Speak for
This is your
yourself, yeah.
experiences, right?
You
Yeah.
understand?
Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
But what I was saying, look, Maverick, yeah. Women, one thing they want, yeah. There is women that are materialistic. That's true, yeah. But there is women that they want some sort of stability. They want some sort of guarantee within a man. You see it. So some women, yes, they would prefer a man on the same level as them. Some would prefer a man less than them. Do you get it? So there's not the issue of competition here, but it's this was stability. That's what it is. Do you understand? So if, for instance, she wouldn't want him to be eating on her assets, on her financial station itself. So if he can provide to a certain level, but yeah, there is some sort. There's sometimes there's going to be some sort of clash between a man and a woman. Meaning, if, for instance, she's earning more money than him, then you get it. But the bottom line is, bro, time has changed, bro. Like, yeah, women, yes, they have become more independent because men have failed in many degrees. Do you understand? Meaning providing for the number one, being stable.
Yeah, but bro, you can't talk about male failure and never mention female failure. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
What you guys seem to be doing is men have failed and women are exceptional. Do you get it? That's the
No, but you should thank the sexual revolution of the 60s.
No.
But all I'm asking for is a balance. If men have failed, there are men that have been failed by women also.
Yeah. That's another point. Yes, there is cases. Yes, obviously, yeah, women have failed in many degrees. And there's a number of stuff. Yes, they failed in our society. Yes, that's clear cut. Do you get it?
No, but you should women,
We
should
need
like
to look. You need to look at, as a man, you're more superior than women. Women are vulnerable in many angles. That's what you need to look at. Understand? We have the upper hand as a man. That's what we need to look at. Do you get it? And this is the status we have as a man, and women might not agree with us today. That's what you need to look at yourself. So if we always got to point fingers to the women, that brings our status down as a man.
Up to you. Can you be honest? Yeah, women prefer the bad boys, and they prefer a man with his DNA. That's what women prefer now. That's all women want these days. They prefer the man's DNA. She doesn't need a man. Then bam, she wants to be independent. And in reality, my brothers, she's not independent. She's dependent on daddy government. That's going to give her the aid, aka the welfare, free house.
Can I add on to that? I agree with you in a sense, because when you look at even celebrities, that's the life they're trying to live. Do you get it? Same time, if a woman takes our seed, and we can't be in a kid's life, because there are some women out there that hide the kids from the fact that the father and spew negativity to the kids about their father. Do you get it? So what can we do in those type of situations?
You don't. To be honest, in that platform there, you don't really have a platform, because obviously when it comes to the government, in the issue of social care and number of stuff like that, women have a bigger platform in our time and age. Do you get it? And they can provide
Gynocentric society. You have to remember gynocentric.
Yeah, they can
But
provide the children for you.
one way, two way.
Yeah.
If you go to London, why is London, if you go to the council estates, why is it full of like black single mothers on these council estates, whether it's in Brixton, Lewisham? That's where the knife crime and the madness comes from, fatherless households and that. And it's funny, you got these black women who don't need a man, but at the same time, it's hungry for a man to look after their bastard kids.
That's
100. A lot of
100.
brothers. No, but a lot of black brothers have told me this. This is how they're very angry. This is what a lot of brothers told me about this. It's very common in Brixton and Tottenham. It's becoming younger and younger.
Yo, Red. Calm down, bro. Don't go mad on us.
Man.
Yeah,
why is it? No, Red. I want to ask you, why is it relevant to you? Like, why are you so into this single mothers and these black kids and the black single mothers?
Bro, let me answer that
question. Because they're ruining society, my
What
brother.
about your own people? Like, why don't you consider your own people? Your own people have more bigger situations than them, bro. Why is it relevant?
No, I'm talking about. Can I explain? Because I live in this society, my bro, man. We are African, right?
So what you're saying, it applies to us also?
No, no, no. I'm talking. No, no, no. You're not listening. You're not listening. I am a Somali man. I'm not a black man. I'm a Somali man. But because the society classes us with these people, the society wouldn't differentiate. Does that make sense? Just like in this country, you're classed as Asian.
But that's irrelevant.
How
That's
am I?
nothing to do with you. What they do is nothing to do with you. Their actions are they're accountable for their own self. So it's irrelevant for you. You should concern yourself about you and you starting your life and getting your life together, bro. Other than
No, but I'm
concerning
talking about
yourself
no, but I'm talking about the society that we live in. I'm talking about the
But that's,
problems in London of knife
how
crime. What is
how does
the?
it affect you? How does it affect you?
It doesn't. It doesn't affect. I'm talking about the
Now,
society, the community.
ultimately, if let's say me as an individual, as a man in London raising children, of course it's gonna affect me because this type of influence is around. This type of agendas is being played out. That's what Brother RR is trying to get to. He's saying, eventually when he has kids or when we have kids, this will also affect us. So now,
Like for example, one way, two ways. Sorry to interrupt.
Let me finish. So Brother RR was saying, if a woman is independent, financially independent, and she has our seed, what more does she want from us in this modern day?
Well, we can't. There's nothing much we can do as men. But what we need to get to, the main point
One
of
way.
this
One last
argument.
question. One last question. You said like it doesn't. The society doesn't affect.
Brother let me hear his question. One second.
For example, in 2 months, I want to.
Right, let me ask you a question, Pharaoh. Yeah. This. Yeah, right. Pharaoh. Sorry. What was I saying to you? Look, we discuss this matter as much as possible. Yeah. And let's get to the obviously objective of this in it and look for a solution of this. What do you think the solution would be? And our time needs. And let's stick to our.
You're asking me the question. Let me ask a question. The solution would be for men and women to be unified, because it takes a whole community to raise a family, especially a child. You get it? So the reason there's so much crime going on is because these boys don't have role models. They don't have fathers. They don't have men in their lives to ground them. As us,
because they come from fatherless households.
Yeah. Let me finish. Fatherless households has many consequences that society just ignores. They just think, all right, let's just make women independent and single with their kids and forget about the men. Do you get it? But then men also have a power also, which is when it comes to raising kids. We ground the kids. We give them discipline. We give them direction. We give them purpose. Do you get it? So
what do you think? Let's specifically stay in our community, because we as a Somali, we should concern ourselves more with our community than other communities. Yeah. So what do you think?
You live in a society one way, two. I understand we should focus on our community.
I don't want to know about the Caribbeans and the Jamaicans. That doesn't concern me.
I'm talking about the society. I'm not talking about the community. I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No, but for example, one way, two way. Did you know in 2 months' time the LGBT lessons are going to be taught in September in 2 months? You're telling me it's not going to affect our community in any way at all?
No, of course. Like Brother R said.
Because our is acting like.
Can I add on to that, bro? Brother R said he's a Somali man. He don't class himself as black. But in the Western society, they still class us as black. Meaning the agenda still play out in our community. We can't deny that. We're seeing it, play out in modern day society where, 1-2 Somali girls are just getting pregnant and not even married.
You can remember.
Cool. So let's get to the root thing, yeah? Why are there fatherless households?
Because there's an agenda to destroy the family unit.
Because of poverty. Do you think it's because of poverty?
No, it's not because of poverty.
Stop using poverty for an excuse. What a load of BS. What a load of BS, man.
Brother, let me answer that question. Eric King, what was your question? Repeat it, sir.
Let's get to the root, innit? So I said, why are there fatherless households?
Because, brother Eric King, there's more of an incentive to be in a single mother household, than be with a man. Think about it.
What do you mean?
Okay, if a woman's single with children, she's got priority in council housing. She will also get, benefits. There's so much avenues.
Do all of that with the man, no?
True, but then also think about what if the man's working? If he's working and earning a certain amount, she won't be getting benefits. The only benefit she'll be getting is just child support income, and that's just about it.
But then again, if you and her want to be together, you gotta play the system. You can say you two are divorced, but still live with each other.
There's a difference between
the youths are still growing up with a father. As long as
of course, I agree with you, brother Eri. But however, the agendas at play, whether it be mainstream media, whether it be culture, Western culture, whether it be the dogma of society in general, it promotes women to just be single mothers. Think about all the female rappers. What are they talking about? Fuck that man. You don't need that man. However, behind closed doors, they have a man. So what type of messaging, subliminal messaging, are they giving these females to get?
So you're saying they want to be.
I'm not saying all. I'm not saying all women. I'm saying I would just say maybe like over 50%.
Fresh Prince, can I ask you a question, Fresh Prince? Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
I think this should come to our attention. I'm not gonna be a hypocrite, but we all used to watch this back in the day. You know, for example, you know MTV.
Yeah.
Even it still comes on, yeah. Would you be comfortable? Yeah, this is what programming does, yeah. The television back in the day, right? Yeah, but it's even become more fucked up. If you watch, for example, Fresh MTV, there's episodes. Yeah, there's a TV show called "I'm 16 and I'm Pregnant." What does that tell you? It's become so. If you had a 16-year-old daughter, would you be comfortable watching that filth on MTV? I'm 16, I'm pregnant, encourage girls.
No, I wouldn't be, because it just promotes. They're just, I mean, single motherhood and just nonsense.
But more time when you're watching that, watch that. More time she's going through it. That 16-year-old.
Ari, let me ask Pharaoh one question quickly, yeah? Pharaoh, I got a quick question to you, yeah?
Yeah.
So, look, for instance now, yeah? Why would it impact on you? You as a father of a child, yeah? You separate from the woman, you divorce, you separate. You as your role as a father should always be there, yeah? Them children that you gave life to should not be affected. And it shouldn't be people blaming the slight cases.
I understand what you're going with this.
Even though you separated as a husband and wife.
I understand where you're going with this. Let me ask you a question, bro.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier, what about the fathers that want to be in their kids' life, but the woman denies them?
Yes.
How come nobody talks about these issues?
Yeah, that does happen. Don't get me wrong. Yeah,
because Somali women do that. I have a cousin, his first marriage, he had a kid with the woman, and she won't let him near the child. I've had an uncle who married Anchinebi, mixed race lady. He had 2 kids with her, and then for 5 years he couldn't even see the kids.
Yeah,
that's them women that
you see what I'm trying to say though?
As the weapon,
but you see what I'm trying to say? So me as a man, if I'm married
She weaponized the children. She weaponized the children.
Chill, let me finish. If I'm married as a man and I'm independent, I'm financially independent, and I'm healthy, alhamdulillah, and I want to be there for my kids, you know what I mean? My mother pick them up, take them to my house, you know what I mean? But the woman denies me. What can I do then? And what kind of institutions can I go to get justice? Because this is something that happens, but no one talks about.
Yeah, no, let me
take her to court and try to fight and try to get custody, full custody of the kids.
Eric, the law favors the women, my brother.
Yeah, it's
I
not
hear
gonna
that,
happen.
but you got to put your case forward. You get me?
But even if you put your case forward,
if
it's
she's
not taken as seriously.
The budget or whatnot, obviously the first thing you would do is try to approach her and send family members or whatnot, try to talk to her, whatnot. If she's not having it all together, then you're gonna have to take her court, bro. What? This ain't back home. You can't really take the kids off and tell her.
Yeah, but Eric King, I got a question for you. In the court of law, those are not your kids; they're her kids. You get?
Sir, but you can fight. You can fight for your kids, bro.
No, but what you mentioned, let me
listen. When you go court, my guy, yeah. When you go court, this is what they're gonna say. They're gonna say he should see them this amount of days. If she goes against the days that the court said, then there's a problem there. You get me? And then if he keeps on doing that, he can win custody. You get it, my bro?
But one way, I'm gonna let you talk here. Let me just add on to this point. You said custody again. We're going back to the white man's courtroom. Do you get it? Why can't we settle this at home as grown adults?
Me, I don't go court, my guy. I'm just
I agree.
You said what way is there? You get me? This is what there is, bro. This is what's on the table. We live in this land. This is what's going on. You get me, bro? I don't go court. None of that, bro. We settle this within. You get. You get. But
I get it, bro. But I just don't like this notion where people make it seem like all women are victims. I don't agree with that notion.
No. Some of them are very, very evil, man. They use the kids, just like you said. They use the kids as weapons. You get me?
They weaponize the children.
And they're supposed to be Muslim, and they're supposed to fear Allah, and they're supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, what?
But brother King, let me just ask this question. What type of, okay, you said she's Muslim and she's raised in Islam. What type of ideology is that, and where did they get it from? Because we know it's not We know
The
it's not
Cardi B flex.
Okay, so we know there's an agenda at play separating the
Yeah.
family unit. It's been confirmed.
And Sahibka and friends as well. Oh, what? Don't have that. No, no, no. You know all of that. That women that get in between
Yeah,
relationship.
of course.
Yes, that's a factor
Every
as well.
King, what do you think of mothers that encourage their daughters to divorce their husbands in order to get his assets? Because I got a story to tell you. There was a story like 2 years ago I read on Twitter about this Muslim guy who married this girl who was 8 years younger than him. In the end, she cheated with him.
I was gonna say she Asian. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and this guy, his brother lived in a £500,000 house, and he had a nice career, good job. But the brother didn't mention the type of job he did. But anyway, she cheated on this guy who came out of prison, and this guy had a daughter with this girl, and he gave to her meher, dowry. He paid for her student debts. He paid for her debts and everything. Gave to her meher. But in the end, he lost everything because his wife wanted to divorce him after he found out she was cheating on this thug. In the end, his brother loses his job. He loses his house. And the brother cannot see the thug is now living in his house. The thug lives in his house with his ex-wife, and his brother is paying alimony and that. I don't even know. I'm not surprised if his brother is suicidal now. Imagine if you're in that situation, because there's been many cases of brother taking their own lives or brothers gone mad.
Like I said, bro, it's a Gynocentric society. There's no institutions for male to express themselves, either mental health wise, either emotional wise. You know what I'm trying to say?
But Pharaoh, can I mention this?
Hence why male suicide is at a sky high. Male suicide is at a sky high. Do you get it? Why is that?
Good question. And also, I want to add one last thing. I watched something on Channel 4, and this is very important.
Because man, we don't express our feelings, isn't it? Yeah, go on.
Also, this was on Channel 4 a year ago. They talked about paternity fraud. Like, for example, this Somali guy who fled the war in Somalia, he ended up in Kenya, and he was working in Kenya, and he married this Somali woman in Kenya, and they had a kid together, and he went to the United Kingdom and he wanted to bring his wife and kid over. But he finds out through DNA testing, and there was another Afghan guy on the series, it's on the internet. The Somali guy finds out, the wife, his so-called son, was not his. The kid was not his, and he married this woman, and he thought this woman who gave birth to his child was his, but it wasn't. He found out through DNA the kid's was basically paternity fraud, and this woman knew from the beginning that he wasn't the father. And you're telling me it doesn't happen in Africa, it doesn't happen back home, even in this country.
Yeah. There's, bro. Listen, like I said, bro, both coins, like both sides of the coin. Like, you get me. The women do bad, men do bad. I've heard a lot of, you get me, wrong things like that. But obviously it's wrong, isn't it?
But there's also good. There's also productive and healthy family units.
Exactly.
You get
other side to it, yeah.
We need to learn from those individuals.
And more time, majority of women are good. Like the Somali woman and Eritrean woman, like the Muslim
Bro,
ones.
I'm talking about paternity fraud in the Muslim community and this society that is rife. It's rife in this society. You can't.
It's rife up to you. You can't just mention 1-2 people's cases and say the whole society.
No, I'm not saying the Muslim. I'm talking about the society we are living in, the UK. Like paternity fraud in the UK is rife.
I'll tell you what, did paternity fraud happen to you?
No. No, I'm talking about Western. No, I'm not.
What happened to you, man? Come on, man.
Chat to me,
Wallahi, Pharaoh. No, Pharaoh. This guy, he's been poisoning this stream for the last.
I'm not
gonna lie to you 1 second. Some of the sisters, I'm not gonna lie to you, all hating the stream because of my Donny here. So Donny, I just want to ask you.
I don't care.
Bro,
that's you. No, but that's you. At the end of the day. No, forget that, Pharaoh. Yeah, there's a lot of people that listen to the stream as well, brother. I just want to ask you, and I want to get into your mindset. Yeah, you know that Naga honey, yeah. I've been kicking back, and I'm just thinking, brother, what's with all this animosity? You're telling me Mugurusuni my whole life. I don't want to get married. This woman, that, this. So what are you gonna end up being? Well, will you go see you get son and say you prostitutes for tickets off? Big man thing. Because you're not talking to no little kid. Man's a 30-year-old man, innit? Yeah, let's all put all the trolling, all the bullshit to aside, yeah? Really, truthfully, dummer kennen winner darling, when a soccer, hablain on all darling, some with him, some when I send you, and that's about it. Eric, what I just basically said, some women are bad, some women are good, but they are sisters at the end of the day.
Yeah,
When
no,
a lot
I
of shit,
understand a bit.
you get where I'm coming
still.
from, yeah?
Yeah.
All this
Bro,
bad
my brother,
mouthing and
my brother, I'm gonna be
all this
honest. I'm gonna be
bullshit. I'm
honest.
not gonna lie to you, man.
I'm gonna be
Go on,
honest
my
with
broski.
you, bro. I'm gonna say this once here.
Go
UK
on, my
in
broski.
general, women in this society. I don't care if about your ethnicity or religion. Women in this society.
No, but
since I was
answer that question.
Now, let him
Has
finish. Let him
anything
finish,
happened to
Eric.
you?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm up to you. Women in this society are sex objects to me. Wallahi, in this society that we are living
All
in.
women. So you're saying all women?
No, women in general in this society, Western
Yeah,
society.
okay, women in this society. So does your sister live in this society? Is she a sex object to another man?
No, people. I don't care about people
Oh, your
outside of
sister's
my
not, but
family.
other women are. Other sisters are, but your sister's not.
She's
A
she's
sex
not
object.
related to me.
So
Hey,
your sister to another man. Sorry, Pharaoh, please keep back for a second, my brother. Please
Fair,
keep back for a
that's Wallah,
Pharaoh,
that's how
please
I
keep
feel.
back
That's
for
how
a
I think.
No.
Wallah,
There's
case
your
speaker, chill out,
sister.
chill out,
There's
chill out, chill
your
out. Wallah,
sister. No,
calm
I'm not
down.
chilling out.
I
There's
just
your sister.
Khuria,
Your
take
sister,
calmly.
where I are the shit, yeah. To another man, you want another man to think like that about your sister, Ladalate. It's different when it's your own sister, innit? So each woman you're talking about, Nimbe Ladalate, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Come on, bro.
brother, can I
Come
answer
there,
that?
Well,
Brother,
brother, why would I care
let me
about
just
what?
finish.
Like,
Brother, let me just finish. And I want to maybe clarify your statement. Let me know if I'm wrong. Basically, Khalid, though, what he was saying is, in Western society, the promotion of their women being sex objects is, you know what I mean, is propagated. That's all he's saying. We know sex sells, and that's it. He's not saying all women in Western society. I'm not.
do you know what it's Pharaoh?
Case speaker, let's be honest. Up to case speaker, let's be honest, yeah.
Let's be
If a
honest,
Somali girl, or no, but let's be honest with us, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
In Somalia, no, but in Somalia or in Eritrea, if a Somali or Eritrean girl is wearing tight clothing, Western clothing, wearing tight jeans, see-through trousers, you're walking in the streets of Hargeisa or Mogadishu or Asmara, how are you gonna view that girl? Whether she's in her early 20s, 30s, or 40s, how would you view that woman? She's wearing extremely provocative garb. How would you view her in your mindset?
All right, can I
Be
answer
honest.
that?
Different, bro.
Who wants to go for that? You want to go for Eric first?
Sister Faz,
Okay,
no, I don't hate
you
women.
answer that. I'm gonna leave that one for you still.
All right, let me answer this one. Brother, what a woman? What does women's clothes? Okay, if she's wearing tight clothes, does that make her a dillo, bro? Does that
I'm
make her
talking
a
about
hoe?
revealing clothing.
Does that make a girl a hoe because she wears revealing clothes? Maybe she looks
I'm
good in
talking
it.
about
Does that make her a hoe?
why is she promoting herself as a sex object, and later on she gets harassed and all that madness. And Dilonima is promoted these days. Whoredom is promoted as brother Pharaoh's spoken. Let's be honest with us, man. That's the
Yeah, but
reality.
so is Jewel and so is Dipchirnimo is promoted. So is Bang Bang Jewel. Everything's promoted now.
Because it's become the norm. Because it's become the norm. Like,
yeah. The same
let's
thing
be
like
honest
Pharaoh
now. But
said.
case speaker, go to Hargeisa or Mogadishu Asmar. Ask in Somali. There was even a sheikh I mentioned last time who said that, right? Yeah, 99% of the people in the audience on the internet agreed with the sheikh.
Yeah. And what
He
did the
said
sheikh say?
they said that it's on YouTube. I'll send you the link here, and a short link, and there's the full video. I'll send it to you. That basically Nagawa Deloitte that take sort of themselves. Nagawa Deloitte who work at Hebta and that sort of khadine. Nagawa Deloitte.
You're listening to Dabas here. Dabas is not a sheikh. Dabas is not a sheikh, bro. Go ahead, my brother.
No, but my point I'm trying to make is in Hargeisa Mogadishu, yeah. Like Eric, let me ask you a question. Like a woman in Eritrea
Just
who's wearing tight.
before you ask that question, yeah, you should never judge a person by what they wear, bro. If you're doing that with any person, then bro, let me tell you today, bro, don't do that. You get me? Because you can see a guy with a big beard, you know what I'm saying, ankles, swingers, whatnot, qamis, whatnot. He could be the most, you get it?
Evil too.
Same thing goes with a woman.
Remember this year, my brother. Remember this year, there is a famous, I don't know if it's a Quran or Hadith here, but a prostitute, brother, went to heaven for feeding a dog. It's a Hadith, my brother, yeah. A prostitute went to heaven for feeding a thirsty dog, my brother. don't judge people on their appearances, on their appearance.
100.
Well, like that's not it, bro. I see 100 people that look like dipshit, look like fuckboys, bro. They're the most smartest, educated people I've seen. I've seen the most educated, 100 different type of degrees, the most dumbest people I've ever met in my life. Brother, listen, at the end of the day, you got this thing against Tumor, and especially what I get pissed off is, you got fingers against our own sisters. Brother, please, like at the end of the day, I don't know. You get me? You get where I'm coming from. Malin ana maanta hayn inan baa dhali doonta. Insha Allah. Waan ku ducaynay inaan 10 hablood dhashid. Adigoo kale, I hope every single kid that you have is a girl. No, I see that as a blessing. What do you mean that's a habar? I see that as a blessing, my G.
No.
No. I see that as a blessing, my brother. Brother, you need to do some serious growing up, my brother. And if you're a 30-year-old man, brother, please, look, perceptions change. I'm not gonna lie to you. We're here to educate, Somali speakers. We're here to educate, inspire, and maybe, and learn things off other people. But bro, please, for your own sake, from now on, at the end of the day.
No, Somalida waa Western women, naag cadaan, madow, timijila,
Okay,
black.
Western woman. So what do you want then? Do you wanna what's it, a woman what is it? Do you want a woman that is subservient to you? Is that what you're looking for? So I don't get it. Because you want to have your cake and eat. You want to educate the woman that can speak this, that, very, but at the same time, she has to obey. And like I'm saying, my people, sorry, let me interrupt. The last half an hour, we're going to close the stream in half an hour. Please, my brothers and sisters, donate to the channel. The link's in the description. And yeah, share, like, and subscribe. And that's about it. But carry on. The last half an hour, my people.
Case speaker, you still haven't answered my question, my brother, in Islam.
One sec.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
K. Where's that donation going to? Speak on it a little bit.
It's on my channel, bro. It's to help to grow the channel.
Okay, yes.
Stuff like equipment, like some of the brothers and sisters. 3 people have donated so far, so it's helped to get a little tripod, little microphone.
I'll donate as well. I'll donate.
Yeah, man, hit up the link, man. So it's the growth for the channel. We're gonna, obviously we're gonna be recording just to get, equipment. Next thing is if we could get a camera together, like I learned for the Shugri Abdi thing, I need my own camera. You get where I'm coming from. So the link's in the description. I'm gonna put it in the chat for you now, whoever wants it. Just for the growth, so we could just grow and just get better. Like, you get me? And remember, this is our channel. You get me? You get where I'm coming from, my brothers and sisters. This is our channel. It's not my channel. It's our channel. Somewhere that we can express and be ourselves. But at the same time, let's get back to the conversation. Yeah, the link's in the. Oh no, that's the link to jump in. Sorry, the other link I'm gonna put in there for you guys now. But like I'm saying, brother,
can you send a link private?
No, it's right. Yeah, on the private chat.
Yeah, can you send it?
I'll send it to you guys. No, it's on the description box, man. All you have to do is just hit, in the side of the description box. It's right there, but I'm gonna put it for people.
It's near the joint thing. It's near the joint thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's near the joint thing. So my brothers and sisters, little Shillaman, if you like, can hit man up. That's about it. But at the same time, let's get back to our conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like, brother, you need to, may Allah bless you, bro. May Allah bless all of us on the panel. May Allah bless everyone in the chat. But at the same time, wallahi, brother, you are a part of you are a detrimental factor of this gender war. Stereotypical thinking like you, brother, is creating more gaps between our brothers and sisters instead of building it. Go on.
I understand what you're saying, Khalid. But maybe the brother just feels defensive.
Fresh Prince, let me add one more thing important.
Yeah, go on, bro. I'm listening.
If I were to marry today or tomorrow in this society, back home in Somalia would be different. Why should I invite? If I were to, let's say, marry a non-Muslim woman, why should I invite the government into my life?
The thing is,
in terms of like committing to her in this degenerate society, in this degenerate, filthy society.
I understand what you're saying. But in Western society, especially as a Muslim, when you're married, you don't have to get married through the government. That's just optional.
No, no, I'm talking about I wouldn't want a wedding or pay meher. Let's say she was white or black or whatever. I'll
Yeah.
just simply say we could be husband and wife, but no
Yeah.
government, no meher, nothing, because that's their system, and they would be happy by that.
I understand what you're saying. Like
So
basically cohabitating, basically, and assuming the title of husband and wife.
yeah, pretty much.
I hear you, man. I mean, that's up to you and the woman, innit? As individuals. End of the day, I'm a Muslim man. I follow my code of conduct in Islam. Do you get? So dowry and all this type of stuff is mandatory for me as a Muslim man. I don't see it as being beta male or simp culture. It's just to show and protect my half, my other half. Do you get? Same time, the topic was on beta males, and one thing as men that we fail to do is look inwardly, and try and better ourselves. Do you get what I'm trying to
But
say?
you know, yeah, I know what he's saying. But you know what's even more fucked up about males?
Let me finish.
Basically, did you read about?
In order for one to be an alpha male, he has to be self-sufficient, not even rely on the government. Do you know what I mean? He has to know how to defend himself and his family. He has to be able to provide for his family. He has to be able to protect his family. Do you get it? He has to be able to teach his family other stuff besides Western doctrines. Do you get it? So that's like coming back to the high standard of the family unit, not of what Western society told us. Because, you know, I think it was Sister Faiza that said, "Oh, do you hate women?" I don't hate no woman. Like, the most love I have for a person on this earth is my mother. Do you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's like I hold my mama to the highest regard and learn from my mother. I'm not ashamed to learn from my mother.
And we say you want the best for your sisters.
I want the best for my sister, of course. But same time, our sisters need to be aware. That's my job, to make them aware that this society is not in your favor. Whether it be feminism, whether it be, you know, single motherhood. Like, none of this stuff benefits us in the long run. Whether it be our kids, whether it be the woman herself, whether it be the husband. Man and woman was made to be together and raise a family together. That's why they say it takes a community to raise a child. You get it?
Yeah.
You need that balance.
I agree.
That's why some guys, when they're not, you know, raised with a father, they become feminine. They don't know how to express their emotions.
You'd be surprised, you know. Some brothers, I've seen them. They're the most rugged guys I've ever seen.
Yeah, but then even if that's the case, they don't know how to control that masculinity. Hence why it becomes toxic masculinity, where they have to hurt someone or, you know, destroy the community. So it's that end of the scale. There's no balanced males where they've had leadership from their men. I'm sorry, from their fathers or their uncles or their awowos. Do you get what I'm trying to say, Khalid?
Yeah, I hear that. But we're in a new generation, Pharaoh, where some of the brothers, unfortunately, they didn't have that positive role model that most of us had, you know. And you know, when a man hasn't got a positive role model, he's gonna go on the roads. He or she's gonna go seek a positive, like a role model. You know, someone that they look up to, someone to guide them. And when they hit the roads, it's either the good guys or the bad guys. So I think to ourselves, you're right. This society that we live in promotes a lot of things that is against our religion and our dhaqan. But look, at the same time, all of us here, even including all of us here, we got stripped from our countries. We came here, and like I say, like, we're on the learning curve. You know, we've only been here 30 years, and I feel like our community is learning, and we're doing an amazing job. That's what it is, man.
But then we need the leaders to stand up, male and female, to help guide the youth. Do you get it?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm against this leader thing. I don't think we need a leader. I think we
I said leadership.
Leadership, yes. And I believe leadership comes from both sides. My brother, Harry, my brother Harry, switch off the camera. Yeah, switch off the camera, my G. Yeah, that's it. Come through. You back again, my brother. شكلي وكم معانا tape.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, man.
No, because the thing is, my bad, guys. I just had to go and do another run. My bad. But I was enjoying that. I was actually enjoying that. It was refreshing.
Yeah, man. No, it's just we had a lot of cover because you know what it is, yeah? I'm going to be cutting up the streams. A lot of people have told me, Khalid, your streams are 6 hours, 5 hours, or half an
No,
hour, 1 hour. I'm gonna be
what
doing
we
that.
got to do, what we got to do, what you got to do is, I'm sorry guys, to interrupt. My bad, everyone. What you got to do is like keep it to like a 2 hour kind of thing, but then at the same time like to a topic.
No, we already did a topic, but you know, in the rest of it, because
Oh, the rest
what
of it
is
can run. Yeah, you got to
yeah,
have a
no, do you know what
burnout
it is?
night. You
We
got to
had a
have a burnout
topic.
night.
You know what it is? We
No,
had a
you got to have
topic.
a burnout night like this.
Yeah. No, we always do. Sundays is open mic, but this was a
Yeah.
conversation carrying on from Sunday.
That's it. It's perfect, bro.
Yeah, so we
Mashallah,
just thought,
brother.
you know,
No,
and plus we.
I'm just here, brother. I'm just here. Don't mind me, brother. I'm here.
Nah, don't worry. The more the merrier, my brother. Come on, man.
Shukran, brother. Shukran, brother.
And today I feel
Sorry,
like, you know what?
assalamu alaikum all guys. Sorry, I disturbed you guys. Carry on.
No, say nothing, my brother. No, it's been, you know
Khaled,
what?
did you get it?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. You see, wait. I haven't even checked, my brother. Nah, don't worry. It's not, we watch the show. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, big up, man. My brother Raz, man. Nice one, bro. Wallah, alhamdulillah, man. Thank you for that, my brother. Wallah, jazakallah, bro. It all goes for the growth, man. You know, memory cards, a little camera that we're trying to get a little professional camera for the channel. So, you know, every Sunday, like, we've got the
But
latest
please speak
video.
up. My last question for
I
my
like,
last question for the
subscribe, and
topic is
share, man.
Yeah, like, subscribe, and share. Go on, Maverick. Go on.
My last question is, if since we're all Muslim and that, yeah, all I'm gonna say is, right, yeah, stay celibate, stay single in this society if you can't handle the madness in this society, or go back home. A lot of Somalis are going back home to get married.
But what does that mean?
Man.
What does that mean, though? Say if you meet a beautiful, gorgeous sister that's on her right path, you're telling me you wouldn't marry her? Because I don't get this right. You've said I'm not gonna marry you. You're promoting no marriage. I don't get that. How are you gonna reproduce? Don't you wanna leave seeds?
Oh, what are you saying? Hold on now. Let's talk. What are you saying? You wouldn't even marry on your terms and conditions?
If I wanted to marry, I probably would go to a foreign country, and if you get what I mean, not bring her.
Why? Why foreign country? Which foreign country?
Back home.
Why back home?
Because he thinks because you can control a woman. I don't think you're right. I don't think you can handle a real woman. That's the problem.
It's preference, man. Whether mama wants.
Why? Because most women in the West are corrupt, as I said, bro, man.
So what? You think the women back home are not?
Why would I say that? I'm just saying most women in the West are filth. They're corrupt up to.
Okay, by filth, do you mean sex? Basically, is that really your biggest beef?
Nope.
You guys need to stop shaming this guy for his views. Let him believe whatever he wants to believe.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm just trying to understand it. What are you saying? This guy has to be a virgin? What is it? What's your like terms and condition? Is virgin like a must? Is that what it is?
There's nothing wrong with virgin being a must. Many men.
Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. I'm just trying to figure out if that's what it is. What's his biggest beef in it?
I mean, end of the day, my guy seems, you know.
Fair, man. Let him answer,
Can I add something part of the stream, Hani? I know you don't like me, you hate me, but wallahi,
bro,
I know you're a feminist.
Let them. But you tell me, Kazi, what are you saying? Is virgin your biggest priority? What is it? What's your biggest priority in a woman?
Yo, brother, you gonna answer that?
I don't have to answer it.
No, you don't have to, but do you want to?
No, I don't want to answer it. That's a private thing.
How is this the conversation we're having, but then all of a sudden it's private?
What's that? Sorry, guys, I was gone for a second. What's going on?
I don't know. It's getting shy on us now.
Oh, you're talking like a libah, man. Libah limada. Come on, say it with your chest.
He's becoming domesticated. He's becoming a cat now. Well, go on.
Yeah, you asked me about virgin. Of course I'd want her to be a virgin, bro, man. She has to fucking cook, clean, don't
What's cooking and
backchat.
cleaning got to do with virgin though? You ain't gotta be a virgin to cook and clean.
No, I want her to be obviously be a virgin. She has to have good character.
So are you linking virginity with good character?
No, she has to be a virgin. She must be of good character, and she must
Okay,
not be a
what?
degenerate.
Okay, all right, cool. All right. Let's talk about virginity. Yeah. What if she lost her virginity riding a bicycle? How would you know? Because you know you can lose your virginity riding a bicycle, right?
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Bruv, if you're simply talking about virginity in terms of breaking that, what's that thing called? Help me out, Pharaoh.
Sorry, bro, I wasn't listening. What did you say?
What's that thing called? When a woman's a virgin, that thing that breaks.
Hymen.
Hymen.
Yeah.
Yes. A woman could break her hymen riding a bicycle. Is that true or false?
That's true, but it needs to be proper up and down motions.
It can still happen, right?
It could still happen, like, let's say horseback riding or something.
All right, so how would you know?
Me personally, I don't know.
Nah, RR seems to, you know. How would you know, RR? Are you just gonna say, bitch, I don't believe you?
But even if that's the case, there's been no penetration, meaning it's still sealed in a sense. Do you get it? It's just the hymen's been broken. That's it.
Yeah, but Mama, I don't think Mama would believe her. He'd be like, bitch, I don't believe you. You got your back blown out.
I'll find out and women, do you trust a woman about her past?
Huh?
What about the woman's past?
How would you know about a woman's past? And furthermore, can a woman not change?
No, because they always hide about their past. Because I'll easily will find out about her past through various means.
But why does she need to tell you about her past? What business of yours is it?
Because it's very important about her past.
Why?
Because her past it factors what she becomes. Her past basically
Not necessarily.
makes her who she is.
People change every day.
You know what I'm noticing here is that Western society, it shames men for wanting virgins nowadays.
How do I know she hasn't been riding Abu Tyrone's what do you call it?
There's a difference. There's a difference.
But can't she change though? See, I'm trying to understand why you're being so judgmental on a woman's past. Can a woman not change?
Up to you. If she lies about me about her past, I'll find out instantly about everything. I'm not gonna tell you how I'm gonna find out about her past, but I'm there.
والله mobile isla gaarin waxay taagantaa maxaa kaa gale waxay taagantaa you know me now.
Now, can't you forgive someone's abtold of their past? Say if this person's reformed, they changed, Salat they took Quran. I'm talking about 3/4 million.
No, thank you. No. She's damaged.
But who's not damaged? Are you not damaged?
What do you mean, bro, man?
What are you saying? You don't sound like a damaged person right now.
Maverick, I never thought someone was gonna make you look like a feminist in my life.
I lie. Even I'm shocked. Wallahi. I'm like, this nigga's too much. And that's mad.
That's mad.
That is mad, wallahi. But on the level though, I think on the level, like, okay, so what's damaged? What's damaged? So say,
let me ask you,
for example,
Maverick, my brother, let's say if you want to a shop here.
One second,
you go to now. I'm just giving you now, but let me ask you this question here. No. You walk into a shop here and you want to buy. Let's say you haven't got enough money and you're really thirsty. It's a hot summer day. Yeah, you only got like 40p, and you need a sharab. You need a abitan. But the shopkeeper is selling a can, which is open. It's half open. Would you buy the drink if he was going to sell it to you for 40p? The can is open. Would you drink it? Would you buy it?
You see, I don't think you're being fair now. Okay, all right. Watch what I'm gonna do to you.
No, the can is open. You haven't got. You're thirsty. You got 40p in your pocket. You want to buy a cheap drink, one of the most crappiest drink, but you haven't got the cheapest one is 45p. But you got 40p. But the shopkeeper is selling a can of energy drink for 40p. But the can is open. The can is the can is half open, but would you
I,
buy it off him? Would
I
you buy it
heard
off him,
you.
even though it's
I heard you, man. This is what I'm gonna do to your analogy, yeah. Believe it or not, every single bottle that you see and every single can that you see is recycled. So
I'm talking
even
about
though
the
it
drink for
comes,
God's
so,
sakes,
no,
bro.
but hold on. So every single can that you see, although to you it may look like a brand new can, it's actually recycled, and it looks obviously sealed to you. But bottom line is it's recycled. So the question really comes back to you. If a can be recycled and look brand new to you, why can you not forgive a woman?
What about the imprints?
Huh?
What about the imprints?
The imprints.
Yes, the imprints.
The imprints, I don't think go any longer than 3 months. As
No,
far as I'm
bro.
concerned.
Because guess what? It affects the woman's DNA. It affects her brain. Scientifically proven.
I don't really buy all that, to be honest
Type
with
up
you.
telegony, TELEGONY, because science has proven now once a woman has sex with a partner and a guy
the
ejaculates.
DNA retains the.
Let me finish. Yeah, she retains his DNA even years after.
I don't buy that.
So how can a woman pair bond? Can a
I
woman
don't
pair bond?
buy that. She
Buy it or
retains that
not.
any
Science
longer
has
than.
proven. Science has
Bro,
proven this.
I know this much in it, yeah. I know women go
So how
through
you disputing
periods.
what science has proven with facts?
I know women go through periods.
But Maverick, let's come back to what I said.
No, but hear me out, man.
All right, cool.
Fact of the matter is this: women go through periods, and we know that they go through a lot of, processes and hygiene, cleansing, and all kinds down there. So there's no way a man's imprint, quote unquote,
No, bro, I
is
just
gonna
mentioned
last so
the
long.
brain and her DNA.
What do you mean
See,
by brain?
brain, it affects her brain, her neural system, and it also affects her DNA.
I don't
Meaning,
buy it, bro.
you don't have to buy
As
it.
long as,
It's just
as
objective.
long as there's nothing
I agree
physical
with that.
there.
You don't have to buy it. It's just objective truth. You can do your research and see the scientific results. So whether
I've seen all of this shit. I don't buy it, B.
It's up to you. I mean, it's based on scientific evidence, so I don't know who you're pandering to.
You know what they say. You know what they say, yeah.
Why I gotta be pandering to someone?
Correct me
Goddamn.
if I'm wrong, yeah. An old Jezzy, yeah, an old whore. Just needs the right reason. Just needs the right nigga to activate the wholeness.
That's facts. Also, what about pair bonding, Maverick?
What about pair bonding?
A woman can't pair bond if she's been riding the cock carousel, for the love of God, for goodness sakes. A woman cannot pair bond.
Let me finish.
When you said pair bond, I don't know what the fuck you're on about. As far as I'm
let me explain.
hear me out there. Let me answer that. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you've managed to raise children to the point of adults, whether you're together or not, I couldn't give two shits. To be honest with you, after that, it doesn't even matter. Fact of the matter is, you need to be together.
Personal preference. That's your personal views. You get?
No, objectively speaking, why do you need to be together once you've raised children?
Well, let's stick on the subject.
Exactly.
Let's stick on the subject. No, we'll come back to that. Let's stick on the subject. Pair bonding. When a woman is intimate with a man, she releases oxytocin, which then bonds them together on an emotional level. Once a woman has done this multiple times with multiple different men, she can no longer pair bond. That's why when you see porn stars, there's no emotional attachment, or prostitutes. Do you get? There's no emotional attachment there. Do you get? So once again, we've got telegony, where the DNA of previous partners remains in the woman's body, regardless of hygiene, cleaning that you mentioned, Maverick.
Are you lot waffling, man?
I don't know who that was, but anyways.
You lot waffling. Where's that guy that said the celeb? What did you say? RR, that's the guy.
Yeah.
What did you say about celeb? Bring that back again, please.
Bro, you're waffling now. Let me finish. So Maverick, you mentioned pair bonding. You mentioned telegony. Those are two things already.
You see these pair bonding.
Also, emotional baggage. Let's not forget emotional baggage.
See, everyone's got emotional baggage as far as I'm concerned.
That's facts. I agree.
And this thing about what's it called? And this thing about pair bonding and being able to have emotional connections after after
Yeah.
many relationships and whatnot.
Scientifically proven.
The way I see it, at the end of the day, if we're talking about marriage and two people getting married, it's
Yeah.
based on interest. It has
Of course.
absolutely fuck all to
And
do with
preference.
all of this. It has fuck all to do with emotions and
Yeah,
It's
I
based
agree.
on interest, bro.
But
So
then
at the end of the day,
interest evolves emotions. Hence why you're interested. You get it? Interest evolves emotions. Hence why you're interested. You have a desire for something based on emotions. You get it?
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sure. I'm not sure it's based on emotions at all.
Of course it is. Unless it's just a business transaction.
Marriage usually is.
Okay, but still,
Pharaoh,
wait, let me finish. Typically, when a man and woman get married, they love each other. Meaning it's based on emotion. Hence why when you see romantic movies and stuff like this,
They love the deal, bro. They love what they're getting into. It's not necessarily
Alright,
that they love each other.
guys. On that note, brother, we got a new panelist, Espinosa Rodrigo.
Well gone, guys, man. Well gone,
You
Harry.
sound
Bye.
Harry just left.
Oh, no way. My
Yeah,
God.
what you got to put to the topic?
Oh, sorry for butting in, my bro.
No, it's calm.
You know what I heard something about celibate earlier, and I just wanted to get involved.
what you saying?
My man said something about.
the
Man's not feeling the celibacy.
The brother
No,
said,
it was a weird comment.
Alright, what'd you say, bro?
Go on, Khalid. Yeah, what I was saying basically, yeah, man. I was hearing my man said something about we celibate guys and this and that. What the hell? Let's be honest. Who's celibate out here, man? Let's be real. Man. Oh, bro. Right. That was a weird comment, bro. Like, let's not lie to ourselves, man. Let's be real, man.
End of the day,
there's a few sheikhs out here, man. There's a few celibate.
There are a few celibate guys or guys who are still virgins. You get it based on the deen. They say therefore they haven't
They're probably banging their line.
However, the community or the world would shame these type of people and call them incel because they're fearing.
You know what? Because I just come in, I want to know what the topic is because I can't just butt in and just come in. Like I really want to know what the topic is we're talking about.
You know it is. People can't handle the truth.
Virgin played out, to be honest.
You know it is. People can't handle the truth. That's all it is.
No, what's the topic? What's the actual topics? Because I can't just come in the middle of a topic and give my opinion because that's not the right way to do it. You know.
Let's talk about this virginity thing though, on the level though.
Yeah.
Because all right, cool. Why is like a girl being a virgin? Yeah, does that necessitate that her character is necessarily any better?
Yes.
No, not at all, man.
Yes.
In a sense.
No, not at all, man. Because you know what?
So Espinosa, you'd rather go for used goods.
You know what? Are they really virgins?
Espinosa, you sound
but are they really virgins? How can you prove they're virgins, man?
By testing them.
No. I've been in Somalia, man, bro. There's a lot of come on, bro. Don't let them lie to you, bro. They're selling you a dream, man.
No, they can't lie to me. They can't lie to me, You cannot lie. You cannot. Wallahi, you can't lie to me, Farad. I'll find out about your past, about your deepest, darkest secrets, my brother. You don't know
what?
me.
T.I. down with the Hayman and all of that. I know about that. Nah, trust me. I know. No.
I'll find out, bro. I'll find out.
Girls do a lot of things to keep their virginity intact. Believe it or not.
Well, how do you know Somali girls back home don't have OnlyFans accounts or some?
How you know they're not giving heads out and they're keeping virgin? How you know they're not giving heads and they're staying virgin?
Yep, that's it, definitely not. And they're getting banged in the ass. Yep, definitely. I've done it.
How you know that?
Banged them in the ass, but I know.
There's chicks just like in Africa, yeah. There's chicks that do anal just to stay virgin, bro.
Yep, they do that in Asia all the time. Asian girls do that all the time. Exactly. They're known for that. They're known
Arab
for that.
countries as well.
Yes, definitely. Arabs are worse, man. Can you see why? Okay, look.
How about she's virgin but she's Afghanillo? Like she talks bare guys.
Somalia, they definitely do this all the time. I've experienced it.
Virgin don't equal great, bro.
I've been getting heads from girls in Somalia, and they say they're virgins. Even they said, "Oh, I'm too virgin."
Brother, keep your sins to yourself.
Oh yeah.
But Maverick,
Well, what
Maverick.
I've got one thing I want to add. What do you think of them Somali? What do you think of them girls, the Muslim girls that upload their sins on Pornhub.com?
No,
Because there's been a
that's
lot
wrong.
of
That's wrong. No, you should
no,
not.
but they're
Yo, guys, sorry, guys, I
why do
forgot that.
girls think about it? No, but if a girls are promoting their sins, there was a Somali girl on Pornhub who's getting fucked by a charer, and she
No.
basically
Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. No, that's so wrong. That's so wrong, man.
No, but why do
We're not
girls
talking
exploit?
about that, yo. Where you
No,
go
but
somewhere
no,
else? Man?
That's
I want to ask you
minuscule.
something. I
That's
want to
a
ask you something.
minuscule amount of people that do that. It's maybe like 1-2 people that do that out of millions.
Oh, man, Somalia are the biggest hypocrites, man. Can I tell you something? You know these girls in Somalia that wear the in the sharer, yeah? Yeah? What does in the sharer mean nowadays? It's not what it means. You know that, right? In the sharer is the dirt bags. You know that, right? You know that, right? If you go to Somalia and you see a girl in the sharer and she's got one leg up, a skin showing there, how you wear it in the sharer and you got your one leg showing? Like, come on now, you know she's a dirt bag.
But Maverick,
girls hide this. They hide their face for the in the sharer and they put one leg with a swag. Come on, you should know this already, man.
Basically,
I want to
find out.
Espinoz.
Yeah. I've been to Somalia. I've experienced it though. I've seen it first hand.
The hijab has become such a joke here. You can actually get hijabi on
especially in Africa. No, in London it's not a joke. Here is serious. In London it's serious. In Africa it's a joke, fam. The dirtbags were in the shirts.
Where if a girl's been with like her, she's been with a guy for like 3 years. He promised he's gonna marry her.
She don't wear in the shirt, fam. She rolls with a nigga, fam. She don't need to wear in the shirt, fam.
She really
the girls that's hiding something that wear in the shirt, fam. You know this shit already.
Let the brother finish.
Hey, yo, Espinosa, let the brother finish.
I'm saying, yeah. Where if a girl's been with a dude for like say 3 years or whatever, and like she's about to get married, she like let's say he even went to her house, the marriage is gonna happen. It's like he convinced her, listen, we're getting married anyway. Let me get the yoni. You get me?
Yeah.
He got a little something, and before the wedding happened, you get me? He broke the thing off, and then a year later you met her. Are you gonna judge her because of that? You're gonna say fuck off? You're
not me because yo.
No.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
No, double R. What are you saying? Are you gonna judge her because of that? You're gonna be like, fuck it, use goods.
Of course, man. No. A dillar always becomes a dillar, and she'll.
You have to be a dealer to know one, isn't it? That's what it is.
No, but wait. Let's easy with the guys. Come on, man. Set a bed, man. You ain't gotta be so.
Yeah, I like. Come on, you man. Come on,
you ain't gotta be so bait with it, man. But only a nigga, man. Watch this, yeah.
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah, we're still here for plus.
What's this term? Yeah, Muslim girls use that if they she used the excuse to keep it haram. Only Allah can judge me.
Hey Maverick, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I would obviously get to know the girl, see how her character is, and try and find out why that occurred. Why did you give in even though you guys wasn't married? You feel me?
Can I ask you guys one question?
But I wouldn't be like, nah, you're not a virgin, like bounce. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
What if she got all dignified on you and said, you know what? I don't need to explain that to you.
Then there's already, friction there in the relationship. You get?
No, but what are you saying? Is it not fair for her to find it in her dignity not to have to share that with you?
She don't have to share it with me. That's up to her. But if we're about,
you're still gonna judge her.
I didn't say I didn't say I judged her. I said I would be empathetic towards the situation, try and understand why. But I didn't say I would judge her. You get it?
No, but if she didn't tell you, then what are you gonna do?
Then how would I know?
You wouldn't. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna either have to go for what you know of her, like in terms of the length you've been at, how she's been towards you, or bounce. So
but virginity is still virginity, right?
Huh?
Virginity is still virginity, right?
Okay.
Meaning, if I didn't know and then we got married, then I find out after, it just is what it is, isn't it? Like, I'll handle it accordingly. That's it. That's my personal preference as a man. You get it? because then it was based on deception.
No, she never told you she was a virgin.
Yeah, but still, it's like, shouldn't a husband and wife meant to share that?
I don't know. Good day.
Here's a joke.
In my relationships, I would want to know that. Do you get it?
Oh, loud of
Is
jokes,
it
man.
fair? Like, I'm genuinely just asking you. I'm not even holding that against you.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's fair for us to hold that against. It's their past, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's their past, but I didn't say I'll hold it against it. Do you get it?
Maverick, you know where
Yeah.
non-virgin women should go to?
where? I'm not even
They
sure I
should
should have
either
asked
be
that question.
no, but they should be the women who go to the past. They should just go to the harem, just like in the movies where the sultan is in his harem, where there's a swimming pool. The harem, that's where they belong in my eyes. They belong in the harem.
Okay, but what about the guys that well, hold on. Wallahi, you're a lot here. What about the guys that, what's it called again? Tricked them. Don't you hold them accountable in any way?
No, of course. You have to hold them accountable because their whole approach was based on deception as well.
Yeah, what about the guys that deceived them? Are you
No,
cool with
you have
them?
to understand, yeah. Let's be honest.
I don't feel like that's right.
Women,
I don't feel like if a man is a man, surely he wouldn't have to lie to a woman. You get it? Or deceive.
It takes two to tango in it. So surely there was men involved in it. So are you gonna hold them accountable?
Maverick,
hey,
the
difference between going to a rave and doing a dirt, and you know,
one of you guys.
Yeah, go on.
No, but well, can I say something? Let's be honest, yeah. What would you do if any of us were in a situation? You go past a girl on the high street or whatever, and she seduces you, and she tells you to come back to her place, and she's a virgin, and she tells you to take my virginity, and because women can put some fucking spell on you, like in the movies, like in the horror movies.
Yeah.
Where, how do you know she's not a Jessie? A Jessie. Like the big bad wolf. She just wants the big bad wolf to come back to you, just like
all
in the
the time,
cartoon.
man.
Big bad wolf.
You're talking about the sucky technology.
but
No, yeah, guys, what you lot on, man? What's this virginity? What you lot guys talking about, man?
Brother Maverick.
None of these girls already lost their virginity, man. They're lying to you, man.
Same time, you have to remember, sex is a spiritual thing also.
I don't know, man. I'm not really with that, man.
I don't know what you lot are talking about, man.
You can't say sex is not a spiritual thing because you're bringing down life to earth.
Yo, guys. I don't know where you lot are going with this, man, because this conversation is kind of dead right now. You know, it's going to a dead end. You know, let's be real. Like, let's talk reality. I don't know where you lot are from.
I feel like
I'm
it's
from
dried
London,
up right now, man. Yeah, I feel like the conversation has dried up. But at the same time, you know what? It's just the trials and tribulations of what's it called, the gender war. You get where I'm coming from?
I agree.
Let's be honest right now.
I agree with Khalid.
Let's be honest right now.
Yeah.
Let's be honest right now. If you met any of you, like, let's say if you met a girl called Becky. Becky is a white convert, but she's got a past.
Yeah.
Would you forgive Becky or Katie? Katie. But Katie's attractive, but how do you know? Yeah, because women have got this past, yeah. As I mentioned, yeah, they've got that
but she's
feeling.
a convert. But say she's converted to Ilahi right now. She became a Muslim and wants to change her ways. Wouldn't you marry her?
But
why
my
not?
brother, yeah, I just don't
Everyone's
trust
got a
revert
past,
women,
man. Come
man.
on, man.
Because
I don't know.
Yeah, but
I don't know
women-
why
Brother,
sex is gonna be held against women more than men. I don't get it.
Brother, I just feel like sometimes your approach is a bit extreme. You get it? It's not balanced.
No, but you have to be harsh with these women and their past. How do I know? Yeah, if I marry Katie, who's not a virgin, I come back home one day from work. She's not with the big bad wolf that she craves for.
Okay, wait. All right. Double R. Check this out.
No, but the big bad
Double R. Hey, 1 second. Double R. Yeah. What if Katie only had like 3 boyfriends and she slept with those 3 boyfriends, and that's because she was in love with them, you know, just like those men got caught, she got caught, but she did not. Would you call that sleeping about? Like she slept with guys that she thought were going to be the one.
Entanglement.
Yeah, no. She slept with guys that she thought was going to be the one. So and it's only 3 of them. So he's saying, are you gonna hold that against her?
Bro, up to you. I'll come back to you when I ask my Wawa on that question. He'll say Wadilla Nimo. No, you know what? I'll come back to you, man. I'll come back to you on that question.
Hey, guys, come on now. Real talk,
what one though, man? Hey, you got sisters and a mother, bro.
Allah, come on now. The way you lot are talking about girl is dead right now. You see, when it comes to girl, we don't need to talk over. Have you lot got a better topic than this for us, man? Come on now.
Yo, let me ask you, how the fuck,
bro, you see what question I
come from Egypt? This topic started with Ethiopia and Egypt. How the fuck did we end up in this subject?
You not talking about virginity and girl?
We've already passed that, yeah.
I just left a gang of girls right now, like.
1 second, my brother.
Yo, S. شو السوق انا قاعد حلل. ممنوع فلان السوق انا قاعد حلل.
Like, have you got something to talk about, man? This ain't something to talk about.
No, do you know what it is?
You see what question I put up earlier, yeah?
Yeah.
I said, why are why is there fatherless households, isn't it? You feel me?
Because she kicked daddy out of the house. She kicked daddy out of the house.
Why are you always blaming the chicks, bruv, man? God damn.
No, man, come on, man. Yo, I got raised by women, you know, man. Stop talking about women, man. I don't like people talking about women.
Fuck you, bro.
Because what I said earlier, I said poverty, innit? I said poverty is the main root, innit? And then some people disagreed, innit?
Yo, I'm out, man. I'm out, man. I'm out.
Yo, well, Fajr, Salat, the Fajr.
I want to say some politics or something.
Right now. I'm gonna go pray now.
Man, you're gonna go pray after you done all. You're
let's
like
talk
them
about
shit.
politics, man. Back to politics. Enough of this virgin talk. Enough of this mid-talk talk, man.
He left after all of that. He said, "Salah, don't speak anymore." Madman.
Hey, Maverick,
Okay, and he's no. Okay, you can't hear that, fam.
No, but you know what it is, the brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. You got big up, brother Reaper. I'm not gonna lie to you. Shall I tell you why? He donated to the channel. He's there. You know, big up. You know, he did his thing.
Yo, cuz this is the first time I've been on the channel, and that's all I heard, fam. Like,
no.
Let's
Well,
talk about
you know,
something proper, fam.
Espinoza earlier. We were talking about Egypt and Ethiopia, the dispute about the dam. What do you think? What's your thing? These are fighting over the dam, and what side would you choose as a Somali?
I heard about it, but I don't really know for me to speak too much about it. You know, to be honest. Tell me about it.
I do subject Nufurtin. Nadero.
Me? You want me to open a subject for you?
Yeah.
How come I'm watching the TV, yeah? And see, Yemen, yeah, like back in the day when Somalia was in famine, the only thing I see on Sky News is famine. But the Sky News and BBC ain't talking about fucking what's really happening in Yemen with these Saudis bombing them, look. Because these lot are fucking giving them weapons and whatnot. I know these. Yo, even actually, I got an even more important topic, fam. Hollywood, fam. Hollywood, as far as I'm concerned, fam. What's going on in Hollywood, fam?
Can I answer that?
Do you want to talk about are you talking about the Will Smith and Jada thing?
No, even that's light work.
We're talking about the secret societies and the pedophile activities.
These fucking the music industry, the Hollywood industry. What the fuck are they doing?
You know why they kill these little kids and drink their blood? You know,
it's been known already. I knew this a long time ago, years back. I knew this.
But you know why they drink the blood?
And my man's still not in jail, innit?
To get young, innit?
No, not
Satanists.
Not only to get young, they drink that.
Spirit and that, yeah? Conspiracy.
Not conspiracy.
Answer, man.
You said conspiracy.
Yeah.
It's not a conspiracy. It's a known fact now.
People will do anything to defend white people. That's one thing I noticed. People of African descent will do anything to defend.
No, but it's not white people. Stop.
And Arabs.
Hollywood's full of evil people, man. It's not new. Well,
hold on.
It's been like that for years.
White people. Let's be honest.
Man. One thing. Walla.
But evil has no color. Let's not forget.
Bro, let's not
defend
the white people are evil. Point back. Period. These people are white people.
I don't think that's
white people, fam.
Let's take it easy now.
It's not. That's a statement, man.
What's with the
Black Lives Matter. That's another example. Black Lives Matter, yeah? It's not Black Lives Matter, bro. Because you know what? Some people are taking it over now.
Oh, we know why. The LGBT.
They're taking it over, fam.
Agendas.
It's a propaganda. This whole thing is propaganda, fam.
We know Black Lives Matter is funded by, what's the name? George Soros.
It's not Black Lives Matter no more, fam.
Did you guys Did you guys see what happened to Nick Cannon today? When he spoke about, the chosen people.
Yeah. I saw that. He got fired from Viacom.
Yeah.
Well, I told you, you
Why
could
he
never
spoke
speak about those,
the
man.
way he spoke about the Jews?
Yeah.
He went there.
Yeah, all of it. The man.
Nah, surely he knew not to go there, though.
Nah, Maverick, he didn't go there. He brought someone on his platform that spoke about it. Professor Griff.
Oh, see.
Boys, he started
known
quoting Minister Farrakhan. He went there, Nation of Islam. The Jews don't like them, man.
Nah.
No, you know what it was? I philosopher today. It was.
Hey, what? No more wilding out.
Yeah, no, well,
That was
he was
hard.
with them for 20 years. They literally cancelled him. But the good thing is, he came out and he said, I'm not changing what I said. I'm going to keep
Espinoso.
Nah,
Yeah,
he's
bro.
done, man.
Yo, brother,
You don't play with the chosen ones.
I'm there.
Okay, so these people like that just fired Nick Cannon, the head of the corporations. Are they not white people?
Of course, they're the main people in the executives and that.
So these satanic people, what color are they? Majority or all of them?
Obviously white.
Don't forget, like
okay.
the Kofi
Well,
Annan, they're not
white.
white.
That doesn't mean that it's only white people that are evil.
Listen,
Just because
African
they're ones in
people
power.
do anything to defend white people and Arabs.
White, they're elite.
No, but hence philosopher and Maverick.
No,
not
I'm saying,
defending
no,
no one, fam.
Arabs and white, bro. See, to say all white people, to say all Arabs, all anything is
white, bro.
You can't say all
Okay,
anything.
I won't say all because there are some that have souls. A majority don't have souls.
See, even
That's what you said, That's literally what you said.
See, even majority is a lot, man.
Am
I not allowed to say those that lack melanin have no soul? That's what he said, on his talk.
Yeah, and
no, man, you can't say that, man. White people are lost as much as the black people, fam.
Yeah, 100%.
So what about white people?
I'm not for Black Lives Matter, fam, but they don't even know what it means.
The white people as if they're not going extinct, my G.
Black Lives Matter, the people behind are dumb people. White people are behind the movement.
I'm not talking about Black Lives Matter movement. I'm talking about who kidnapped the Black Lives Matter movement.
Well, there's no point even. See, we all agree on that. So fuck talking about the organization.
Forget about who kidnapped, who's funding it.
Exactly. They're taking it over.
George Soros.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah, George Soros, yeah.
I'll give you an
But which
example.
one are you talking about? The UK one or the America one?
Well,
obviously the main American
one.
one.
The football, the one watching the matches. Arsenal won, by the way, today. But
yeah.
Anyway,
bring that in there.
Did you not see what happened in Bristol? With Edward Colston when his statue got thrown off.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, can I add something to this? Yeah, on the Shugri Abdi demonstration, my brother. Yeah, the recent one, not the first one, the other one. Yeah. Imagine one time we were demonstrating, and then these Black Lives Matter people are like, "Yo, come go to the statues." They wanted us to rip the statues down or damage the statues, and even a Slama had to speak. Imagine this, Maverick. Slama could statues can again. Well, that's why I love Somali Slama. They smashed it. They said, "Why are we going for the Khanisin to statue again?"
But Khalid, though, Somali Slama is a dying breed. These women had wisdom to share with not only females but also males.
Man, long live the Hawaii Real, man.
But now society is just whitewashing our culture. That's what it is.
Yeah, how do I support everything about human rights?
You have to think about all
human rights, man. Human rights.
You have to remember, black culture is owned by white people. Everything. The books,
they promote. They own the studios. They own the music. Everything. The culture. The clothing brand.
Okay.
Oh, Khalid, one more thing. Did you see what happened with the Shukri Abdi situation?
Say that again.
Did you see what happened with the Shukri Abdi situation?
Yeah, what about it, my brother? I've been.
There's this organization, I think it's called Turquoise or Turk Science. It's run by some Adan guy, and then they invited some Somali girl who claims to be a journalist, and then she said what happened to her was the accident, blah blah blah. So they tried to divert the situation now, and they had like Gabar Somali speak on it, which is sad.
You know what I noticed?
No, sorry. Say that again, brother. Sorry, say that again. I just woke up.
No, they did a panel. They did a panel, and then there was a girl on there who claims to be a reporter, and she said, "Oh, what caused that death might have been accidental."
Bro,
so obviously that might affect the case and everything else.
Can I add on to this?
Yeah, go on.
You have to remember, in Western society,
in 2020, I'm telling you, man, this now. The Galo, they don't come for the Somali man no more. They're going for the Dumar. You get it? Yeah, that's been stated. You know, have you watched what's that show called? What type of a coon was Dispatches? Have you seen Dispatches when they were talking about targeting the Muslim women? Have you not seen that? Like some years back, they did a show where they targeted the Muslim women so they don't become radicalized. That was their excuse. I mean, you know what I mean? They're getting whitewashed as we speak, but people don't want to discuss that. You get it?
What's this
You get though, like I'm
No,
not
but
whitewashed. I wouldn't say
no, but one
whitewashed. I would say
second, one
liberal
second.
because it's not just
No,
color.
should they?
Whitewashing. I'm talking about whitewashing, my G.
Should they not be concerned about radicalization though?
Yeah.
Really though, man, because how the radicalization they're talking about, like these governments are the ones that fund these ragtag militia groups, man. These, you know what I mean? ISIS and all of these guys.
All right, can I add something?
So
Let me
you
add
say,
something.
so hold on. So you saying all of the attacks that have happened in the West, like all of them were orchestrated by the West themselves?
Maverick, we got the amount of people that got killed in the Middle East and the things that happen in West don't add up. It's not even close.
No, but that's besides the point, though. The point at the end of the day,
Not all of it, obviously. There's but have you not realized every time something's happening or they want to push an agenda, for example, some kind of a terrorist attack happens.
I'm not saying that what's it called again? False flags don't happen.
And also let's not forget how like they target people and come up to you pretending.
We carry down, can you drive it there?
False flags are common.
But listen, I'm not saying false flags don't happen, yeah. But we can't also deny that attacks do happen, innit? So obviously, as a government, it's their duty to protect the country. So they have to do whatever they have to put wherever you getting me. Whatever.
No, but more time when it's a Muslim
logistics they can to stop attacks happening, innit?
terrorist attack.
So why would radicalization not be their concern?
Yeah, but Maverick, it will start with radicalization, meaning Islam. Then it will go to your identity, meaning African. You're savages.
I'm not sure it's fair to say that radicalization equals Islam, though.
No, but that's what they're aiming at. You have to.
But
the thing is, with the whole situation, you have to be aware with the whole terrorists.
Huh?
You have to be aware of semantics. You know who they're trying to target.
I'm not sure. Like
Bro,
what do you mean? Target how?
Who can say they're not trying to target Muslim people? When they talk about radical, they're trying to point fingers at Muslim people. But when you point fingers at a Jew, they'll say you're anti-Semitic. Do you get it?
No, but if we're gonna be fair, if we're gonna be fair,
it comes back to the whitewashing of culture.
No, if we're gonna be fair though, lately,
white people, that's all it comes down to.
Pharaoh. If we're gonna be fair, lately there's been attacks from people that claim to be Muslims.
Okay.
So should they not be concerned?
How do you know they're Muslim? Because white people told you.
No, I said claim to be Muslims.
Okay, cool.
I specifically said that. So should they not be concerned?
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Alright, cool. Look,
but they should still be aware of it, shouldn't they?
You see this?
Sorry, brother. What you say? Sorry, brother. Let me hear what you're saying.
They should still be aware of it, shouldn't they?
Yeah, of course they should be aware.
So that's all they're doing.
But is it really radical, or is it just a caprice?
No, but can I add something
really
to this
radical?
conversation?
To be honest, some are radical, aren't they?
But what's the difference?
Are we going to say that they're all radical people?
What's the difference between radical and extreme? But hear this though, yeah.
Same thing.
No, but
let me say something though, yeah.
Can I add something?
Are you sure, Maverick?
Let me just add something.
Radical and extreme.
Is that the same thing?
Okay, it's not the same thing, but it's seen.
See what I'm getting at though. You see what I'm getting at though.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Maybe extreme is the better choice of word.
So radical. Who do you think they're targeting? What kind of? Let me ask you that question. Who do you think they're targeting?
In my opinion, it would appear that they're targeting the people known as quote unquote Wahhabis.
Wahhabis, and what is that not a religious thing?
No, Wahhabis really, if we're gonna be fair, historically speaking, it's a political.
British
movement. Man. It's a political movement.
Political movement.
Yeah, but who created the House of Saud, Sahibo? The House of Saud were created by
the
family. The British obviously agreed with the House of Saud because the House of Saud guaranteed that
supports them.
That they could stop them from attacking Iraq and that.
Okay, watch this now. Watch this now. This is how Islamophobia spreads. Because they'll call these individuals radical and they'll say they practice Islam. But now, Let me finish. So now in society, when a white man sees a Muslim woman, he's thinking radical.
Can I add something? Can I add something to this
propaganda. You get it?
conversation?
It's called propaganda.
No. Let me add something to this conversation, Farah and Amanda, man. What? There is clearly evil, radical some Muslims. I'm not gonna lie, and I bumped into some of them on these streams, on these YouTube things here. So what can we do, like as Muslims, as decent Muslim folks? Because these guys, they're out here doing damage, and they're doing it in our name, in our religion. Shouldn't we call them out? How are good decent Muslims that live in these countries, that live in a society? What should we do with these guys that literally live in the UK, have hatred towards non-believers? What should we do? How should we address this? Because there's a hell of a lot of them. Brother One Way is coming back on. Me and Brother One Way have met these guys. We've spoken to these people. They're online, running around. They're called anti-da'wah lots. Some of them are Somalis. And what should we do? So this is a question to the panel. Because these guys are doing anti-da'wah. They're extremists. They hate life. Dinte kuwashin. A lot of them I've realized Nagalamba Haisa. I realized that. So what is it? Dinta Sakhala de Ufamin and Dinta Kumeresania. I know the YouTube ones. Dinta Kukarabtan. What they do?
Firi.
Yeah, well,
Firi. Shaka yani haya. Dad wal milk stage yani moogta ma laga way melba. Anaka wada fiiri al-shabaab iyo dilaan Soomaali kaliya dilaan Soomaalida dhigi karo waa Muslim moogta cuz Muslim kaliya dilaan. Fahantay? And then obviously with all the movies and everything, I know we got extremists. I agree with Maverick, but I'm saying like the way they target the Muslim community, and I'm tired of Muslims always apologizing, saying, "Oh, we're not evil." Amos, nobody else. They don't go, "Oh, sana nai." But Muslims always say, "Oh, we're not terrorists. We're not all terrorists." They're appeasing these people who despise them. That's what I'm against. You know what I mean?
All right. No, but I understand you totally, my brother. Yeah.
And also, don't forget, like, when,
but what about
for example, when I was growing up, when I was young, Syria, sorry. When I was growing up, and obviously the way that they betrayed us in the media or whatever, like as a Muslim young man, like kind of gets to you, you know what I mean? So some of the brothers get radicalized like that, and people take advantage of them. You understand? Malinka state, you're being demonized, you're being called evil, you're being called backwards. See what I'm saying? And then they can say what they want to you. You can't reply to them. Oh, even Muslim have the soul. If you say this is what Islam teaches, oh, are you ISIS? Are you ISIS this or are you that? Are you that? I'm like, these people only kill Muslims. So how can I be? How can they be me? You know what I mean?
What kind of people are that? I'm assuming white people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not just white people, bro. Even Muslims nowadays. I don't know if you see a liberal Muslim called Ushago. They'll be like to you, if you say, "Oh, we're Muslim, we're not supposed to do these things."
There's no
like,
such thing as
who are you? Like, you sound like ISIS. You can't be a liberal Muslim, bro.
You can't be a liberal Muslim. You're either Muslim or you're not. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
I agree that you can't really, the liberal thing and Islam doesn't really mix.
These people
wait. I don't think it's a matter of liberal because it's subjective, innit? Like, you gotta understand, not all Muslims like agree on everything, innit? You get it? Like,
no. If you're Muslim, you
might consider. Brothers, please, 1 second, yeah, my brothers, you lot keep doing this, yeah. When one person's talking, and especially Pharaoh and brother the other guy, yeah, you guys mics are giving too much echo. Please let someone talk, finish, and then because it's all echoing and it fucks up the stream, my brothers. One at a time. Please go ahead.
As I was saying, yeah, because you gotta remember. Sometimes what you consider extreme, another brother might turn around and say you're liberal. So we gotta be careful, innit? Because we gotta treat every scenario for what it is. Over to you, lot.
So what do you see? What do you think is a liberal Muslim? Like, how do you see a liberal Muslim? Like, I know liberal Muslim is the type of Muslim that don't pray nothing. They're Muslim by culture. And I'm the person that just prays. He all tries to pray his 5 days salats and then just tries to be the best Muslim they can and eat halal. That's what I mean when I say Muslim. I'm not even talking about like religious person. But liberal is the one that's just Muslim by culture or because his family is Muslim. That's what I mean by liberal. They don't follow none of the tenets of Islam.
By name. We say Muslim by name.
By culture. Yeah, that's what I mean by liberal.
Yeah, no, I hear that, but broski, what about? Yeah, but then again, the flip side is, let's not ignore the flip side. There is fuck faces out here that are anti-da'wah, that don't have a clue, that have got agendas that have nothing to do with this, And I say to these guys, if you're out here and you really care, order the other door and go do what you're doing. Stop living in England, reaping off the benefits and trying to call people, oh, this, Muqtab, Kufar, this. When you're in a Kufar country, bro, that don't make sense to me.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense
100%.
to me.
But let's not forget.
If you got all this built-up anger, my broski philosopher, yeah, and there is brothers and I'm literally seeing them online. I see them in Speaker's Corner. I see them on these little gay hangouts. I cut them off anyway. I don't even let them, bro. I don't even let them have airtime on my stream no more. Yo, I don't even let them have a knockers. And that's what hurts these guys because when you don't talk to these motherfuckers, that hate themselves, that suck on the bear man's dick out here.
All right,
you know what I'm talking about.
okay,
Sorry, Maverick. I'm just, letting out some shots against some guys. Yeah? Haha. But like I'm saying, there's a lot of them. And these people, what they do is something called anti-da'wah. They make you hate your own religion. And they think in their miraculous head they're doing da'wah. Yeah? What do we do against them people? My brother, that goes for philosopher and Pharaoh as well.
Obviously, we need to speak about those people as a community. We need to see who's affecting us, and we need to obviously respond to them. You know what I mean? Obviously, back in the day, the scholars and random people never used to speak. Every single person thinks they know about the deen. That's the problem now. There's time we live in. Like people who actually know stuff are quiet, and ignorant people are listening to nowadays. Literally, the Prophet ﷺ even stated that there'll be a time where those who actually understand and know stuff will hide, and the ignorant will be heard and listened to. And that's the case today.
Alhamdulillah. You know what? You're one of the best brothers that I've seen online. Say that again for me. What did the Prophet say?
Well, obviously there'll be a time where the ignorant will be listened to, and obviously the actual person that knows what they're talking about will be listened to.
Takbir, Hayakallah, brother. Hayakallah, you came on my stream. Thank you very much, brother. I'm gonna let you come on my hangout.
And obviously, the thing is, obviously, the brothers on here they have different opinions. Obviously, we can learn from each other. You know what I'm saying? So if we can actually get together or whatever and have some discussions, maybe we can see each other's viewpoints and whatnot.
Brother, we've got half an hour left here. Please stay on. I'm gonna open the hangout link to you. I want you to join our hangout, and we're gonna have more discussions. Because brothers like
Inshallah,
you
definitely
give man that, you one way, brothers like Eric, mashallah, you are the guys that bring people to the deen. And we need to hear you lot's voices. I'm not
perfect, but I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm learning.
No. I love that because the same brothers, they say the same thing. They say we're learning, but they're anti-da'wah. And man, stop giving them airtime. Man, stop giving them time.
But don't forget though, people used to study half of their life, 40 years before they could speak on things. How that anyone can talk? Okay, 2 years, they'll be in Egypt for 2 years. They'll convert, or they'll be in 2 years in Egypt and they'll come back and then they start calling people kafir, this, that.
Yes,
you know what I mean? It's crazy. Unless the person literally says, I don't believe in Ilahi, you can't call them a kafir. You know what I mean?
Thank you, my brother. Listen to this, I've been called a muqtad, I've been called a kuffar, I've been called na'alatullah alayk. I had a Somali brother say na'alatullah alayk for my channel. I'm a nationalist, na'alatullah alayk. And then the only thing is, I'm the only Somali brother that gathers charity, that makes sure, like, Somali. Well, it's not Somali's channel, and not some. I think he's a Khanis anyway. Yeah, I think he's a Khanis hiding behind the deen. But he said, "Na'alatullah alik." I wish nothing but na'ala on you and your channel.
Son, you're killing
me. And he wants to preach deen to me. Someone like that wants to preach deen to me.
Na'alatullah alik.
Nah, but when a person says to you they're religious and they swear a lot, like that person is not religious, because a religious person is not supposed to be swearing. So we need to be wary of those kind of people. If they swear, they know nothing about the deen. You understand? They have no akhlaq, they have no adab. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, like, brother, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's why I love brothers like you, One Way, and Eric. I could talk to you brothers about the deen. Certain people, nah, man, you're on some extremist shit. I hope FBI is watching you guys. I hope I hope you don't go to Guantanamo Bay and you really do eat cock meat sandwich.
You know what is scary?
It's Sam, Big Sam.
Go on, One Way.
What was I saying? You know what it is? Like, a lot of these individuals, it's light on the tongue now, isn't it? So to say to someone that he's he's an innovator or he's a kafir or anything like that,
he's on bid'ah.
It's become abnormal, isn't it? Do you get it?
Yeah.
The level, but they're not forgetting that you have to, as a Muslim, from the hadith the Prophet Muhammad mentioned. He said that the one you stated to be a kafir, it can either fall on you or the one you stated. So it can fall back onto you. So this to label someone something, you have to be 100% sure that the person is not ignorant to a certain level, is fully aware of his actions. There's conditions on it, innit? But a lot of these, obviously, a lot of the young guys nowadays, time has changed, innit? Yeah. So the label is easy. You know, they see something. They see something from your actions that is apparent that you somehow fall into some faults of apostasy. Then they will label you straight away. Yes. Do you get it? But there's some that are apparent. Yes. There's some that are wild, like we say. Some that are clear cut. You get it? So
Khalid,
you have to be careful.
who's Adolf Hitler, Sahibo?
I don't know. Some guy called Adolf. He's been in the chat all day.
We don't run the books there, man. That genocide, man.
Yeah, man. My guys, we're gonna run the stream for the next half an hour. Half an hour left of the stream, my brothers and sisters.
No. Another hour, man.
What happened to the hour? Like I late, but they never came on.
Hablaha, nimba suka naga hideli ra, bro.
Wallahi suka bandu naga sari kan naga kaftar wa isa.
Suko dambu naga hideli. Suko dambu naga wasi. Hablihi right now.
Guys,
kui naga sada kai century naga chedi.
Guys, seriously, do you think we should value our Somali women, bro? Honestly, like, and all like East African women, not just generalizing the Somali women only, but do you think we should value them to a certain level? Like,
I think we won the lottery, man. We're being too greedy, we're like.
Yeah, I think we do, and I think to ourselves, really truthfully, yeah, it's that I'm sorry, yeah, I say really truthfully, there needs to be a lot of healing. You know, this gender war, and a lot of our sisters really need to say to themselves, really, what am I إنما هنا قاعد بنقول من الدلع. I grew brother one way. We're from the same area. We grew up with Turks and Kurds. That man حبلو الكاي كقبان ويقرعان شوق ما خلنا كريان. I live down the road. Domestic violence is cash in certain communities. Yeah, and there's things where I look at the sisters where if you got it's like something. If you got self-hatred and you hate yourself, because I see a lot of Somali girls nowadays, and I'll be real. I see a lot of them. They've got self-hatred. They hate being Somali. They something Somali and you know what it is, my sisters. Good luck to you guys. And what I told my brothers is, yeah, don't badmouth them off. Don't cheat them. We know what they're doing. At the end of the day, all of this, rare. But what you got to remember, it's like I said. Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam really tumar ubadan jana, but it's for a reason, innit? Any Muslim girl will know it's for a reason.
Yeah, also don't forget so don't try to bend them, you end up breaking them.
I know they're delicate people, but then again, the best of people are women as well. So this is
100%. Let's stop lying.
I'm not gonna lie to you. One of the greatest people I know are women. One woman saved my life.
Come on, all of us. I think all of us. That speaks for all of us.
Carried us in the stomach as well. At the end of the day, channels underneath all of us. But at the same time,
let's not forget, our culture doesn't silence the women. I don't know why we're doing it now in the West.
Yeah.
Our culture never silenced the women. That's why women are fiery. They're loud. They speak their mind. It's been like that always. Compare them to the Asian cultures that the women can't speak.
The only thing that's important is that we raise our kids together. After that, it really doesn't matter if people get a divorce or not. The only thing that's important is the kids, man.
100%.
Can I add one point?
Yeah, go on, Ari.
I think as men, we need to know what we want, innit? Because like in the Eritrean community, Somalian community, we turn up with our sisters, and then we also expect them to be righteous. You get it?
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you can't be doing one thing and then expect others to do different.
I remember a couple of years ago. I remember my raving days when I used to go shake a leg. This is a famous story. Yeah. We all went out, boom, shaking a leg. One of the man, bam, we got into the rave, bam. The guy's wife is sitting in there, table full of guys. He's out here. We are back. We're like, so you're raving, she's in the same rave. We were all like, whoa. Like, and that kind of put me off marriage for a little couple of years. I was like, right, is this what
did you say, bro?
Huh?
He went to the rave and he saw his wife in the rave with bare man in the table.
Sitting on the table, bare other man. We're like, yo, you're in the rave and she's in the rave. You're not You know them awkward situations where everyone just looks at each other like, "Raw."
You know what I saw, Khalid?
That's life threatening, fam.
You
Okay,
say
you
she's
know what I
whining
saw?
on next man and that.
No, they're
No,
all
but you
sitting
know
on the
what?
table, Eric. They're all sitting on
You
the
know what?
table. You know, bottles galore, things were way shoved. We're all like, yo, we just literally walked in, looked at left, we saw the table.
But Khalid,
Yeah.
same time, if my man's married, why is he going to the rave?
You tell
Same
me.
time now, how does he not know about all
Good
them other
question.
men?
Huh?
How does he not know about all them other men?
Ah, boy, she went out with her friends. You know, she's trying to tell the man them is I went out with my friends, innit? We went to a rave.
Yeah.
We sat on a table full of men.
Yeah.
That's what she
Certain
said.
relationships, they
And I don't see that, Khalid.
Huh?
certain people they do that.
And I don't see that, Khalid.
Yeah, go on.
This is the whole, I guess. I'm gonna sidetrack for a second because I'm gonna get into deep territory for a bit. But I wanna.
We've got all night, man. Man said, let's run it for another hour. We're gonna run it for another hour, man.
Yeah.
Everyone in the chat. Yeah, we're gonna run it for another hour. Say that.
Basically, mashallah, there are some sisters that are pious, educated, responsible for their family. You know, Ayidul bi'awiyan, Hoidul bi'awiyan, Walaluhud bi'awiyan, do you know what I mean? However, on the flip side, there are those that are just sold out. You get what I'm trying to say? Like you said, they hate being Somali. Therefore, they just identify with black culture, which is ultimately controlled by white people. But my point is, yeah, nowadays I noticed, like one of my boys, for example, Malimbu, he's seeing this girl, but they're not married. He's seen this girl. He said to her, "Oh, where you been?" She's like, "Nah, you can't ask me that. You can never ask me where I've been. I'm gonna do my own thing." Do you get it? So it's that type of attitude that's being promoted in the Western culture. So I'm not surprised that your boy saw his wife in the. Is he still with her, Horta?
No, we're gonna take it after a year. They were only with each other for a year after that, boom. Like I'm saying,
That's Will
expensive
Smith
wedding,
behavior, man.
25 bags, but a couple of IKM.
This
Allah,
You
25
know,
got balls.
one thing,
The
one thing, Kay,
agency
we
guy.
mentioned there. It's called
Wait.
open.
25 grand and she's still in the raves and shit. 25 grand.
One
But
year.
there was,
Khalid, what's that girl doing in her life now? What's that sister doing in her life now? Now that the turn up is finished, what's she doing in her life now?
Wallahi, right now she's just divorced. She's sure life. You know,
Is
when
there a
that
man in her
stage.
life? Is there a man in her life?
I don't know, wallahi. I just don't even speak to the girl like that, man. You know, I just see her in the shisha bars. You know them.
Women always get men, son. They ain't got
I feel like you ego out there.
One thing I say, nag no nimu way karasto.
Nag nimu way this man.
Nimba nag way karya.
I don't agree with that.
What I said right now, Eric. What I said right now is, a woman could never go out, could never be without a man, and a man could never find a woman. You get where I'm coming from?
I don't agree with that notion. I feel like that's just.
Nah, let's not forget.
Say that again. Say that a man can't get a woman.
More women.
No, I'm saying a woman could always get a man, and a man, like, it's difficult to explain.
Yeah, I slightly agree with you. Yeah,
You get my drift, like.
No, I disagree with you. I disagree.
I'll tell you why. Yeah, ask any girl. I've spoken to girls.
A woman's demand is always more than a man, man.
Well, it depends on a man's value, isn't that?
That's true, but we're talking generally, isn't it?
But even generally, let's remove money. Let's remove money again, Maverick.
Let's just say, yeah. If a woman goes out today, yeah. If a woman goes out today and she wants to beat, she'll beat. If a man goes out today,
it's easier for them. We have to work for it.
It might not.
Bruv, I spoke to a girl.
Simple, really.
How would you feel every day walking down the road knowing that every single guy that knows you wants to fuck you?
Don't get it twisted though. Pharaoh is right though, because it does depend on the man as well.
Yeah, but Ahmed, you gotta remember, a girl could walk down the road, 50 men are trying that. Yo, I come here. How many men do that?
But there's a difference between temporary and long term.
That's true too.
You get it? A woman can bang any man she wants. She can even bang animals if she wants to. You get it? Stuff a lot. But I'm saying, yeah, it will just be temporary, short term. The guy will bust in 5 seconds. That's it. He don't know you no more.
Nah, it depends. There's some hungry guys out there, bro.
But you get my drift.
Yeah, but
Hungry
there's
guys out
guys
there,
starving out there, bro.
Well, we know sim cultures.
You can't remember the amount of starving guys out there, fam.
There's sim cultures prominent. You know what I mean?
man's trash is another man's treasure, isn't it?
Straight up.
This is debate.
Harry said it, fam.
What you say, Maverick? Them beta males.
Bro, there's bear of them out there, fam. Trust me.
But the
They're
question is, yeah,
lurking.
can you even
They're
be an alpha
lurking.
male in the West?
They're
That's the question.
bro, they're lurking. Trust me. They're like, I dare you to dump her just once. I dare you to turn around once.
Guys, yeah, Maverick, they call those type of guys beta male orbiters.
There's bear of them out there, though.
What about this one? What about this one? Regular couple. Because there's better man like couple, you know.
But in this day and age, to be honest, most relationships nika laqaba.
Yeah,
What do you mean, like a rawness, or you talking about like men who take orders from their wife?
As in the woman's got the upper hand of the relationship. That's
Hey, you man, I've got a question for you guys. What outnumbered when it comes to, you know, men and women? You get it? So does that still apply? A woman can find a man and whatever you guys are saying. What if every man's taken? What if every man in the world's taken?
Go forward.
Wait. What if every man's taken in the world? Does that, whatever quote you were saying, does that still apply?
And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran, he says it's alright to marry in 2s, 3s, and 4s.
Brother spoke in the
I'm
half,
curious where you guys get your notions from.
Bro, listen, you see in every country in the world, there's more women than men. Majority.
Except for China. Not China.
And India.
Yeah, that man been killing their daughters.
That's
bro.
them
How they lack women to marry their kids
They
to.
be murdering little girls in that.
Yeah. Now the men are looking for women, they're marrying Africans and everyone else.
They're orchestrating that, the Chinese and the Indians.
Apparently in China, if you're a woman and you're past 25, no one wants to marry you.
Come on. It's mad. The numbers there are mad.
I agree with that though, to an extent. I ain't even gonna lie.
But I just don't agree with this notion, oh, I'm a man, I don't hold no value.
Nah. You definitely hold the value. Are you mad? Really and
But
truly.
don't forget, as a man, you're
really
needed.
and truly, a man's
when
value.
you need to go to war, when you need to handle manual things. But obviously, the way society is today with machines and everything else, and not enough danger for you to be needed. So obviously, that kind of takes you out of the picture.
I've got a question for Maverick.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The philosopher, sorry to cut off Eric King. The philosopher, there's still a mental and spiritual warfare going on. So, you know.
100%, yeah. But that's why they, what do you call it? They obviously they're trying to turn the men to be more docile. You know what I mean?
Of course, I agree with you. And then ultimately for the women to take over the households. You get it?
Yeah, but that's because women are more beneficial economically. Like men are annoying.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Men are a threat to the elite, innit?
Of course. That's why they went that way.
Because they don't take orders.
That's the
For
problem.
example, remember like back in the day when there was wars, the men were always killed and the women, because obviously the women always submit to whatever society they're in. Obviously they adapt. It's easy for them, but men will be outcast if they don't fit in with the society.
Eric, go on. What did you wanna ask me?
No, I wanted to say, yeah, so say there's a man and a woman, yeah? They're married, they're in the UK, they're in London and whatnot, yeah? And they both work, they both get money, yeah? Who should pay for the rent? Who should pay for everything? Like what is your wife
Well, no
not
kids.
not you personally. I'm saying
Yeah, I get it. No
is the man's
kids.
wife the one that's keeping her money and splashing her money on bags and whatnot and shoes or whatnot, and you're paying for rent, you're paying for shopping, you're paying for everything, petrol, everything. Is that the way it should be, or what do you think?
Is this without kids, yeah?
Without kids.
Without kids, 50-50, bro.
Okay.
Without kids, the genitals don't matter at all.
Okay, so what
50-50.
So what happens when the kids come?
When the kids
look
come,
after the
we
kids
go.
only?
When the kids come, the first 2 years, you're breastfeeding the kid. I'll provide for you and the kid.
Takes me to my point, Maverick. Thank you for that. Because when a woman has sex with, or when a man has sex with a woman, yeah, it's just entertainment. But when a woman has a man's seed, that's for life. You feel me?
I'll provide for her when she's looking after the kid.
Say that again, Pharaoh.
I said, yeah.
Pharaoh. All right.
Because we mentioned short term and we mentioned long term.
All right, long term. We're on long term now, yeah?
Long term. If a woman has a man's seed, that's for life. Do you get it? But if a man is just there, you know, to do his thing, that's just entertainment. Do you get it? So a woman can live off a man's seed for life. Do you get it? That's why when you see celebrities that have baby moms nowadays, the baby moms are asking for 100K a month for 18 years. She's living good.
Yeah, but that's not the average person.
That's
Yeah,
not
that's not the average.
That's
I
more like
agree with you.
celebrities
It's
and
not average person, but I'm
businessmen.
showing you that women live off a man's seed for life.
But like average people like us, for example, like in this society,
Forget about money,
especially, like,
bro. Forget about money.
she can't afford to be a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah, but here I'm saying, still,
you need to, the rent is high, everything, bills. Unless you have a decent job, you
I
your
don't
wife
think
and
you
you
understood
both
what I'm
need to
saying.
work.
I don't think you understood what I'm saying. I'm saying a woman can live off a man's seed for life, meaning, you know, the government will even provide just because she's got kids. You get it? But those kids are still the man's seed.
That's the future workers, isn't it? That's tomorrow's workers.
Yeah, of course, yeah. In that sense, yeah, definitely.
So this whole woman can find this and that, but can a woman keep a man? Because we're West society, we don't see women keeping men. Why is that? No one talks about that too. Why can't women keep men in the house? What's going on?
But certain amount of waste men though, in another. Run out like some man.
So
I
see,
see
there's
real
no balance
brothers.
there. Wait. There's no balance there, bro. You're already pandering. You're saying the man them are waste. What about the women that are waste? You get it?
Yeah, but let's not forget men like to chase, innit? Once they get what they want, they kind of dive out for them.
So how many Somali men do you know that married a woman and then...
And don't forget, like, so when a woman has a kid, like, the men lose interest in them. That's why they look for younger wives, because the kids get in the way. The man becomes jealous of his young kids.
Those are exceptions.
Proven. There's research done.
It's not general. Do you get it? Because my granddad's still married to my grandma. Khalid knows my granddad.
There's exceptions.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
Who you married to?
But your granddad's cut from an old cloth though.
Yeah, but I'm just using...
Yeah.
Are you talking about modern day?
Yeah, modern day.
Yeah, modern day.
Like, yeah, go on.
What was the question, bro? Brother philosopher.
Maybe you're talking about your...
Brother one way, your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, what I'm saying, time has changed, innit? You see it. It's basically the society we live in. People that were living in the past, yes, you see their relationship, they last long. You get it? But in our time and age, yes, there's the issue of compatibility. There's the issue of basically, you know, the society has changed, you know, living lifestyle has changed. You understand me? So there's a number of things in it. And some of the people that do...
Brother, what? Your mic.
Mic again, bro.
The mic again. Go on.
How's it now? Can you brothers hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Keep it like that.
Keep it like that.
I don't know what's wrong with my phone today, man. They'll be acting up. Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, so there's, you know, the main thing like this, both vice versa, and the man and the woman, yeah. The issue is the compatibility in it. See, so a lot of people do set up that commitment, not realizing it does take a period of time to actually get to another person. Do you understand me? So what it is the society has changed.
Your mic cutting up, bro.
Your mic is cutting up, bro. Guys,
thing.
Listen, guys, I say 9 more minutes, and then we carry the rest of this conversation on the hangout, and we add psycho. I'm not psycho, philosopher. What you lot saying?
Yeah,
That's 7 hours. Yeah, 9 more minutes, and then 7 hours. We pull it up to 7 hours, and then boom, we carry the rest of the conversation on the hangout.
But yeah, Khalid, what I was saying to you, a family unit is made up of, firstly, a husband and a wife.
Yeah, that's first, yeah.
So if you're saying these men are waste men for not, you know, staying in the family, what about the brothers I mentioned that want to see their kids, but the woman's denying them?
Yeah, that's a way. That's an evil woman.
But still.
No, but I'm saying sorry. Can you mute your Pharaoh, when you're not done talking? Can you close your mic? But that's that. No, Pharaoh, what I'm coming from, yeah. Okay, look, for me, like I'm saying, like I don't like the waste man thing is, yeah. I'm just saying, not bagus to take, but bagus to rel. Aba yata bakusi, and to musulit bakatine. Yeah. You have to fulfill your musuliyat, my brother.
That's 100%, and I agree with you. However, what about the women? Because I don't see no accountability being presented to women. You get it? Or any responsibility.
Can't deny that.
Yeah, but well, you know what? To me, but say right now, Pharaoh, if the woman's playing her part, she's doing everything well, and the man's a waste man. Because there's a lot of waste men out here, bro. Like I say, I've always said this, and I keep repeating myself. Per real brother, there's 25 waste men. You know where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Real brother. The numbers out here are very, to them man, they're heavily out will number up the man the minute. I'm not gonna like these beta males, these simps, these men like Gabor, these yes ha men, yeah. But at the same time, there is a lot of waste man that wallahi I would never even give my left toe. Forget my sister. It did a man seen lahin. You get where I'm coming from? HA is asking me to run this show for another HA, bro. I've been here 7 hours. Jump on the hangout if you want to jump on the hangout. But wallahi, I did this 7 hours one. The last 7 minutes. You know what I'm on? Well, I want Dali.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. If a man's a waste man, he's not taking his masuliyat, the man's just waste, innit? He deserves justice in the hereafter, you get? However, there are some sisters that will get married to a brother and they just think, oh, I'm good for life. I don't have to do nothing. Just squeeze and switch over out on my yo, well my halayo.
I'll tell you the truth here. Any man
That's still the guy's
in the
fault.
UK.
Why would you marry that kind of a chick?
Yeah, but then some chicks wear masks. You get? They'll play the nice girl at the start, and when they get married, they will reveal themselves. That's what they say, innit? You don't know your wife until you've married her.
Not really. You should know the woman that a good girl
things, man.
Come on, bro. This woman,
I disagree.
Nah, man.
Not cooking and that? Like, what the fuck is this?
They say women get married to a man hoping to change him, and a man gets married hoping his woman doesn't change. But that's not the case, is it?
That's true, but not as far as cooking and that. That's my point. You could do the basics, though.
Yeah, you have to sometimes, the fundamentals.
Yeah, but how?
Yeah, there's a big problem. There's a big problem with that.
Like pure waste girls, like she won't even cook. What kind of a wife is that?
You tell me, because there's,
that's a new age.
I've heard it. I've heard people say, no, I don't have to cook. I don't have to clean.
Bro, they don't cook food nowadays. They ban everything.
Okay, the philosopher just said it. The philosopher just said it.
Oh, well, like Maverick, I'm not gonna lie to you, my brother. You see how I ain't got no sisters? I met a couple of, I was living when I had my own flat in it, yeah. I had a couple of, they can't cook. Certain these new girls.
It's no big deal, bro. What, you think I ain't seen girls that can't cook? You get rid of them ASAP.
Not really. Can I say something? Yeah.
You can teach her.
I'm say, man,
chicks that can't cook disgust me. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but say man, yeah. She's got everything else going on for her. MashaAllah, she's TT. She's beautiful. She's bringing in bread. She's got a brilliant career. But the only one thing she can't do, she's shit in the kitchen.
I don't give a fuck about her career.
You can always learn.
I don't know how to cook.
I can cook. Yeah.
I can cook.
There's a difference between, that compatibility. Like some chicks will get married and they still want to go raving, for example.
No. That's game over. But do you know what that is, Pharaoh? To me, that is, as a man, you ain't set the premise. If we're going raving together, that's what type of relationship you're looking for. I suggest don't get married. You get me?
You're not ready.
You're not ready, fam. You just want a link to go raving with and to have halal sex with and to drink with. That's what you want. That's not marriage. Not you. I'm not talking of you. I'm saying that any man that lets his Gabalisa, and Mela Slatan, yeah. But bro,
Khalid, I don't understand what I'm trying to say.
I'm saying you might as well let next man grab your ass in front of her face. You might as well let next man buy her a drink, take her to a bar.
Yeah,
do whatever you want.
I don't think you understood the notion I was trying to propagate. What I'm saying is there are some females that just push men out the house. That's just the reality. Same way there are waste men that don't take up responsibility, there are women that push out men at the house because there's an incentive, or maybe her friends recommended it, or you said I've seen that in my own family.
That's true.
One thing I told the mandem is, you gotta know your partner. One of the most mahimest things a lot of men skip by, bruv, you gotta meet her friends. Forget her. After I fight her and show on Shukan to the Maverick and I'm done with her, I'm gonna Shukan to all her friends. I'm seeing which one's the alpha male, which one's the bitch that she listens to, which one is the one that she's gonna go run to. That's the one I'm gonna befriend.
Okay, I'm not even gonna lie. It's not only just that. Sometimes you gotta have your, basically, like, your shit's gotta be yours, innit? Don't make sure you don't share too much, basically.
Yes. And Maverick, you say never live underneath her roof. Live in a roof that you both own. One thing I don't do.
Either you both own or it's in your name.
Yeah. A lot of the brothers. Like I say, a lot of brothers, used to piss them off. I used to get, 3 o'clock in the morning. bin bag. Hey Khalid, can you let me in? Let me in.
Batman,
I'm
yeah.
like, what? Yeah, Batman. Each one, what is it? I'm in a doghouse. I'm in a doghouse. I'm in a dog. Bro, I used to live in a doghouse with these guys, and I'm not even married. I was in the doghouse
By
with these guys.
association, yeah.
You by association. And then later on, what happens?
Oh, nice.
Bastard ki Khalid Kuriki sa choktan. I know there's hablo. I know there's something going on in that house, bro. But lucky, you know, Maverick, I used to live. You know what I used to love? I used to live on top of a shop, innit? So I used to just look down and be like, hey, yo, Abdi, I saw that's hot shit, fam. You best jump out the window. Yeah,
so end of the day, man and female, they've been Adam. No one's perfect. They both make mistakes. They both can make have faults. I mean, insecurities. And we just need to hold people accountable. That's it. It's not about gender. It's just about holding people accountable.
No,
a woman should have a right. Let me finish, bro. A woman should have a right to kick the husband out the house just because she feels like it. Because women's emotions, I mean, it's volatile. It varies.
I think if you fucked up here, and it's
To be
her
honest,
house, yeah.
if it's her house, it's your fault.
No, fucked up. Just an argument.
No, but this is the problem. Like I was saying to Maverick, there's certain man, wala qaba. Wala qaba. Anytime Aida garden is a good guy, not to cook or this, that. My brother, Barashoman,
You put yourself in that position.
You put yourself in that. But I think qaba. This is.
I agree.
A lot of man, wala qaba. This is the thing.
But I'm talking about the responsible men. I'm talking about the responsible men that have jobs, that are focused. Yeah.
That are buying the house.
But then you can't get kicked out of your house.
Why? Like, why are these type of brothers being kicked out?
Because it's the girl's house.
No, I'm saying the brother owns the house.
How are you gonna get kicked out of your house?
Just for argument. Yeah.
On that note, my lad.
You leave your house. It's your house.
You're right.
Note, lads, on that note, you lot bear with me. Stay on tune. Stay there, you man. On that note, wa anagi, wa ayagi. Hadena na family dona. Hadena na baron dona. Somali speakers. We're not gonna stop. We're gonna carry on. And you know all them guys that hate us. Like I'm saying, Salaam alaikum. Peace be upon you. All the people that love us, please share, like, and subscribe. We're gonna carry on. See you guys on Sunday. And on that note, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah. We're out, y'all. You guys, bang.